Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Grand Line Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a wonderful day for sailing. The skies were clear, the waters calm, and the gulls cried overhead while they circled the small vessel proved to be good company. All in all, it couldn't be a more perfect day. Purupurupuru. Purupurupuru. Well, the young man laying on the deck mused, his mind still clouded with the remnants of his nap had been so rudely interrupted by the shrill cries of a den mushi, it was almost perfect. Taking off the top hat covering his face, he squinted in the bright mid-afternoon sun. He blinked rapidly to clear his vision and was about to make the effort to heave himself up when the noise finally quietened. Sighing with relief, he let his head fall back against his crossed arms, stretching like a contented cat in the warm sun. Purupurupuru. 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 Seriously, he groaned. The thought of moving was unappealing, but since the small snail showed no signs of shutting up and it was ruining the soothing sounds of the small waves lapping against the bow, the man pushed himself to his feet. A quick glance at the wheel and then the horizon showed exactly what he expected. His rope contraption had worked to hold him on course while he napped, something he desperately longed to return to. There was no chance of that happening though. He sighed and scrubbed at his face with one gloved hand. The other reached out and lightly tapped the snail's shell where it sat atop the wheel. He tried and failed to suppress a yawn as the call connected. Completely selfish. He knows he needs to pick up when we call. It's unbelievable. Oh, don't tell me to calm down. What if we were under attack or something? Then I hope you'd be busy defending the place rather than calling me, the man interrupted, leaning his weight against the railing, the wind whipping gently at his blonde hair. Sabo. Good morning, Koala, Sabo greeted amicably, ignoring his friend and comrade's annoyance with practiced ease. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she hissed in reply. Is it? I hadn't noticed, he returned pleasantly. Seriously, why don't you answer your DMN calls? I've been trying to get hold of you for the last half an hour. Didn't you hear it ringing? Then I really hope Baltigo isn't under attack because I think your skills could be better used elsewhere than in the call room, he teased softly. There was a splutter of indignation from the other end of the line that made Sabo chuckle. I'm on my way back from Tequila Wolf. If the plan to raid it is still on, we're going to have to rethink our strategy, I'm afraid, he said. I'm not calling about your report, wait. Why? What did you find? Sabo heard Koala hissing at Hack to hand her a quill and some parchment. Sabo sighed heavily, frustration causing a frown to mar his face. Because they've only gone and moved the SLV village, haven't they? They've made a lot of progress since our last scouts reported back. After 700 years you've gotta wonder what the sudden rush is, he huffed. Koala cursed quietly. Bunny Joe is not going to like this, she said. We don't have the time or resources to do another full reconnaissance. We'll just have to hope his team will still be able to pull off the raid with what we already know. We've dealt with worse odds before, Sabo shrugged. He trusted his fellow revolutionaries would be more than capable of executing the plan to release the slaves. They had succeeded before on much less information. It would certainly make the mission more dangerous, but every person working under the banner of the Revolutionary Army knew the risks from the moment they signed up. I do have some good news, too, the blonde offered with a grin. Oh? Yeah, I found the most amazing restaurant while I was in East Blue. It's called the Baratai and I think I can safely say it has some of the best food I've eaten in years, he exclaimed, feeling his mouth begin to water at the memory of all the delicious plates of food the chefs had whipped up. Koala snorted and Sabo could almost hear her rolling her eyes. Of course you'd think with your stomach, she said, although her voice lacked any heat. But I hadn't actually called you to discuss restaurants or collect your report, which, I might add, is late again. It was Sabo's turn to roll his eyes. At least I actually gave you one this time. Take what you're given already. Yes, I suppose we should be thankful for small mercies. Speaking of which, Sabo, Dragon-san is headed to Logue Town. He left early this morning. Sabo blinked in surprise. Dragon was the leader of the Revolutionary Army and possibly one of, if not the most, wanted man in the world. He hadn't left their base in Baltigo since Ivankov was imprisoned in Impel Down and Kuma had left them to join the Shichibukai. If the Revolutionary Army were to lose another important figurehead, its continued existence would be jeopardized, so Dragon had remained sequestered away. Sabo had been a member of the revolutionaries since he was about 10 years old. He had recently been promoted to Chief of Staff and could assume command in the absence of Dragon as his second, but there was still a lot Dragon had yet to share with him surrounding the founding and causes that prompted Dragon to start the revolution in the first place. Dragon was naturally cautious, although he did have his moments of spontaneity, and rarely shared everything with a single person, purely for their own safety should his confidant be captured or defect. The wind suddenly rose up, sending a spray of seawater across the bow and shaking Sabo out of his surprise. Realizing Koala was waiting for his response, he gave himself a mental shake. "Did he say why?" he asked curiously. "No. He just announced this morning he needed to see something and he was going to Logue Town and left. Karasu-san gave him a lift." Sabo could hear the frustration in his friend's voice. He did sympathize somewhat with her plight. It was bad enough the chief of staff had a bad habit of wandering off, she really didn't need their leader to start doing the same. "Dragon-san said he'd come back to Baltigo with you, since you're going to have to pass by on your way back." "Okay," Sabo replied, checking the log pose sat by the wheel and doing a quick calculation in his head. "I'll be there by tomorrow morning. I have a suitable vessel so there's no need to send Crow-san back out to collect us." "You know Karasu-san hates it when you call him that," she said, but the snail in the palm of his hand was grinning with amusement. "Oh, and Sabo? Try not to cause any trouble. Remember you're going to have Dragon-san with you and the last thing we need is Dash." Yeah, I know. "See you when we get back," he called cheerfully. "Hey, wait. Don't you hang you Dash." Sabo quickly disconnected the call. He would definitely pay for that when he got back to Baltigo, but right then he had more important things to concern himself with. He dropped the snail into the pocket of his black coat hung casually over one of the wheel handles and deftly untied the rope locking it in place. Double-checking the log pose, he made a quick adjustment, setting his boat on a straighter course to Logue Town. Raising his head to the clear blue sky, Sabo grinned. XXX. As always when he was lucky enough to pass through one of the most famous islands in the world, Sabo made a beeline for the execution platform. From the moment he had first laid eyes on it, his body still recovering from the explosion that had claimed his memories, and so nearly his life, Sabo had been inexplicably drawn to the platform. He hadn't been able to understand the connection he felt to the name Gold Roger, although Dragon had been quick to correct him to the proper pronunciation of Gold Roger. The offhand mention of the initial had been Sabo's first spark of familiarity since he'd awoken on Dragon's ship. But he hadn't been able to remember anything to go with it. He could only guess he'd heard it before, but the lack of any memory had driven him to tears as he stared up at the towering platform, sending the few revolutionaries who'd accompanied Dragon and Sabo ashore into a small panic. He had allowed them to usher him away from the square, his eyes burning and tender skin itching from his salty tears while he grieved for something he couldn't remember. There had been other moments over the years that caused him to pause and try to force his brain to cooperate and unlock his memories, but none had been as strong as that first time at the steps of the execution platform in Logue Town. A gust of wind whipped through the street, forcing Sabo to make a grab for his hat before it flew from his head. Turning into the wind, Sabo saw the clouds above beginning to group together. A storm was approaching. Frowning thoughtfully, Sabo turned back towards his destination, picking up the pace. He had time for a quick look before he had to find his leader. He had expected the square to be mostly deserted. 20 years after the execution of the Pirate King, it held appeal to the general tourist mass, but the marine base station nearby did its job of keeping away pirates who would happily turn the execution platform into a shrine, so he was more than a little surprised to see a large assembly amassed in the square. He paused on the edge of the crowd, pulling his hat down securely to obscure his face. Although unlikely, he didn't want to take the risk of someone recognizing him. ING on? Marines should do something. Platform dash. Pirates. Sabo followed the excited gazes of the townsfolk. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, shock causing the words to slip out. The revolutionary could hardly believe what he was seeing. If it wasn't for the fact it was currently being witnessed by the majority of Logue Town, he seriously would have thought he was imagining things. But no, atop the platform, as clear as day, two figures stood. Or rather, one stood, his coat billowing about him like a pair of giant wings. The second person, smaller and leaner, was on his knees, clapped in the pillory. The youth looked remarkably calm considering the predicament he was in, Sabo noted, somewhat bemused. Sabo turned his attention back to the man gallivanting around the platform like he owned it. There was no mistaking that clown and his cohorts prancing around at the bottom of the wooden structure. They cackled gleefully and Sabo scowled when several cracks of gunfire erupted. The crowd around him began to shift, a low murmur of displeasure running through them. Sabo hoped for the sake of the buggy pirates they could control themselves enough to not send any shots directly into the throng of people. The pirates had managed to bring the crowd to an almost dead silence though, and while he watched the scene play out before them, Sabo was finally able to hear Buggy and his prisoner. Now, Buggy stomped heavily on the young man's head, grinning as he twirled his cutlass above the man's unguarded neck. "Any last words? You have a big audience." The younger man scowled. Buggy laughed heartily. Ah well, never mind that. No one wants to hear it. The teenager wrenched his head out from under Buggy's boot, causing the pirate to spiral and struggle to regain his balance. He drew in a deep breath. I am. Sabo didn't dare blink, unable to tear his gaze away from the young man staring down at them, a look of utmost seriousness on his face. Going to be the Pirate King. Are you gonna become pirates? I'm gonna become one too. Sabo staggered back, like the words had physically struck him, his ears ringing. His temples throbbed painfully. Desperately, he tried to ignore the declaration echoed in his head. He looked around wildly. He could have sworn he had heard a child, a young boy, possibly, but there were none around him. Instead, the only thing that could be heard was the crowd's stunned murmurs. Falling back against a wall in an effort to regain some equilibrium, Sabo almost missed the blurs of green and yellow that flew straight past him. Luffy. Luffy, is it? Sabo muttered. Unable to kill his curiosity, he glanced back at the teenager still stuck in the pillory who was yelling loudly at the pair of older boys who had launched themselves at the buggy pirates. He took a single, unconscious step forward before another presence registered with him. He froze, distracted, a fleeting thought vanishing from his mind as quickly as it appeared. Frustrated, Sabo almost growled, but he forced himself to block out the commotion unfolding around him. He turned slowly towards one of the buildings on the other side of the plaza. Concentrating hard, Sabo zeroed in on where the presence felt strongest. It wasn't Dragon, he quickly concluded. Dragon liked high places he could use as an outlook, but he rarely ventured inside if he could help it. Sensing the underlying hostility, Sabo could only think it was Captain Smoker, the Marine in charge of the local outpost. And judging by the formidable aura that bounced off Sabo's own observation hockey, he more than lived up to his reputation. A flash of white in a first-floor window drew his attention. He spied a Marine, his gun trained on the pirates arguing down below him. Sabo cursed, inwardly furious he had let himself get distracted enough to not even notice the square had been surrounded. In nearly every window with a prominent view down onto the platform there stood a Marine, poised to attack. He guessed by the fact they hadn't made a move yet, their plan was to let the pirates destroy each other before rounding up the stragglers. It was a smart move, Sabo admitted grudgingly. He supposed Smoker had the docks on lockdown too. Sabo turned to the execution platform, strangely filled with regret at the thought of leaving, but he needed to find Dragon. He should find Dragon. They had to leave before their presence was noted, and it would be easier to do if everyone was still preoccupied. He stared at the kneeling dark-haired teenager thoughtfully. His declaration he was going to be Pirate King was ambitious. He might have caused a lot of people to snicker at his boldness and write it off as a joke, but Sabo strangely couldn't help but think the kid had been deadly serious. Sabo tried to shake himself out of his stupor. He couldn't hang around all day watching pirates, for Luffy could only be a pirate if he was walking around making such statements. No matter how much he felt like he should stay, he had to find Dragon and he owed the kid nothing. His own discovery wasn't worth lending his assistance to a pirate who was clearly so reckless he'd been caught before he could even enter the Grand Line. But he also found he couldn't ignore the feeling he should be doing something. Anything. Torn, Sabo remained where he was until a rumble of thunder echoed overhead. He felt the first splatters of rain hit the rim of his hat and freezing cold wind blew into the square from the side streets. A piercing crack followed by the sharp and distinct smell of sulfur rang out above the square. Sabo raised his face skywards, eyes widening in disbelief, and watched a ripple of lightning roll overhead. The thunder growled ominously and the rain began to pound the pavements. The crowd began to disperse, scattering in all directions as people ran for shelter from both the weather and the battling pirates. Zoro. Sanji. Sabo turned towards the platform, Luffy's voice carrying surprisingly well considering the commotion going on around the square, and he felt compelled to listen. Sorry. I'm dead. To the revolutionary's surprise, the pirate was grinning in spite of Buggy's sword poised to swing down to meet his neck. How could he smile, Sabo wondered, baffled beyond comprehension. No one smiled in the face of death. No one except one man. Sabo had read several eyewitness reports of the Pirate King's own execution. He had smiled. He didn't have time to ponder the oddity, for in the next moment, Sabo, along with everyone else in the square, was forced to shield their eyes and cover their ears as a bolt of lightning struck the execution platform. Sabo ducked to avoid the dust and debris flying from the site of the impact. A stunned stillness settled over the square, with no one daring to move. Shishishi. That surprised me. You and the rest of the world, Sabo muttered, before the voice ripping through the silence registered. His head snapped up. To his utter amazement, Luffy was now stood against the backdrop of the destroyed platform. He patted at a straw hat with surprising care before slapping it onto his head, grin still fixed firmly in place. "Do you believe in a higher power?" the blonde in a black suit asked nonchalantly of his green-haired companion from not too far away. "Don't be ridiculous. We need to get out of here, Luffy." "Ah, here they come," Luffy shouted, bounding past the pair and towards the furthest exit of the square. Marines had started to flood out of the nearby buildings, shouting orders left and right and fighting their way through the still stunned crowd. Sabo couldn't help but smile as he watched the trio make their bid for freedom. Making a quick decision, the blonde disappeared down the closest side alley, following the small group's route to the docks on a parallel street. Luffy was far too interesting, Sabo thought. He had better things to do than track the progress of a runaway pirate, but much like he hadn't been able to leave the square, he felt obliged to see the pirate to the docks. He had no idea why. Sabo was pretty sure he had never heard of Luffy before that afternoon, but the insistent tug of something pushed Sabo onwards. Twin shouts of surprise and dismay from the other street had Sabo springing to the roof to investigate. "Seriously," he muttered to himself, incredulous at the scene laid out below him. Luffy, who only minutes before had miraculously managed to escape his own execution, was now sat pinned underneath none other than Captain Smoker himself. His thrashing limbs stretched far beyond all normal human proportions before snapping back like a rubber band, and must have been stronger than they looked as cracks appeared in the pavement beneath him, but they were utterly useless against Smoker. Luffy was clearly inexperienced fighting against Logia-type devil fruit users, despite obviously being a devil fruit user himself. It at least explained how the pirate had emerged unscathed from the lightning strike, but Sabo still had to forcefully quash the worry that bizarrely bubbled up in his chest when he imagined the trouble Luffy could get into as a new rookie in the Grand Line. Sabo couldn't take his eyes away from the jit in the marine's hand, glistening in the pouring rain. If he squinted, he could almost picture another man standing over Luffy, who he imagined to be smaller and weaker, nothing like the pirate currently flailing about on the ground like a wild animal, and threatening him with a similar weapon. But that didn't make any sense, Sabo thought, his mind racing a mile a minute. He had never met Luffy before. Sabo had barely left Baltigo those first few years and Luffy didn't look that much younger than him. He couldn't understand why he was imagining Luffy as a child. "Looks like my run of bad luck is over," Smoker smirked, raising his sword above his head. Sabo tensed, poised to jump down into the street when someone beat him to it. "Well, I wouldn't say that exactly." Sabo jolted in surprise when he recognized the reassuringly familiar figure who'd caught the swinging blow. He wasn't ashamed to admit his first thought upon seeing his commander standing over the marine captain, his favorite hooded cloak shielding him from the downpour, was Koala was going to kill him. Painfully and slowly. They were definitely not laying low and were definitely drawing attention to themselves. Sabo was completely perplexed by this new turn of events. Dragon had done many things over the years that had stunned him, but this had to be one of the most astonishing. The revolutionaries very rarely involved themselves in the affairs of pirates. Sabo was known to be one of the worst culprits for involving himself in things that shouldn't concern him or the revolutionaries, but he couldn't think of a single incident where Dragon had revealed himself to a marine to save a pirate. "What's going on? Who's there?" Luffy continued to struggle fruitlessly underneath Smoker, who scowled up at Dragon, his face a picture of pure rage. "You!" Smoker snarled, tensing like he was readying himself to pull his arm from Dragon's grip. "Us," Dragon corrected idly, his gaze never leaving the marine but his words were clearly directed to Sabo. Sabo grimaced and jumped down into the street, absently thinking of 1,000 excuses to give to Koala. He walked slowly and steadily, arms loose at his side and pipe still hanging at his back. Dragon was making no move to outwardly attack Smoker, and Sabo would gladly follow his lead since he really had no idea what in the world Dragon was thinking. Sabo walked confidently past the blonde and green-haired teenagers, both of them stood tense and unsure while the scene before them unfolded. They eyed him warily, but he ignored them, stopping only when Smoker sensed his approach and jerked his head towards him. Sabo nodded his greeting to Dragon. Smoker huffed, his gaze darting between the two revolutionaries he was now caught between. He rose to his feet slowly, reluctantly releasing Luffy in the process. The young pirate heaved himself to his feet, but seconds later he was nearly knocked clean over again when a huge gust of wind rattled down the street. He grasped protectively at his straw hat. "Hey, Luffy! Let's go!" the green-haired swordsman shouted, voice barely carrying over the wind, but clearly wanting to take advantage of their new opportunity for freedom. "Quit dragging your feet. There's a storm coming. We're going to get trapped here." "Right," Luffy agreed. He carefully sidestepped Smoker, who ignored him in favor of keeping Dragon in his line of sight. His crewmates' urgent cries for him to hurry were ignored, and instead he cast one final glance at the pair facing off with one another, seemingly unconcerned about the storm gathering pace in the skies above them before he jogged away slowly. Sabo waited until the pirate was almost level with him before speaking quietly. "You might want to get a move on," he encouraged. "The other Marines won't be far behind." Luffy's head snapped to him and Sabo found himself pinned under one of the most inquisitive gazes he'd ever found himself. Their eyes met briefly. Luffy faltered and missed a step, his eyes wide and bright. He muttered something under his breath Sabo didn't catch before he quickly regained his momentum and barreled past. Sabo frowned, confused by the reaction, but still turned to track the pirate's progress down the street out the corner of his eye. He only returned his attention to the two men left in the street once he was sure they had left, an odd compulsion to make sure they did actually get to safety filling him. Sabo turned just in time to catch Dragon smirking ominously. Sabo groaned and ducked quickly into a doorway, bracing himself against the force he knew was coming. He reached up to keep a tight grip on his hat when the strongest gust of wind yet swept down the street, sending small debris and litter swirling. Nearby doors and windows rattled in their frames. Sabo's coat whipped at his knees for what seemed like hours but was actually no more than a minute before calm descended upon the town again. When Sabo lifted his head, he was unsurprised to find he was alone in the street. Taking the opportunity to disappear before Smoker returned to track them both down, Sabo emerged from his meager shelter and took to the roofs once more. It was easy to follow Dragon's presence. He had been following in the man's footsteps since he was 10 years old, and it took him no time at all to locate his leader atop an old warehouse roof at the harbor. Sabo didn't bother to mask his approach and he drew to a halt beside the man. Dragon didn't acknowledge him, his gaze fixed on something in the distance, bobbing up and down on the rough waves but making good progress away from the town despite the bad weather. Sabo squinted in the dim light and he was just able to make out the small vessel, a caravel. If Sabo wasn't mistaken, that was captivating his leader. In the ferocious winds, Sabo could just make out a black flag snapping around. "So, us revolutionaries are saving pirates now, are we?" Sabo inquired, voice bordering on teasing and conveniently ignoring the fact he had almost stepped in to assist the same pirates himself before Dragon had saved him the trouble. Dragon's only response was to grin. Sabo felt his own grin falter and his brow knit in confusion. He had seen that grin once before today already, and it hadn't been from Dragon, it had been on the face of the young pirate caught atop the execution platform. All at once, Sabo felt a bolt of understanding hit him. Familiarity, he thought, turning back to watch the ship heading towards the horizon and the Grand Line beyond. Familiarity is what he'd felt as he'd watched Luffy. He supposed he could be forgiven for not recognizing the feeling before. Very rarely did Sabo find anything outside of his tight-knit life in the revolutionaries familiar. He thought back to Luffy's faltering steps when he had laid eyes on Sabo. He shook his head and smiled ruefully. It was a shame, Sabo noted, drawing in a deep breath, that he and Luffy hadn't been able to speak, that the circumstances had conspired against them. He had the feeling Luffy could be a pretty interesting person to know. XXX. That was a close one. You don't say, shitty cook. Shut up, Marimo. Then don't state the obvious. That reminded me of the time I had to escape a tornado. I was all alone when, ow. Nami, why are you hitting me? We don't need any of your wild tales right now. Well, there's no need to hit me. Luffy wandered away from his squabbling crewmates and towards the railing, his eyes fixed firmly on the island they had barely managed to escape from. It had been fun, Luffy thought with a grin. Despite the almost execution and the disgusting smell of sulfur lingering on his clothes the storm hadn't managed to dampen, Luffy had enjoyed himself. He had only wanted to see the platform where the Pirate King, his brother's father, had met his end. And where the legend of the One Piece had begun. He'd had no idea Buggy would have held such a grudge against him that he'd actually followed them. And his anger towards Shanks was funny. He'd have to ask the next time he saw the red-haired pirate if Buggy was actually telling the truth, because if it was how he'd eaten his devil fruit, it was funnier than Luffy's own story. He was almost looking forward to the next time he could meet the clown. And there had been that smoking marine, Luffy thought. He was drawing a blank on how he could possibly fight the guy when he couldn't even touch him. Although, the man in the cloak who'd helped him had managed to grab him. That was certainly a mystery. And then there was the blonde guy, too. Hey, Luffy, who was that guy? Huh? Luffy turned to Sanji, who had somehow managed to light his cigarette in spite of the lashing rain still falling around them. Which guy? The one in the top hat, with the goggles, Sanji clarified, taking a drag. You looked like you knew him. Luffy shook his head quickly. No, I didn't know any of those guys. The blonde one just looked like someone I used to know. That's all. You sure it wasn't him? Zoro asked quietly. That's impossible, he said simply. From the sympathetic nod his first mate gave him, Luffy knew he hadn't quite been quick enough to hide the flash of pain in his eyes. He cast a quick glance over his shoulder, but he couldn't see any more of Logue Town. He mentally shook himself, wondering what in the world Ace would say if he could see Luffy getting all mopey just because he'd seen someone who looked like their brother. He would probably get Ace's best imitation of Gramps' fist of love. Luffy snapped his attention back to his crew, who were all watching him curiously. He flashed them his widest smile. "Let's head to the Grand Line." His words were greeted with a chorus of cheers. Sabo chuckled quietly at the headline jumping out of the front page of the daily newspaper. He read quickly through to the main article, his smile almost fond as he devoured the words eagerly. Something amusing? He turned in his chair to find Koala stood in the doorway, her arms laden with more newspapers to add to the growing pile steadily stacking up in his bedroom. "Anywhere in particular you want these?" she asked. Sabo noticed her looking around impatiently, no doubt speculating where he wanted them, knowing from experience Sabo had some sort of system to the mounds of paper currently occupying his room. She had tried numerous times in the years they'd known each other to guess the workings of Sabo's organizational system, but to no avail. What Sabo had failed to tell her was he periodically changed it up when it looked like she was coming close to cracking his current arrangement. He didn't want her to get bored, after all. Sabo glanced around. "Just dump them on the bed," he finally decided, waving a hand in its general direction. Koala huffed but dutifully began picking her way through the room, mindful not to step on the discarded pipe, hat, gloves and jacket Sabo had a habit of leaving on the floor. She dropped her bundle where indicated and immediately set about tidying the clothes. "Well? What was so funny?" she asked again, folding his jacket neatly over the back of his chair and taking the opportunity to peer over his shoulder at the article in front of him. "Is that Arlong? In East Blue?" she shrieked right into his ear. Sabo flinched. "Sorry," she said absently. She snatched the paper from his grasp eagerly and dropped onto the edge of Sabo's bed to read. "Seriously, who are these people?" she wondered aloud. "They're reported as being called the Straw Hat Pirates. And apparently they defeated Arlong and his crew," Sabo said, spinning in his chair towards his friend. "Impressive," Koala muttered, before discarding the paper to one side. "So, did reading about this Straw Hat Luffy guy spark anything?" she asked, somewhat tentatively. Sabo sighed and scrubbed roughly at his eyes. They were starting to itch and ache. He had been awake most of the night, poring over old papers by candlelight in an effort to find more information on the pirate Luffy. There was a glaring lack of anything beyond the recent articles detailing Arlong's defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates. By all accounts, they were just a simple rookie crew from East Blue with the devil's luck. If by spark you mean have I remembered anything, then no. Nothing at all, he admitted, his shoulders slumping. He raised his head to see Koala biting her lip nervously. "What? I'm just worried," she finally admitted. "You've been trawling through all these newspapers since you got back in the hope you might remember something. Sabo, you've not done this in years, why now?" He glanced around his room and at the mess it had become. Koala was right, he hadn't searched so meticulously for answers to his past since he was a child. Curiosity had compelled him for a while to find out all he could about where he might have come from. But the more he had learned about Goa Kingdom, the less he had wanted to do with it, and his time had gradually been occupied with more pressing tasks required by the revolutionaries. He shrugged helplessly. "I get what you're saying, Koala, but there are some things I just know even without any specific memory. I know when I first woke up after the attack, I didn't want to go back, I can only assume, to my parents. I know there's something about G.O.L.D. Roger that bugs me. And I know that this guy," he picked up one of the wanted posters from his desk and jabbed at the photograph in frustration. "This grinning idiot here feels familiar. I can't explain why and probably never will without my memories. And maybe looking through all these articles is useless, but I needed to do it. Even if it was fruitless," he thought privately. Koala nodded and gestured to the papers scattered around them. "Do you want a hand?" Sabo shook his head and rubbed at his left eye again. "No. He's a rookie, there's not much out there on him right now. And I kind of get the impression he's the sort of person who makes the front pages," he chuckled. Koala snorted. "Yeah, he does, doesn't he?" she agreed, staring down at the photo of Arlong beside her. "And hey, I bet you anything you'll get the answers you're looking for in the place you'll least expect it. Isn't that how it always goes?" "Yeah, maybe," he said. "Okay, what is wrong with your eye?" Koala suddenly burst out. Sabo stared at her, startled. "What? My eye?" "Yes, your eye. You've been scratching at it ever since I came in. Did you not notice?" "No, I haven't," he denied, frowning impatiently when he realized by Koala drawing his attention to it, he suddenly couldn't ignore how irritated it felt. He stubbornly kept his hands on his knees however, refusing to give Koala the satisfaction of knowing she was right. It didn't work though, and Koala snorted in a very unladylike fashion before rising to her feet. She gripped his chin tightly and tilted his head towards the candle. She hummed thoughtfully while she examined the eye in question. Sabo shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He really hated it when people stared at the scarred side of his face. It made him feel very self-conscious and was in fact one of the reasons he had let his hair grow out so as to cover it. It doesn't look red, she concluded. She released his chin and frowned down at him. I'm probably just tired then, he said. I have been reading a lot. Possibly. What did the doctor say about it at your last checkup? I haven't had a checkup, Sabo admitted with a shrug. He started stacking the newspapers scattered across into a slightly more orderly pile, avoiding her disapproving frown. Why not? She demanded, one hand on her hip. I've told you before, Ivankov had to use his Horu Horu no Mi ability to boost my chance of survival after the Tenryubido's attack on my boat. He sighed wearily. It's probably the only reason I still have my sight in the first place, so I really doubt our doctors are going to be able to do anything if it is getting worse. And besides, I have my observation haki. I don't rely on my sight all that much in a fight these days anyway, he added with a smirk. Well, even so, if it is getting worse, they need to know, she argued weakly. What's getting worse? The pair both started and whipped towards the door, where they found Dragon, his cloak discarded. He smirked, amusement dancing across his face at the chief of staff and his partner's surprised faces. What was that you just saying about observation haki? Koala sniped at Sabo, who shrugged off her glare. It's Dragon, he pointed out. If he doesn't want anyone to know he's coming, they won't. Very true, Dragon injected. Now, what is getting worse? I certainly hope you're not talking about the potential success of our raid on Tequila Wolf, he inquired. Koala quickly shook her head. No. I mean, yes, we're still trying to work out the revised plans with the information Sabo brought back, but there shouldn't be any problems. Although, as we all imagine, Bunny Joe isn't happy, but they're going to do what they can. Dragon nodded. Actually, we were discussing Sabo's eye. Dragon turned to him and Sabo gestured to his left. Eye, needlessly, since it was obvious which one was the culprit. It's a little irritated, that's all, he said. I assume that is a self-diagnosis, Dragon quipped. Koala burst into laughter. Sabo scowled and childishly threw a newspaper at his friend, who batted it away easily. He knew his dodging of the infirmary was notorious, his colleagues had only ever managed to get him through the doors if he was actually unconscious, but the teasing was unnecessary. Well, I may have a solution to the problem, Dragon continued. Really? Sabo asked. Do either of you know about Drum Island? Dragon queried. Sabo and Koala nodded in unison. Yeah. It's a winter island not too far into the Grand Line. It was ruled by King Wapple up until a few months ago when he upped and vanished, said the blonde. Correct, but some of our scouts have now reported Wapple's recently been sighted in the seas surrounding Drum Island again, Dragon informed them. Sabo cursed. While Wapple might have been the king, he was also a tyrant. He had ruled with an iron fist over his country, creating laws left and right which put the very lives of his people at risk before fleeing to the sea. The revolutionaries had been monitoring the country for only a matter of months and were still in the midst of planning a preliminary investigation when the king had inexplicably fled. From the scarce accounts of the few traitors the revolutionaries had in their network, the country seemed to have had a problem with pirates, who, while doing the inhabitants a favor by scaring away their cowardly ruler, had also ransacked the entire country. The revolutionaries had considered offering their aid, but the inhabitants were still too distrustful of outsiders. Dragon and Sabo had believed they were best taking a step back to allow the country to heal as it would. But if Wapple was now back in the vicinity, then Drum Island was under threat once more. I guess you want someone to verify the reports and prepare the islanders if it is true? Sabo proposed. Dragon nodded. Yes. I had thought about sending Terry Giltio, but Sabo, you can go instead. Okay. When do I leave? Sabo asked. As soon as possible, Dragon confirmed. You'll have to go alone though. I'll need Koala and Hack here to assist with the tequila raid plans. Koala looked between the two, confused. How is this a solution to the problem with Sabo's eye? She asked curiously. Drum Island was once well known in the medical field, and I have it on good authority that a very prestigious doctor still resides there. Sabo can assess the situation with Wapple and at the same time he can seek out the doctor. You may have to do a little hunting though. I hear she keeps to herself mostly, Dragon grinned at him. Sabo smirked. Very few of Dragon's associates were ever easy to find. Is Crosan available to take me, or am I taking one of the ships? He questioned, pushing himself to his feet and quickly shrugging on his jacket. Koala flicked the lead pipe still resting on the floor, catching it with the tip of her boot and flipping it into the air. The blonde caught it with practiced ease. "I've ordered one of the smaller vessels be prepared," said Dragon, stepping into the hall. "It will be ready within the hour." Sabo nodded, following in Dragon's wake as they strode down the hall. He was surprised when the taller man waved Koala along the corridor. She hurried past the pair dutifully, Sabo's top hat in her grasp. "I don't expect you to give regular reports, Sabo," Dragon started, turning to the blonde, who quickly took note of the seriousness of the older man's tone. "This is as much a personal errand as it is a revolutionary one, and I expect you to do your best to find that doctor. I can't have my best officer impaired in any way." Sabo nodded quickly. Despite the gruff words, he knew the man's concern was driven by much more than simply Sabo being the best revolutionary at Dragon's disposal. It wasn't common knowledge even amongst the revolutionaries that Dragon had rescued Sabo. It might have seemed like Sabo received preferential treatment to anyone who wasn't aware, but Dragon had taken an early interest in his training and health primarily because Sabo had been so far ahead of his peers in terms of his skills and sheer strength. It was obvious Sabo had been well trained before he joined them, if somewhat crudely, and his skills definitely lay in the pipe resting on his back. That wasn't permission to not to give any reports, however, Dragon added, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "We don't want to give Koala an aneurysm, after all." Sabo laughed. "Got it. I'll update you when I can." Dragon nodded once, and Sabo watched him disappear down the corridor. Unsurprisingly, within moments of his departure, Koala appeared at his elbow. That looked like a serious conversation. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, everything's fine." He turned to his friend, a devilish thought suddenly hitting him. "In fact, Dragon was just telling me I don't need to make reports while I'm on the job." Koala stared at him dumbstruck, dismayed to such an extent Sabo couldn't help but laugh. She pouted. "He did not say that," she denied. "Well, not exactly. I don't need to make regular reports though, so don't worry if you don't hear from me very often," he told her. "No different to normal then," she sighed wearily. "I will be checking to make sure you made it to Drum, though. Don't take detours like you did on the way back from Tequila Wolf," she warned. "Hey, that restaurant had some awesome food," he said cheerfully. He bowed at the waist and peered up at her expectantly through the hair falling about his face. Koala rolled her eyes good-naturedly and set his top hat on his blonde curls. He adjusted it minutely before setting off at a brisk pace. "Speaking of which, come and help me raid the kitchens for my trip. They'll have stocked the ship with food already, you know." "Yeah, but it won't last more than a couple of days and it'll take at least 4 to get there from here. They never give me enough." "It'd be more than enough if you ate like a normal person," she huffed, but hurried along after him, intent on making sure he didn't take all their provisions with him. XXX. There was an unnatural stillness about the bar, it was unnerving. It was past midday and the place should have been filled with hungry patrons enjoying their lunches, but it was nearly empty. The few who had braved the stony silence had sequestered themselves into the darkest corners of the establishment, hoping they could avoid the attention of the lone man perched on a bar stool. He'd arrived earlier that morning and slowly proceeded to eat his way through the bar's entire menu. Twice over. His desire for food finally seemed to have diminished, though, and he was currently sat poring over a large travel-beaten map and muttering to himself. The locals were used to unusual visitors, they lived close to the entrance of the Grand Line, after all. They saw all sorts. But rarely did they see a Whitebeard pirate. A fact Portgasdy's ace, also known as Fire Fist, was finding rather frustrating. The stares he could deal with. Rarely did he bother wearing a shirt and the Whitebeard Jolly Roger did cover the majority of his back, so he was used to people gawking at him. But that morning, he found it was just annoying that everyone had scattered as soon as he'd entered the bar. And hardly anyone had come in since he'd arrived. He guessed rumors of one of Whitebeard's own had sent the locals into hiding. Or rendered them mute, since even the few that had remained had steadfastly ignored any of his attempts to engage them in conversation. Which was a shame, Ace thought, running a hand through and ruffling his black hair, because he could really have used some local knowledge right then. He had been hot on the heels of a new sighting of Blackbeard and he was desperate to verify the information, but no one was talking. Ace sighed heavily, his gaze flickering between the map in front of him and the log posse on his wrist. "See, can I get why you anything else?" Ace raised his head, eyebrow raised at the barkeeper who had been a stuttering mess for hours now. He was honestly surprised the man hadn't passed out or run away already. Out the corner of one eye, Ace saw a large man in a chef's hat, wooden spoon in hand, loitering in the back by the kitchen door and keeping a careful eye on the barkeeper and his proximity to the pirate. From their almost identical looks, Ace guessed they were brothers. He turned his attention back to the barkeeper, smiling cheerfully and hoping to put the trembling man at ease. It didn't work. I know I've asked you already, but are you sure you haven't heard of anyone called Blackbeard passing through here recently? He asked, trying not to let his desperation and frustration show. He might have called himself Marshall D. Teach? The barkeeper shook his head so fast Ace thought he'd make himself sick. His shoulders slumped. This Teach guy a pirate? Ace turned to the chef, who was eyeing him distrustfully. He nodded slowly. Guessing he's trouble? Yeah, he is. Why? The chef shrugged. Just heard that Drum Island had problems with pirates a while back. Might want to head that way. You couldn't have told me that earlier? Ace groaned, leaning over his map eagerly. He quickly found Drum Island, just over 100 leagues north of his current location. Drum, he wondered aloud. It seemed plausible Blackbeard would have headed that direction. It was the next closest island in the chain, relatively small and out of the way, but not too far off the well-traversed routes. Ace hadn't been able to trace any permanent ship Blackbeard might be using, so he could only guess Blackbeard was stealing whatever was available at the time. Drum looked like it was a winter island, which wasn't going to be a problem for Ace, but it usually meant the locals weren't used to visitors, with not many folks too eager to bask in constant frigid temperatures. And if the locals really had problems with pirates, then they might be even more cautious than normal, especially since Ace was a pirate himself. It was like Luffy and mountain bandits, Ace thought, stuffing his map away into his bag. Luffy would probably always hold a grudge against them. Although, he suspected Dayton and her motley crew might have escaped his bias. He grinned to himself at the thought of his little brother. He had seen some of the articles that had graced the newspapers recently and he was beyond proud Luffy was already making a name for himself. Not that he had expected anything less, it was Luffy. Oh, he suddenly paused at the door of the bar and turned to the two owners. Thank you for the food. And the information, he said, bowing politely before stepping out into the midday sun, adjusting his hat against the glare. Hey! Ace peered back through the doorway to see the chef angrily waving his spoon at him and his younger brother grasping the back of his apron in an attempt to stop him from launching himself over the bar. You haven't paid. You've practically eaten all our stock. Where's our money? Ace pet his head, a small smile on his face and he shrugged noncommittedly. He rarely carried belly on him even when he did have any. When he'd been captain of the Spade Pirates, his crew had quickly learned not to let him handle the finances, or it would all end up on food. He freely admitted he had gone a bit crazy when he'd first got his hands on some real gold, not the aged and tarnished kind him and Luffy had managed to scrounge from Grey Terminal, but instead the pure yellow from the book Sabo had shown them. His reputation for reckless spending had carried over to the Moby D, and Marco purposely rationed his share of anything they were given. Ace would have been annoyed except for the fact he had been able to commission his striker at Water 7. With the savings, which led to him begrudgingly agreeing Marco had the right idea. N.I.Chan. Stop, be quiet. He's a Whitebeard pirate. It doesn't matter, we can restock and dash. It does so matter. And I don't care if he's the DMN Pirate King himself. He can pay us something. Ace couldn't help but cringe at the man's words. He really did hate when people mentioned himself and the Pirate King in the same sentence, no matter how small the comparison actually was. Well, the chef snapped. Where's our money? Sorry. Ace shouted, abruptly turning on his heel and dashing down the street, infuriated cries echoing after him. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the very persistent chef rushing after him, his brother hot on his heels and flanked by a few of the bullier patrons Ace hadn't been able to make friends with. DMN, he huffed. He really didn't have time to mess around. Blackbeard was leagues ahead of him already. He could easily have shot off a few bursts of flames as an incentive for them to back off, but they already seemed mistrustful of pirates and Ace really didn't want to go around giving the Whitebeard pirates a bad name by attacking them. More shouts and pounding feet had him picking up the pace, his bag bouncing uncomfortably against his back. He's running away. Bet that's not a real tattoo. Yeah. He's gotta be a fake. Coward. Ace practically growled but he didn't slow down. Even a year ago, he would have stopped and laid into the small crowd chasing after him, just to prove a point he was no fake. And while he still had quite the temper and would readily go after someone if they wronged anyone he cared about, Blackbeard being a prime example, he was slowly learning to let the personal attacks people spewed at him go. It wasn't easy though, and Ace was not above shouting back his own insults. And as he looked back over his shoulder to do just that, the perfect retort on the tip of his tongue, he missed the figure stepping out into the street in front of him. The first Ace knew of the impending collision was when they went down in a tangle of limbs, the breath knocked out of the pair. A small cloud of dust erupted from the hard ground beneath them. Ace's hat slipped from his head and fell against the nape of his neck. He barely registered a gloved hand crossing into his view to grasp the black top hat which had been knocked from its owner's head before the sounds of the crowd began to bear down on them. "Friends of yours?" the other man asked, far too cheerfully for someone who had literally just been run over in Ace's opinion, but he wasn't going to complain if it meant one less person was mad at him. Not exactly," he answered, glancing over his shoulder and quickly righting his own hat. Without thinking, Ace hurriedly grabbed the arm of his unexpected speed bump and pulled the both of them to their feet. He yanked the other man along behind him. He felt bad enough for possibly ruining what looked to be a somewhat expensive outfit with street dust and grime without letting the man get run over a second time by an overly boisterous mob. Ace felt the man twist in his grip. He fully expected him to pull back and demand an explanation for the sudden chaos he'd found himself in, but instead Ace only heard a deep chuckle. To his utter surprise, the man put on a burst of speed so the pirate was no longer dragging him, but instead running alongside. Booted feet easily kept pace with Ace and tapped lightly on the cobbled street. "Might I suggest, if you want to lose your friends, you take the next left?" the man offered. Ace frowned. "What's left?" "An escape route. Which we appear to be in need of," he countered. Ace didn't have time to consider the consequences of the other's proposal, not with the crowd gaining in speed and numbers, and he ducked left, his companion matching him perfectly. The commander couldn't help but grin widely. It had been a lonely couple of months out on the seas by himself with only the mostly cold trail of Blackbeard to follow. He knew he could have called any one of the Whitebeard pirates or their allies and had their support on his hunt, but finding Blackbeard and making him pay for what he had done to Thatch was his duty. Ace couldn't deny though, it was thrilling to have someone to keep him company on yet another crazy escape. Ace let the other take the lead as the labyrinth of alleyways narrowed to the point where it became impossible to run side by side. The man must have known where he was going because he led Ace with confidence through the warren, never faltering as they jumped over trash bins and other debris. In fact, he was moving so fast, Ace could barely keep the ends of the long black coat in sight before it whipped around another bend. With a small thrill of excitement, it reminded Ace of his childhood of running around Edge Town, one brother in front and another lagging behind, a trio of troublemakers looking for entertainment. He put on a burst of speed to keep his new companion in view. "Where does this lead exactly?" Ace called, laughing at the crowd still valiantly trying to keep up with them, but only causing destruction as they attempted to cram too quickly into the too tight space. "No idea," came the cheerful reply. Ace blinked in surprise. "Did we lose them yet?" He glanced back. There were still a few tails. He slowed slightly and released a small burst of fire from his left hand. He flicked the flames into the next bin they passed, igniting the contents easily. A swift kick had the bin rattling down the alley. He smirked, satisfied when the startled cries of their followers rose from behind them. He wasn't worried about the fire spreading to any buildings. The fire would burn hot but slowly, giving the locals plenty of time to deal with it before it got anywhere near out of control. That's a handy trick. Ace looked forward and was surprised to find the man loitering in the nearest shadow, the rim of his hat shielding his face. He'd have thought the man would have taken the opportunity to make an exit while he had the chance. "Yeah, it has its perks," Ace grinned, panting somewhat heavily. Running on a full stomach wasn't as fun as it used to be. He sensed the other return his grin before he disappeared around the corner. Ace hesitated for a moment before following swiftly. He really ought to apologize before they went their separate ways, Ace thought. The man didn't seem at all put out by the fact he had been bowled over and chased across what felt like half the town, but surely he had better things to do with his afternoon. He found the man standing several feet away, patting at his jet black coat with a single gloved hand, the other holding lightly onto a top hat, his head bowed as he assessed the damage to his attire. "Hey," Ace started, bowing deeply but keeping one hand on his own hat to stop it from slipping. "I'm really sorry about running you over. And I didn't mean to drag you into anything. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble." The other laughed, the noise making Ace's stomach swoop uncomfortably. It was deep, but light-hearted. "So much like." "Don't worry about it," the man assured him, his clothes still rustling as he continued to clean himself off, and knocking Ace out of his thoughts. "It's not the first time trouble has quite literally run into me." Ace snorted, rising from his bow. He lifted his head, fully intending to agree with the other's statement, when the air was completely knocked from his lungs for the second time that afternoon. He was tall, Ace noted absently, probably taller than Ace, although not by much, and lean, not too dissimilar to Luffy. But it was what was in the man's hand that really captured the pirate's attention. His gaze fixed on the top hat, Ace could only watch, dumbfounded, as its owner gave the blue-rimmed goggles a final swipe before it was lifted and set upon the man's head, atop blonde hair that curled softly around a pleasantly smiling face. It was misleading though, Ace noted, that smile. He had seen it before. He had watched it grow, from pure innocence into a powerfully deceptive weapon. Even Dayton had stood no chance when faced with it and the demand for a place to stay. Ace could feel himself starting to tremble. He couldn't help it. Not when faced with such a sight. He silently begged, prayed, pleaded the man would raise his head. He needed to see. One thing would confirm the growing disbelief the man in front of him was. A pair of brilliantly blue eyes suddenly fixed on him, staring at him with undisguised curiosity. The man ped his head inquisitively, goggles flashing in the blazing sunshine. The rim of the top hat, that top hat, tilted and the hair parted just enough for Ace to make out the reddened and scarred skin around the left eye. It was so sudden, I barely realized what had happened. Ace choked, Dogra's words echoing straight from the past. Are you okay? Ace couldn't deny it any longer. He couldn't. It was the same voice. Deeper, richer but still distinctly. Sabo? Sabo? The revolutionary studied the man before him curiously. Barely 10 minutes ago, he had been happily walking around town, stretching his legs and restocking on food. He had told Koala there wasn't going to be enough for 4 days, when he had been knocked clean off his feet. Following that had been a merry run around the back alleys in a bid to escape an angry mob that for once he'd not been the cause of. Oddly, he had been having rather a pleasant time in the company of the very man who had run him over in the first place. But now the man was deathly pale, making the dark freckles dusting his cheeks stand out harshly, and he was staring at him like he had just seen a ghost. And he knew Sabo's name? He had an inkling of who the man was from rumors, but he was pretty certain they'd never crossed paths before. I'm sorry, but have we met? He asked, a little confused. It was obviously the wrong thing to say. The man flushed angrily, broken out of his stupor by Sabo's innocent question. Sabo eyed him warily when flames slowly started liking at the man's hands, which he had clenched tightly into fists. Have we met? Are you kidding me? The man advanced, getting right up in Sabo's personal space. Stop screwing around. Yes, we've met before. How can you seriously ask me that? He shouted, incredulous. Sabo took a step back, swiftly putting a little more space towards them, and not because he was intimidated. No, he was rather more concerned the man might forget himself in his anger and lose control of the fire dancing across his skin. Sabo's own skin prickled uncomfortably at the sight of the fire rippling over tender flesh. He barely managed to suppress the instinct to shudder. Look, he said, his voice taking on the most placating tone he could muster. I'm not screwing around. I really don't think we've met each other before. And I know I'm pretty good at offending people, but if I've already done so with you, then I just beat my own record. He tried to grin, but the other wasn't having any of it and scoffed, a deep scowl marring his face. Quit it. This isn't a joking matter. You're right, it's not. But I don't appreciate being shouted at by a complete stranger. Sabo snapped back, quickly losing his own temper. If Sabo ignored the running over part, they had both been quite cordial with each other, and he seriously had no idea what had turned the tide. The man actually snarled. I'm not a stranger. We are not strangers. Oh really? Because I think I'd have remembered meeting Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates before today. That is who you are, isn't it, going by your tattoo and the devil fruit, Sabo said, glancing back down to the man's arms which were now completely ablaze. Am I right? Sabo. Ace growled. He lunged forward, making a wide, uncalculated swing at the blonde, his bag dropping heavily to the floor. And? Another thing, how do you know my name? Sabo wondered, dodging easily. Are you sure you aren't mistaking me for some else? Yes, I'm sure. Ace yelled, his fist connecting with the wall exactly where Sabo's head had been only seconds before. I'm not an idiot. I'd know you anywhere. You with your ridiculous goggles and that stupid napkin you're still wearing. Oi! Sabo cried, rather offended. At least I can dress myself properly. And it's called a cravat. To Sabo's confusion, Ace laughed, but it was by no means happy. Instead, it sounded rather hysterical. He shook his head slowly. I never knew you could be such a BSTRD, Sabo, Ace ground out. This isn't funny anymore. Stop pretending like you don't know me and tell me where the hell you've been for the last 10 years. Sabo frowned. He was beyond frustrated, but he tried to push it down in the face of the other man's agitation. He seriously had no idea what was happening. Or what the pirate meant. He was beginning to feel a little bad for the guy. He was obviously distressed and upset, and Sabo had no idea how to deal with it. Koala was much better at these kinds of situations than him. He sighed heavily, dodging another punch that went wide. What the hell are you playing at, Sabo? Be serious. Please. We thought you were. I am being serious. I don't know you. Sabo declared. If you want to remind me, by all means go ahead, but I am telling the truth. I've never met any Whitebeard pirates before. Ace glared at him, and it could have been Sabo's imagination, but he was sure the other's eyes looked suspiciously damp. Remind you? Ace repeated through gritted teeth. He choked out another laugh. We're brothers. I shouldn't have to remind you. Sabo froze. It felt like ice had settled in his blood. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't dodge Ace's next blow, and it caught him square in the chest, knocking the wind out of him and sending him to the ground for the second time that day. His hat tumbled from his head and rolled away merrily. He stared at Ace, wide-eyed and dazed in ways he hadn't been in years. He flinched when Ace's fist swung towards his face, but it missed him by millimeters and slammed into the ground next to his head. He gasped when Ace grabbed his shirt and roughly yanked him up. You bstrd. We mourn for you. How could you not contact us? Not even one DMN letter. The whole town saw the attack, Sabo. You had to have known we'd hear what happened and you didn't even think to let us know you were still alive. Sabo physically recoiled at the barrage of words Ace was throwing at him. He couldn't comprehend anything he was hearing. His mind was still stuck on the word brother. The thought was foreign, especially since he had known, without a shadow of a doubt, he hadn't wanted to go back to wherever he had been escaping from when he'd been attacked. With childlike naivety, however, he had never even considered the possibility there might have been someone he left behind. I didn't know, he whispered. His mouth was dry and his skin felt clammy. He wasn't sure if Ace's shaking was resonating down to him, but he was suddenly trembling uncontrollably. I didn't know. I don't remember, he repeated weakly. Ace frowned and Sabo felt the grip loosen on his shirt. How can you not remember? He demanded. I don't remember anything, Sabo exclaimed. He saw Ace's shoulders slump in shock and he stared down at him in disbelief. He took the opportunity to push himself up, forcing Ace back in order to avoid another bump. He waved a hand at his face, indicating the scarring he usually tried to avoid acknowledging. The injuries I sustained in the explosion included severe head trauma. I honestly can't remember anything before I woke up in a sickbay with all my memories gone, he explained weakly. I don't know you, I don't know anything about what we are to each other. Ace stared at him, horrified, for several tense seconds. He raised one hand and reached out toward Sabo's face. The blonde flinched and Ace quickly jerked back, just before his fingertips could make contact with the scarred skin. Sorry, he said hurriedly, obviously afraid he might have just overstepped some invisible boundary. He finally released Sabo's shirt and staggered to his feet. Cautiously, Sabo rose to his own feet, watching Ace warily but not saying a word. He was very concerned at how fast Ace seemed to be breathing and worried he might start hyperventilating at any moment, but he had no idea what words would calm him down. He was a little afraid to make any noise in case it broke the tenuous control the pirate was exhibiting. You really don't have any memories? At all? Ace asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Sabo actually jumped, his voice had broken the harsh silence that had fallen around them. Ace was looking at him with such pain in his eyes, it made Sabo want to turn away so he didn't have to see it anymore, but he swallowed his own guilt at causing such anguish and forced himself to hold Ace's gaze. No. Listen, are you sure you have the right Sabo? He asked, hesitantly. That scar, it's from the Tenryubido's attack, right? Sabo slowly nodded. The small part of him, the more rational and logical part that thought Ace might have been lying, that he might have been trying to lure him into a false sense of security, suddenly disappeared. There were only a handful of people who knew the full story behind his injuries. He'd never lied about how he had acquired such a horrific injury at such a young age, but he had never gone around advertising it was at the hands of a Tenryubido either. The fact Ace apparently knew all about it forced Sabo to conclude there was at least some truth to the other man's words. But Ace wasn't finished. You were leaving Dawn Island. You set sail from the area known as Goa Kingdom. You were nearly 11 years old when you left. You're definitely Sabo, he concluded, staring at him. Sabo smiled weakly. Well, I know my name is actually Sabo now, I guess, he said softly. Catching the confused frown on Ace's face, he shrugged half-heartedly. I told you, I have no memories. The only reason I go by Sabo at all is because it was written on a couple of possessions that were saved with me. They could have been something I'd stolen for all I knew. Ace snorted and shook his head weakly. A rueful smile broke out across his face. What's so funny? The blonde wondered, puzzled at the sudden amusement coming from the man in front of him, when only seconds ago, he'd looked like he was about to pass out from shock. Nothing, it's just, Ace gestured to Sabo. Of all the ways I wished you would come back, this wasn't on the list, he admitted. Sorry, Sabo said, compelled to apologize. Ace waved it off. It's not your fault, he sighed, collapsing back against the wall heavily. He buried his face in his hands with a deep groan. Sabo shuffled awkwardly, before bending to pick up his top hat from where it lay and dusted it off again. He stared down at the goggles, one of 3 things to have been rescued with him. He had never really given it much thought before, but he had always found them constricting if he kept them on his forehead. The rim of his hat had seemed like the next logical place to keep them. He wondered if he'd worn them like that when Ace had known him. The sudden thought he could actually ask someone such a question about his past sent a thrill of pleasure through him. He had never had such an opportunity before and the feeling was nearly overwhelming. He had never let himself dwell on what he was missing. His body either remembered it could do something, or it didn't, and Sabo had learned anyway, but having someone barely 10 feet from him who was able to answer those questions and fill in a few gaps, it was exciting. However, the most pressing question Sabo had on the tip of his tongue was a much more obvious one. He watched Ace run a shaky hand through his dark hair. The pirate caught his gaze and raised a brow. "What? We don't look anything alike," Sabo noted. "How are we related to one another?" "We're brothers. Don't tell me you have short-term memory issues too." Ace gawked, crossing his arms. Sabo rolled his eyes. "No, just long-term," he retorted. "And I hear you, we're brothers." He tried to ignore the way he stumbled over the word. He thought it would be foreign, but it had a sense of rightness to it Sabo hadn't expected. It was as daunting as it was exhilarating. There was a lot of responsibility with such a title and Sabo wondered whether he was up to the task. "What I meant was we don't exactly look alike." "Oh," Ace said, placated. "Have you ever heard that if people share a cup of sake they become brothers?" Maybe." He couldn't honestly imagine where in the world they would have heard such a story to entice them to perform such a ritual as children. "Well, that's what we did," confirmed Ace. "We stole some sake and shared a drink. Then spent the rest of the afternoon being chased by Dayton for stealing her best bottle," he added, a true smile finally gracing his face. Sabo grinned in response. "We were 10 at the time. Nearly a year later, you were taken from us." "Taken?" Sabo inquired, deciding to ignore the use of plural when Ace spoke of their apparent brotherhood for the moment. He was far too interested in the surrounding circumstances. Ace's face darkened again. "Yeah. By your father," he practically spat the word in disgust. "You'd run away from home years before. You weren't happy there. It sounded like they treated you more like an object than their son. I think they even wanted to marry you off. But your father saw us in the streets one day and decided to take you back. You left us a letter. Obviously, you wrote it before you set sail," he explained. It was so strange, Sabo concluded. He hadn't expected it to be. He had never really thought about what had driven him to leave. He was actually beginning to realize he hadn't thought about a lot of things. He hadn't let himself. "What did the letter say?" Sabo asked nervously. "Just you were setting off earlier than we'd planned. We were going to wait until we were 17 before we left. We wanted to be pirates," Ace chuckled. Where his arms were crossed, somewhat protectively across his chest, Sabo saw one of Ace's hands cover the tattoo on his arm. He frowned thoughtfully but didn't press. Even when Ace's hand dropped to reveal a crossed-out yes. The muffled ringing of a den mushy broke the silence of the alley. Ace looked around before his gaze settled on Sabo's coat. "Isn't that yours?" he asked. "Yeah," the blonde replied, but made no move to answer it. "Shouldn't you get it?" "It might be important," said Ace, and Sabo could see he looked rather amused. It was a much better look on him than the pained expression he had worn earlier. "It's fine. It'll only be someone making sure I've reached Drum Island. And honestly, if I answered, they'd probably fall over from shock," he added. Ace snorted. "It always did take ages to get your attention if you were focused on something." He eyed Sabo somewhat shrewdly, and the revolutionary saw a small but hesitant smirk break out. "Do you still have that habit of walking off by yourself?" he asked, teasingly. "It's not walking off." Sabo denied, although he made a mental note to tell Koala that little fact. She was adamant she was going to break him out of his bad habit, but if it was something he had been doing before he even joined the Revolutionary Army, then he felt justified it was something he could, and would, continue doing. "It's not my fault if other people can't keep up." Ace laughed, and the final tension hovering over them like a cloud finally dispersed. As Sabo stepped aside to let Ace collect his bag, he was struck with sudden nerves. He turned away to prevent the pirate from sensing his sudden trepidation. For only the second time in his life. That he remembered anyway, he had absolutely no idea where in the world he was meant to go from here. Did they now go their separate ways? Did they exchange contact information? What did they do? He couldn't lie to himself, the thought of them going their separate ways didn't sit well. He wanted to get to know Ace, and he wasn't so cruel as to deny letting Ace get to know him again. It was obvious their unexpected reunion had unsettled the pirate, whose eyes Sabo could feel boring into his back. Although, Sabo thought nervously, he had no idea who he had been as kid. What if Ace didn't like who he had become? Hang on, Ace's voice cut through his thoughts and Sabo turned to him, carefully schooling his expression. Did you say Drum Island? He asked in disbelief. Yeah, why? That's where I'm going, he admitted. Sabo blinked in surprise. Oh. What do you have to do there? Sabo hesitated, unsure of what he should tell Ace. He had sensed no falsehoods whatsoever in Ace's voice or body language, and Sabo considered himself to be an excellent judge of both. He was of the firm opinion no one, no matter how good an actor they were, could have faked the pure emotional display Ace had put on before. The rawness of his words and the few facts he had shared with Sabo had proved they had known each other to some extent at least, even if it turned out Ace had lied about their actual relationship. Making a snap decision, and hoping he wouldn't live to regret it, Sabo grinned. I'm a revolutionary, he said. Ace's eyes widened comically. How'd that happen, he wondered, once he had found his voice again. Sabo shrugged. They were the ones who saved me after the attack. I didn't have anywhere else to go, so they let me stay. The Revolutionary Army was around Dawn Island 10 years ago? Ace asked, looking thoughtful. Was Dragon with them? Sabo frowned. You know Dragon? Ace shook his head quickly. No, not personally. I just know a couple of people that do. They're from Dawn Island as well. Sabo accepted the explanation. It would make sense as to why Dragon had decided to tag along. He had always wondered what had brought his leader to the island. It couldn't just have been the presence of a Tenryubito, not when they had been at such a critical stage of the revolution within South Blue. So, the revolutionaries have business on Drum Island, then? Is trouble brewing? That's what I'm going to find out. Their former king is a tyrant of the worst kind and he's been seen in the area again. Ace nodded. Why are you going to Drum? Blackbeard, Ace said, his tone gruff and his face taking on an ugly sneer. Sabo frowned at the abrupt change. He was seen headed that way some time ago. I'm hoping the locals on Drum will be able to point me in his direction. Blackbeard, Sabo repeated, testing the name. It left a bad taste in his mouth. Who is he? A traitor, Ace snapped, his gaze dark. Sabo didn't press him for further details. The flash of grief that had flicked across Ace's face told him it was a sensitive subject. Sabo loathed that in the last hour he had become familiar with seeing such a look on Ace's face. It didn't suit him. Well, Sabo started, smiling encouragingly. Neither of us are going to get anywhere if we stand around here all day. Drum Island is only a day's sailing away. Shall we get started? Ace stared at him, looking a little taken aback at the sudden invitation, but it soon gave way to a delighted grin. Hell yeah. XXX. Nearly a day later, the pair stared at the horizon where Drum Island, a mere speck in the distance, had finally emerged from the gloom of the early morning mist. Ace was at the stern of Sabo's small ship, relashing the striker to the larger vessel for what was easily the 100th time since they had left the backwater island where they'd inadvertently met. Sabo couldn't begrudge Ace's protectiveness. The striker was ingenious and he could understand why Ace was so proud of it. The blonde was rather hopeful Ace might let him have a ride on it. It looked almost as much fun as the few waivers the revolutionaries procured whenever they fell from Skypea. Sabo grinned and shook his head when Ace's curses reached his ears over the waves. He was rather amused by the language Ace used. He could put any sailor to shame. Ace had wholeheartedly blamed the bandits who had raised him when Sabo had pointed it out. That had led to some interesting revelations. Sabo couldn't imagine bandits raising an orphan, and it was only on a little prodding Ace had admitted it wasn't voluntary on their part, but more coercion by his grandfather. Sabo rather hoped he didn't meet Ace's, and apparently his, grandfather anytime soon. A man who could convince a group of bandits to raise a baby sounded rather terrifying. Once Ace had started, the dam split open and Sabo had learnt more about himself than he had ever dreamt possible. Ace had shared several stories about their first meetings and the beginnings of their friendship. He'd also explained what he could about Sabo's birth family, although the information was limited. You didn't like to talk about them, he had explained apologetically. In fact, I didn't even know you had any until your father caught us in town. I didn't push. You never asked about mine. I guessed it was only fair. I wish I had, though, he'd admitted, and his eyes had flickered over Sabo's scarred face again. Sabo had a feeling there was a lot more to the story than Ace was letting on, but he hadn't pressed. He wasn't sure how much more world-shattering information he could process. Is that it? Ace asked, suddenly appearing at Sabo's shoulder. He nodded. Yeah, should only be another hour or so. We made good time, Ace grinned. I see your navigational skills are still as sharp as always. Sabo turned to him. I could navigate as a kid? Yeah. Most of it was all theory. We never had the chance to sail when we were kids. You devoured every book you could get your hands on, he replied. I guess you didn't remember any of that though, did you? He asked hesitantly. Sabo shrugged. I had dozens of lessons with the other kids who had been saved by the revolutionaries. I've no idea whether I remembered what I knew before, or if I just relearned it. Ace nodded. Do you believe me? He blurted out abruptly. He stared at Sabo worriedly. What do you mean, believe you? The blonde returned. Well, I'm not gonna lie, if someone ran into me and claimed I was their brother, I'd probably punch them, the pirate admitted. You did punch me, Sabo reminded him, rubbing his chest where Ace's fist had connected. It had left a colorful bruise. Ace smiled sheepishly. I don't like surprises. Obviously. What I mean is, you're taking this surprisingly well, all things considered. Do you really believe me? Or have you just been humoring me? He asked, a sour look crossing his face. Sabo sighed and reached for the rope hanging from the wheel. He nimbly looped it over the spokes, locking the wheel in place and ensuring their course before turning to the pirate, who stood with his arms crossed and a deep scowl on his face. Sabo got the impression the crossed arms and glare were more protective measures than because Ace was genuinely angry. The question didn't surprise him. He'd had the feeling with every story Ace had told, he was omitting information. Sabo couldn't quite grasp why, but the look of regret Ace had occasionally worn when he thought Sabo wasn't looking had the blonde wondering just what was being kept from him. He couldn't deny it, he wanted to ask. After going so many years with nothing, to suddenly have answers to every question he'd refused to let himself think about was overwhelming. Sabo didn't know where to start though, if he was honest with himself. He had always wanted to know more about his life before the revolutionaries. How could he not? He wished he had stories to share like his colleagues did in their downtime. The lucky few who hadn't lost everything before joining even visited their loved ones occasionally. And those that weren't so lucky, they at least had the memories. Sabo didn't. He had been Sabo the revolutionary almost from the moment he awoke. On that backwater island, before they had first embarked, while he had waited patiently for Ace to collect his striker from her docking point and readied his own ship for their departure, Sabo had recalled when he had first heard of Fire Fist Ace. There had definitely been a feeling of something when he had caught a glimpse of the wanted poster. But it had been fleeting, and as he rarely had any dealings with pirates, Sabo had dismissed it. Now he was beginning to think it was because he had unconsciously recognized the pirate's face. It was certainly happening a lot these days, that was for sure, Sabo mused. He stared hard at Ace, who shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny, but refused to break Sabo's gaze. I don't not believe you, Sabo said, finally breaking eye contact. Ace frowned. What does that mean? It means, yes, I believe I was probably your brother. From what you've told me, my likes and dislikes don't seem to have changed all that much. But honestly? I feel like we're talking about someone else right now. I really can't picture any of what you're telling me. He watched Ace's shoulders slump. I guess that makes sense. If you don't remember any of it, I guess it will feel like we're talking about a stranger, Ace said softly. Is there any hope of your memories returning? He shrugged and leant back against the railing. I don't know. All the doctors I've seen over the years don't seem to think they ever will. Not after this long. But then, I've never met anyone who could potentially jolt my memory before. I guess it's not impossible you might make me remember something. I've never wished for my memories to return though, he added sharply, dampening Ace's emerging excitement. I'd have gone crazy a long time ago if I dwelt on it all the time. The pirate looked at him thoughtfully. Yeah, I suppose you would have. Silence fell over them, and only the sound of the waves crashing against the bow could be heard. It wasn't uncomfortable, but the air about them felt heavy as they both processed each other's words. Sabo glanced at the approaching island, which loomed ever closer, and stepped back up to the wheel, taking control. His movement seemed to jerk Ace out of his thoughts because he quickly joined him at the wheel, his gray eyes focused on their destination. I never asked, but how long do you reckon you'll need to be on drum? Sabo hummed thoughtfully. Well, I need to warn the locals about Wapple. But whether or not they want my assistance with fortifying themselves against him, I have no idea. Our intel informs us they're not too receptive to strangers. If they don't, I'll have more time to focus on the second objective. Which is? Ace asked, curiously. I need to find a doctor. A doctor? Doesn't the Revolutionary Army have any of their own? He smirked. Of course we do, Sabo retorted. But this doctor is one dragon has recommend I see, he explained. What? Sabo jumped at the unexpected shout. He glanced at Ace, concerned. What? He echoed. You need to see this doctor? Ace asked, hand reaching out to grip tightly at Sabo's coat and jerking his hand off the wheel. The blonde was more than a little taken aback at the alarmed tone. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen someone turn so ashen so quickly. What's wrong with you? Ace demanded, shaking Sabo's arm. Nothing, I just need to get my eyesight checked out, he assured the pirate, trying to keep the wheel steady with one hand. Why? Ace demanded again. Sabo stared at him, puzzled. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? When Ace frowned, he continued. The explosion caused scarring, Ace, he pointed out, pulling his arm free and gesturing to his face. My sight was probably only saved thanks to a devil fruit user, but it might not be a permanent fix and Dragon wants another expert to check it out. That's why he asked me to do this job, so I could find this doctor. It's a hassle, but I guess I see his point about not letting it get worse. It's not exactly 100% as it is. Why not just get the devil fruit user to do whatever the hell it was they did last time? Asked Ace, brow furrowed. They're not exactly accessible right now, he smiled ruefully. Where are they? Impel down, said Sabo, shortly. Ah. Yeah, I can see how that would be a little tricky, Ace muttered. Do you think you could? No, never mind, forget it, he said, obviously embarrassed. No, go on. Could I what? Sabo encouraged. Ace shook his head stubbornly. He rolled his eyes. Ace, I'm not gonna be mad. You can ask me anything. Really? Ace spluttered, surprised by the other's frankness. Sure, he grinned. And if you do somehow manage to offend me, I'll just punch you, he teased. You can try, Ace smirked, waving his hand lazily as small flames licked at his skin. Sabo shook his head at the cocky display. Okay, well, if I can ask anything? Would you be willing to speak to this doctor, if we can find them, and ask about your memories returning? The question caught Sabo off guard. After everything he had just told Ace, he should have been able to guess he didn't go around asking every doctor he came across if his memories would ever return. Ace must have read something in his expression, because he hurried to elaborate. I get you're not bothered if they ever come back or not. I understand. Really, I do. But you've had 10 years to get used to the idea, Sabo, and you may have come to terms with the knowledge they're lost forever, but I haven't, he explained softly. The thought you don't remember our treehouse, our home, or the cliff where we used to hang out, or Dayton, or Dogra, hell even Gramps, he exclaimed. It's not right that we remember and you don't. If this doctor is so special that Dragon told you to find them, they might have a solution. It's not like you have anything to lose if they can't do anything, so why not ask? I'd personally regret it if we didn't. And I promise to live life without regrets, he finished resolutely. Sabo, who had listened quietly throughout the other's tirade, shook his head almost despairingly. I guess there's no harm in asking. But don't be surprised by the answer, he warned. Ace grinned brightly. I promise I'll accept any answer they give. And, if afterwards, you want to leave and never see me again, I'll leave you alone, he vowed. Sabo raised an eyebrow. That, he hadn't expected. You'd let me go? Just like that? Yeah, he confirmed. I know you're not actually dead now. It's enough for me to know you're out there somewhere. He suddenly smirked and it almost had Sabo wanting to take a step back. It was far too mischievous. What? He asked slowly. Well, I might let you go, but when he finds out you're alive, Luffy definitely won't. Sabo frowned. Luffy? He surely couldn't be talking about. Ace grinned proudly and reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar poster, almost crumpled beyond recognition. Sabo, meet your little brother. What? XXX. Despite the lateness of the hour, the silence that had fallen across the Going Merry was not one of a peaceful slumber. Instead, it was tense and uncomfortable, filled with the knowledge they were against the clock. Nami's illness had unsettled the entire crew. It had happened so fast and unexpectedly, none of them had been prepared for the eventuality one of the crew might get sick. Injuries, they all expected on a daily basis. Illness, they did not. The medicine Kaya had stocked the crew with way back in syrup had disappeared alarmingly fast, leaving them with nothing that could help their ailing navigator. Luffy sighed unhappily, his forehead resting on the kitchen table with his arms limp at his sides. He rolled his head to his left and glanced down to where Usopp was spread out on the bench next to him, sound asleep. Luffy was envious. He wished he could fall asleep, but a strange restlessness in his limbs he usually attributed to wanting to beat something up kept him awake. He sighed again and raised his head to see Sanji was still puttering about the stove, occasionally muttering quietly to himself. A glance through the porthole in the kitchen door showed the lone figure of Vivi stood out on the deck. She was wrapped up in a blanket to ward off the night's chill at the insistence of the chef. The princess and former Baroque Works agent had finally left her bedside vigil out of necessity to keep the Going Merry and her precious cargo on course. Next to Nami, she had the most navigational experience of them all and speed was of the essence. Luffy had half a mind to find Zoro and spar, he desperately wanted to burn off some nervous energy, and he hated sitting around waiting. He didn't do waiting very well. But he didn't want to be told off for making too much noise and he suspected Zoro was, for once, actually using his turn in the crow's nest to actually watch rather than sleep. They had been taking it in turns to stand watch, their eyes peeled for any sign of a life on the calm ocean of the Grand Line. Another would sit for a stint in the dimly lit bedroom, keeping watch over their afflicted nakama, whose bouts of unconsciousness were increasing with every league they sailed. Between the two of them, Sanji and Vivi had managed to rouse Nami long enough to force some much-needed fluids into her, but with every passing hour, it was becoming harder and harder to wake her long enough for her to take the sips of water. "Here," said Sanji. Despite the fact he had practically whispered, his voice cut through the silence and made Luffy jump. He turned to his chef and saw him holding out a steaming bowl of clear broth. "Take this downstairs to Nami's room while I take Vivi her portion. And don't you dare even think about taking a single sip, Luffy," the blonde ordered. "Got it." Luffy saluted sharply. He jumped quickly to his feet, eager to help in any way he could, and accepted the bowl carefully. He had just spent the last 2 hours watching Sanji meticulously prepare the broth. He had seen exactly how much attention he had put into preparing Nami's food. Luffy wouldn't dream of ruining the effort if it made her better. "When you get back, I'll have the leftover meat from lunch ready for you," Sanji promised in return for his captain's cooperation. "Just don't spill that." Luffy shook his head wildly and hurried down the stairs to Nami's cabin, carrying his precious cargo carefully. He picked his way across the darkened room as best he could, trying not to trip on the rugs, and set the bowl on the bedside table. Despite the promise of meat waiting for him back upstairs, Luffy paused and stared down at his navigator. They hadn't known each other long, but even he could tell after a few short months to see the fiery young woman so still was unnatural. She should be up and about, and bossing them all over the place. She should be complaining they were not lashing the sails correctly, or port was left, not right, and how could they call themselves pirates if they didn't even know the basics? Luffy stood and listened to his nakama's harsh and labored breathing. Her cheeks were flushed a brilliant red which clashed horribly with her hair. With the same amount of care he usually only showed towards his precious straw hat, Luffy reached out and gently laid a hand against her cloth-covered forehead. He frowned at the dryness of it. It probably needed changing. He knew Sanji would take care of it when he came down to feed her the broth, but Luffy had been feeling pretty useless all day, and Sanji was exhausted, they all were, so he could at least do this small task. He glanced quickly around the room and spotted a bowl of water on the desk. He delicately peeled the cloth away from Nami's sweaty forehead, relieved when she didn't stir, and crossed the room to dip the cloth in the tepid water. As he picked up the now soaked cloth, an unbidden smile graced his face. He remembered the time Sabo had been sick. He had picked up a cold, from Ace of all people, and Luffy had been put in charge of looking after his blonde brother for the day while Ace had sought help from Makino. It had been a daunting task, making sure their treehouse was defended from potential dangers and Sabo was comfortable. Of course, it was only after Ace had pointed out the correct way to use the dampened cloth that Luffy realized he had been doing it wrong all day. Sabo hadn't once complained though and had remained in bed indulgently, letting his little brother fuss. It had been a good day, even if Sabo had been sick. Rarely had his brothers let him look after them and he had jumped at the chance to prove he could do it. Shaking himself out of the memory, Luffy made sure to wring the cloth thoroughly before he crossed back to Nami's bedside. He laid it carefully across her forehead, brushing a few errant strands of hair from her face before stepping back and admiring his work. He was pleased to see it seemed to bring some comfort to Nami almost immediately. "What are you doing?" Luffy turned to see Sanji standing at the bottom of the stairs, his gaze flickering between Luffy and the bowl of water on the desk. Luffy wondered how long he had been silently watching him. "I was just changing the cloth," he explained, stepping back and allowing Sanji to take his place. The chef inspected his captain's work, and Luffy saw a flicker of surprise cross his face. "Huh? You actually did it right," he said in disbelief, but the dark-haired teen also detected a hint of gratitude. He looked down at Luffy curiously. "Where'd you learn to do that?" Luffy just grinned and bolted from the room, ignoring the question completely. He bounced towards the kitchen, the smell of warmed meat driving him on. He flopped down onto the bench, jolting Usopp from his restless sleep. "How's Nami?" he asked, voice rough with sleep. "Same," Luffy huffed around a mouthful of meat. Usopp groaned and flopped back onto the bench. "I really hope we find an island soon." "We will," Luffy said, firmly. They had to, he thought. They'd all traveled too far to turn back for help now. They could only hope, by some miracle, a doctor would appear ahead of them. XXX. Sabo guided his small vessel down the narrow riverway, grateful he had done the task so often he could let his mind wander freely while his body worked on autopilot. Brothers. Brothers plural, he thought, shaking his head, still in a state of disbelief. Portgastes Ace and Monkey D. Luffy. He had hardly been able to believe his eyes when Ace had waved about the very same wanted poster he had spent hours examining under his nose. He still felt a little guilty about his initial outburst seconds after Ace had revealed who the pirate was. He had been elated to hear Sabo knew Luffy, until he revealed the reason was the result of an unexpected encounter in Logue Town. The other's disappointment it wasn't because Sabo remembered Luffy had been clearly evident in the way his whole body appeared to slump. He had picked himself up pretty quickly though, and had proceeded to badger Sabo for all the details about their little brother. Sabo had been only too happy to oblige, eager to know more about the pirate who had captured his attention and interest. He what? Ace had shouted upon hearing about Luffy's escapade on the execution platform. How'd he get out of that one? Sabo chucked. A lightning strike hit the stand and destroyed it. It practically fried Buggy, but Luffy brushed it off like it was nothing. He just stood up in the middle of the wreckage and said, "That was lucky." The execution platform was destroyed? Ace had asked, a strange expression briefly crossing his face. Sabo had nodded. Good. Remind me to thank Luffy when I see him. The cabin door clattered open, dragging Sabo back to the present. He glanced over his shoulder to see Ace step out into the weak winter sunlight. He had thrown on a long black trench coat and was lazily buttoning up the front. Ace caught his inquisitive gaze and grinned. I figured I'd best cover up the tattoo. The information I got about this place is they've had problems with pirates recently. They might be more willing to share if they don't know I'm one, he explained. Good thinking. Plus, they'd probably think it weird you didn't seem bothered by the cold, the blonde replied, as a chilly gust of wind rattled the ship's sails. Although, considering it's a winter island, I thought we'd see a bit more snow, he mused, glancing up at the surprisingly clear skies. Ace laughed. Sorry, that's probably my fault. It never snows around me anymore. Luffy's gonna be disappointed when he finds out. He loves the stuff, he grinned. Sabo nodded. You've done us a favor, anyway. What do you mean? Well, now we won't have to pretend not to see the locals who are approaching us, he said, discreetly glancing up and to the left, towards the riverbank that towered over them where he could sense people approaching. Ace followed his gaze and caught sight of a man ducking for cover in the tree line. He grinned. Guess we don't. Pirates. The two turned in unison to the other bank, hunting for the owner of the voice. An imposing man with slicked black hair stared down at them, his deep green tunic and armor-plated arms standing out sharply against the backdrop of white snow. He was flanked by several others, and each one had their weapons trained on the pair. Sabo eyed the weaponry with an expert eye and was a little dismayed at the where everything showed. If it wasn't dented, it was blunted. Pirates. I ask that you depart peacefully, immediately, the man ordered, arms crossed. The command was backed up by the sound of dozens of rifles being paid. If it had been anyone other than the two stood quietly on deck, it might have been an imposing display of strength, but as their boat drifted in the current, Sabo could see the faces of the men were either very old, or very young. Besides the man staring them down, there were very few able-bodied men amongst them. And despite the heavy winter gear they were wearing to protect them from the harsh elements, out of the corner of his eye, he could see many were trembling. Sabo cast a quick glance at Ace and saw he had also noticed the naked fear on the men's faces. The blonde sighed and stepped forward slowly. We can't leave yet, I'm afraid. We have business to attend to here, he explained. He didn't miss how nearly all the men glanced at the large man in green to gauge his reaction. He was obviously the current appointed leader. We don't do business with pirates. I'm not a pirate. The man behind you is Fire Fist Ace, is he not? The man gestured. DMN, said Ace, although he smiled pleasantly. Guess the coat was pointless? Sabo silently cursed the fact Ace was so well known. He didn't usually work with people who were so recognizable at first sight. Protection of one's identity was key in the Revolutionary Army, and it was imperative to be careful of who knew such information. If the Marines were ever able to put a name to a face, stealth work was out of the question, leaving them near trapped at Baltigo, like Dragon. Becoming so well known had played a part in Ivankov's downfall and was a cautionary tale to all the revolutionaries. I'll ask again, please leave our island peacefully and no one will come to harm, the man repeated firmly. Look, yes, Ace is obviously a pirate, but I promise you, we're not here to cause trouble. I'm actually hoping to prevent any, said Sabo. I have some information for you. We're not interested in whatever it is you have to share. It's about Wapple, Sabo informed them. The men's reactions were instantaneous, with dozens of voices shouting, spies, and others crying from pure dread. Panic quickly set in, which hadn't been Sabo's intention, but at least he had the men's attention now. We're not with the tyrant, said the blonde, raising his voice slightly so that the leader, who had notably paled at Sabo's revelation, could hear him. The leader appeared to remain steadfast in the wake of his men's near hysteria, but Sabo could see the unspoken fear in his eyes. My name's Sabo. I'm a revolutionary. If you'll let us dock the ship, I'll tell you everything we know about Wapple's recent activities. And in return, we're hoping you might be able to assist us, he admitted hopefully. The man considered the request. What do you need our assistance for? I need to seek out a doctor, and Ace needs help finding someone who might have passed through recently. A pirate and a revolutionary, the man muttered, ignoring Sabo's words. The blonde got the impression he was buying time to weigh up the pros and cons of letting them ashore. You certainly make an odd pair. We're brothers, Ace supplied, helpfully. The man frowned, his eyes jumping from one to the other, likely cataloging the obvious differences between them. You certainly don't look like brothers. So? The pirate asked, shrugging nonchalantly. The man sighed heavily and finally dropped his arms, uncovering his broad chest for the first time. Dalton, one of the men muttered, stepping forward. What do you want us to do? There was a tense pause before the man, Dalton, waved at the few who had managed to keep their composure and weapons trained on the ship below, to lower their guard. They all fell back immediately. Let them dock. We'll take them to the village. 2 of you run back and prepare everyone and tell them not to worry, Dalton ordered. 2 young lads took off immediately. If your information is useful, I will consider your request for our assistance. Sabo and Ace shared a glance before the pair nodded amicably. It was the best they could hope for, given the current circumstances. Sabo wasn't about to withhold information that might very well save the islanders' lives if they didn't feel like returning the favor. Besides, it wouldn't be too much trouble to make it seem like they'd left the island and return later using Ace's striker to look for the information they both needed. Is this a good idea? Another man asked, worriedly glancing their way. Dalton sighed again. I'd be a fool not to listen to what they have to say, especially if it concerns Wapple. Spoken like a true leader, said Sabo. XXX. Sabo took another sip of tea, letting it soothe his throat which had started to go croaky from sharing all the information the revolutionary sources had managed to uncover with the large man sat opposite him. Sabo had been discreetly watching Dalton out the corner of his eye for several minutes now, as the man digested all he could. He had been naturally alarmed to learn Wapple had been sighted so close to the vicinity of Drum Island, but Sabo could tell the man had once been military because he didn't let his emotions run away from him. Instead, he had, as bargained for on the shoreline, provided them with the information they had asked for in return. There was indeed a renowned doctor still on the island, although where she was at any given day depended greatly on her mood and generosity. The locals referred to her primarily as the witch and feared her greatly. Sabo wasn't worried, he had hunted down bigger quarry on much larger islands than Drum. However, it was the confirmation that the island had indeed had recent problems with pirates that had led to the biggest trouble of all, Sabo thought, glancing to his left to where Ace sat beside him, also silent and apparently lost in his thoughts. Ace had been furious as he listened to Dalton's tale of death and destruction at the hands of a small group of pirates. His body had practically vibrated with undisguised rage. If Sabo hadn't already witnessed firsthand the control Ace had over his devil fruit when he was upset, he probably would have been as concerned as Dalton had looked when the flames had started to jump from his body. Sabo had been disgusted the ones calling themselves the Blackbeard Pirates had stooped as low as to attack unprovoked. Less decent pirate crews were known to pillage and plunder towns and islands, but most Drum Island and the island and its people, already weakened by the tyranny of its former king, had nothing to offer a raiding crew. They had stood no chance at all at defending themselves. Sabo sighed unhappily, setting his teacup down on the table between them, the clank of china on wood rousing both men from their thoughts. And you say this all happened months ago? The dark-haired pirate asked, softly. Dalton nodded. Yes, I know the damage still looks relatively recent, but being a winter island, we've struggled to rebuild quickly, you see. We need the wood resources for fuel, so progress has been slow. Sabo followed the man's gaze out the window and towards a house across the street which still had its roof missing. He turned back to Dalton. The Revolutionary Army can help you with resources if you want them. We can easily have a few shiploads of timber ferried out to you, he offered. Thank you, I shall consider the offer, Dalton replied softly. Are you sure Blackbeard wasn't looking for anything in particular? Ace asked, also staring at the wrecked house. No offense, but this place is pretty out of the way. I don't get why he'd come this far out. Dalton shrugged helplessly. True, we don't get many visitors. But no, they didn't appear to want anything but to cause destruction and mayhem. We tried reasoning with them and they laughed at us. We tried bargaining and they mocked us. Nothing we had interested them in the slightest. Sabo saw Ace clench his fists tightly where they rested on his thighs. If I may, why are you following this man? Surely it would be best to leave him for the Marines to deal with. Ace met the man's curious gaze. He was a Whitebeard pirate, he admitted. Dalton's eyes widened in surprise. That devil fruit you probably saw him using. He killed one of our crewmates to get it. Then he quite literally jumped ship. Sabo grimaced. He didn't generally keep up with the world of piracy, but even he knew the Whitebeard Pirates' reputation for considering themselves to be a family. For a crewmate to turn around and disregard the values that held the very fleet together would have been a hard thing to comprehend. Add in the fact a friend who was obviously dear to Ace had lost his life, and it was no wonder he was so set about finding the traitor. So, he hadn't had his devil fruit for long, then, when he arrived here, Dalton concluded. Ace shook his head. Well, that might explain a few things. What? Ace pressed. Well, it looked to me like those pirates were stretching their legs, so to speak, he said. Sabo and Ace both frowned, puzzled. What do you mean? The blonde wondered. I mean, I've been training people on and off for years now and I know a practice run when I see one, Dalton explained. It definitely seemed like they were testing themselves. Especially that big guy the other three followed. You know what it's like, he said, nodding to Ace. Those first few months after you eat a devil fruit. It's like your skin doesn't quite fit anymore. You've got to learn what your body is capable of all over again. Are you saying, Sabo said slowly, it looked like Blackbeard was using this place to train? Dalton nodded. Ace stood up swiftly, knocking his chair to the floor. He ignored both it and the other two startled gazes, instead making a beeline straight for the door. The couple of men posted outside both jumped when Ace threw it open with a loud bang and stomped away, leaving the door to swing weakly in the frigid wind. Should we go after him? Dalton asked, hesitantly. Sabo quickly shook his head, his instincts screaming at him to let Ace go for the time being. No, he won't go far and it's probably best to let him cool off, he said, absently reaching for Ace's fallen chair and correcting it. I'll go find him in a little while. XXX. Ace carefully picked his way through one of the still-wrecked houses. He was a little ashamed of running out and leaving Sabo to pick up after him, but he had needed some fresh air. He had hardly been able to breathe as he had listened to Dalton's story. He had been chasing Blackbeard for a long time, trying to retrace his steps after he fled from the Moby Dick, but before today, the trail had always led him to larger islands, places Blackbeard could blend in easily with his small band of followers. He had never seen them leave such devastation in their wake before. Yes, there had been the odd destroyed or stolen ship, the expected confrontations with other pirates that crossed paths with them, but never had Ace seen them outright destroy entire villages. It was heartbreaking what these people had suffered at the hands of both their king and Blackbeard, he thought, his boot crunching on an old and broken photo frame. The picture within was missing, but hopefully it had been recovered by the former inhabitants as they scrambled to save all they could from their ruined home. Ace crouched down, mindful of the broken glass and shattered wood scattered about him, and carefully pulled a plank of what looked to have once been a floor panel, possibly from the ruined ceiling above him. He examined it, running a finger along the broken end. Whilst it was a jagged break, it was clean, like it had been literally snapped sharply in two. Shaking his head ruefully, he tossed the plank to the ground and rose to his feet. It's not your fault, you know. What happened here? Ace closed his eyes and drew in a shaky breath, resolutely keeping his back to his brother. It seemed Sabo hadn't lost any of his ability to see straight through Ace and deduce exactly what he was thinking. Isn't it? He asked weakly. He felt a sharp sting of tears in his eyes but he blamed it on the freezing wind. He choked them down. Blackbeard was in my division. I'm the one who isn't able to catch up to him to stop this kind of thing from happening. Ace, Sabo said firmly, in a tone the pirate had usually associated with being direct at Luffy. From what you said, no one could have predicted any of this. Not your friend finding that devil fruit, and not Blackbeard wanting it. And certainly not what he would do to get his hands on it. Maybe not, Ace agreed reluctantly, finally turning to the blonde. But that doesn't mean it's not my responsibility. He gave the house one final cursory look before slowly making his way back towards his brother. As he approached, he could see the deep green of Dalton's tunic in the distance. It wasn't at all surprising they weren't going to be left completely alone until they departed the village, but Ace was grateful to the man for at least giving them the illusion of privacy. Sabo offered Ace an encouraging smile when he stepped onto the solid ground beside him. Ace was suddenly struck with an overwhelming feeling of nostalgia. It was the same tentative but welcoming smile Sabo had shown him when they had first met all those years ago, two filthy strays standing small but proud amongst the garbage of a fetid city. Still unable to believe he was seeing that smile and face again after thinking it was lost forever, Ace clapped his brother's shoulder, squeezing it lightly in silent thanks. He was more grateful than he could express with words. He hadn't had to face this reality alone. Dalton doesn't know which direction Blackbeard went, unfortunately, said Sabo, as the two slowly meandered back towards their host, who seemed to be conferring with a couple of messengers. No surprise there, replied Ace, shrugging. Drum Island was close to the entrance of the Grand Line, and he already knew from his quick visit to Little Garden that Blackbeard hadn't backtracked to the Red Line. He had a few ideas in mind as to where he could look next. He chanced to look at the tall blonde walking in sync next to him and wondered whether he could persuade his brother to travel with him a little further. He had no idea where the Revolutionary Army's headquarters was located, or what Sabo had planned after finding the island's doctor, but he hoped they were headed in the same direction, at least for a little while. He hadn't let himself feel the loss of Sabo's steadfast presence after the initial shock and grief had worn off, but now he was back. Ace was beginning to realize just how much he had missed it. He honestly felt like a bundle of mixed emotions. He was ecstatic Sabo was alive but also upset, and, if he was completely honest with himself, a little hurt Sabo didn't remember either of his brothers. Again, he cursed the Tenryubito responsible for the attack on Sabo. Between that and the anger and frustration, he was getting nowhere in his hunt for Blackbeard. Ace was exhausted. The last time he had felt so unsettled was when he had been offered a home aboard the Moby D, despite repeated attempts on the captain's life. "So, you have any idea who else Blackbeard might have had with him?" Sabo inquired curiously. From all accounts, this couldn't have been done by only one man. No one else has left the Moby D, so I think he was acting alone while he was part of the crew, but he always kept to himself. Used to disappear off alone for weeks at a time. No one was concerned, though. We all take time off when we want to. There's no rule which says we have to stay, and since most of us had our own crews before we joined, it's pretty common for whole divisions to be away at a time. He definitely has some guy called Jesus Burgess with him right now. I think he's known him a while. They met up really quickly. After Teach defected. He's pretty strong and I reckon it was him who practically ripped that house back there apart, Ace explained. Sabo's jaw clenched and his gaze darted back to the house in question. One of the last places I tracked him down to, the locals swore there must have been a sniper too, but they never saw him. Instead, they only found the odd body that had been shot, his side. "Okay, well that's 3 we know of for definite," the blonde summarized. Ace grinned at Sabo's use of the word we. He still had some doubts as to whether Sabo really did believe his story. It probably hadn't occurred to the blonde that Ace knew exactly how he acted when he was proceeding with caution, and he was currently behaving exactly the same at 20 as he had at 5 when they'd first met. The biggest clue he was gradually warming up to the pirate though, was the use of plurals. It had surprised Ace the first time Sabo had referred to them as we or us, but he had quickly warmed to it. It had been exhilarating, to feel such unity with another person after spending years in the company of bandits who were more fearful of a child than any person who called themselves a bandit should be. "Hey, you never said," Sabo observed, and Ace walked several more paces before he realized the blonde had stopped. "What?" he asked with a frown. Sabo's brow was furrowed. "What devil fruit does Blackbeard actually have?" Ace realized with a jolt he hadn't. "Oh, it's called the Yami Yami no Mi." The very name left a bad taste in his mouth. He was surprised to see Sabo pale alarmingly. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice almost inaudible across the short distance between them. "Yeah," the pirate replied. "I guess you've heard of it?" It wouldn't surprise Ace if his brother had. Thatch had certainly seemed confident in exactly which devil fruit he had found when he had proudly shown it off. "Oh, I've heard of it, all right," Sabo admitted, crossing his arms. "And I can't say I'm too happy to hear someone like Blackbeard has eaten it." Before Ace could think of a reply, he hadn't actually done any research on the devil fruit, he just knew the general basics, and he couldn't see what made it so terrible other than the fact it was being used by Blackbeard. The crunching of snow under boot caught the pair's attention. Dalton nodded amicably, drawing to a stop before them and passing Ace the black coat he had left inside. "The messengers have returned. It seems the witch, I mean Dr. Kureha, was sighted in Jayasta only yesterday. She doesn't tend to stay down in the villages for long, though, so she's probably returned to Drum Castle." The man pointed to one of the mountains standing formidably in the distance. "Drum Castle's on the summit of that mountain." Ace snorted, shrugging into his coat, and he turned to his brother. "Hope you're prepared for a hike, Sabo." The blonde grinned in response. "Living all the way up there, she doesn't strike me as the type to receive many visitors." Dalton shook his head. "I can't say I advise you to traverse the mountain. Whilst Dr. Kureha is an amazing physician, I'm not certain she'll help you," he admitted. "She tends to exploit her patients, and well, neither of you look like you have anything to pay her with," he said, eyes darting between Sabo and Ace. The pirate shrugged. "Doesn't matter if we do or not, I'm sure she'll help. Between the two of us, I'm sure we can persuade her." Dalton sighed heavily, silently admitting defeat. "Well, if you insist. We can provide you with warmer clothing for your journey and you can set off in the morning." Sabo darted a glance at Ace, who nodded discreetly. We'll leave now. No point waiting around, he informed the surprised man, who spluttered. But it's nearly night and you don't want to be climbing the mountains in the dark. The temperatures will plummet. Although, he broke off abruptly and looked to the clear skies. It is unseasonably warm right now? But still, it's not worth the risk, he insisted. Ace smirked. The weather and dark won't trouble us. There's no point hanging around. This doctor could leave the castle again if we wait overnight, he pointed out. Dalton huffed. Very well. I can't say I'm happy about this, but if you insist. Ace laughed. We'll be fine. Thank you for your help, he professed, bowing deeply. Sabo tilted his hat in his own thanks. Why, you're welcome. Dalton stammered, taken aback. Ace and Sabo had barely gone 10 yards before he called after them. Oh, I forgot. Be careful of the monster the witch has. Ace and Sabo both froze. They glanced at each other, eyes wide in surprise. Monster? XXX. I don't care what that Deaton guy says dash. Man, you're as bad as Luffy. It's Dalton. That creature certainly doesn't sound like a monster to me, Sabo finished, ignoring Ace's interruption. It doesn't? Ace asked, glancing back over his shoulder. They had both agreed Ace should go first, the unnatural heat from his body being able to melt some of the snow in their path. Sabo snorted. No. A lot of people view some of my fishmen colleagues as monsters too, but they're simply misunderstood. Just because they look different on the outside, it doesn't mean they're not the same inside. I mean, I've had a blood transfusion from a fishman before. Ace started. You have? Do I want to know why you needed a blood transfusion in the first place? Probably not, Sabo waved aside the other's concern. The incident had been years ago, anyway. So, you reckon this creature is just misunderstood, the same as a fishman? All we've heard so far is it attempted to attack Wapple once, said Sabo absently, eyes fixed firmly on the tree line where he could just make out a few animals in the foliage. They were rather large, he thought absently. Sounds to me like the villagers should be offering a hand of friendship. Especially if Wapple really is returning. Maybe it could help them, he suggested. Maybe, replied Ace. His shoulders slumped. From what you say about this Wapple guy, he's the cowardly type, right? Someone who only cares about his own safety? Without a doubt. Great, he retorted, throwing his hands in the air. If he's coming back then he must have heard that Blackbeard is long gone from the area and I'm just chasing a cold trail again, he exclaimed, despondent. Sabo reached out and caught Ace's elbow. Ace turned to him, surprise decorating his face. He raised an inquisitive brow at the blonde. Ace, listen. When you do find Blackbeard, you need to be careful, he stressed. The Yami no Mi is no joke. It's known to be one of the most powerful and dangerous devil fruits out there and isn't something to be taken lightly, he explained. Ace frowned contemplatively but he finally nodded. I'll be careful, he promised, but his eyes were hard. I'm not gonna run away from him, though. He turned and stalked ahead, the snow melting quickly around him. The figures which had been shadowing them since they had started up the mountain trail scattered fearfully from him. Sabo caught a glimpse of long claws and ears, rabbits of some sort then, before they disappeared from sight. I was afraid you'd say that, Sabo muttered. He watched after his self-proclaimed brother for several long seconds before following at a more sedate pace, his boots quickly sinking into the damp earth. Well, this place is, Sabo paused, struggling to find the right words to describe the building in front of them. In its prime, the castle must have been a magnificent place, certainly fit for a king, but the passing of time, lack of general upkeep, and the violent weather associated with the winter island had had a dramatic effect on it. There were currently no snow flurries thanks to Ace's Mara no Mi, but it was still nearly impossible to see any windows. Snow and ice had landed on them and hidden them amongst the crumbling brickwork. The imposing front doors, with their wood heavily chipped and scarred, didn't look like they would even shut anymore, if the snow built up beside them was any indication. It's maybe seen better days, finished the blonde weakly. It's a dump, Ace retorted, his head tilted back to stare up the tower, which looked like one good gust of wind might knock it over at any moment. I was trying to be tactful, but yeah, it's a dump, Sabo readily agreed as they passed through the doors. The two paused in what appeared to have once been a lush entrance hall, but was now a full-sized ice castle. With very little chance of a thaw atop the mountain and the fact the front doors didn't shut, the snow had been allowed to pile up inside, freezing shut the few doors that branched off to either side and turning the curving staircase into a deadly steep ice rink. Sabo gingerly stepped over a frozen puddle. I stand corrected. Dump might have been the tactful description. Oi! Quit insulting my home. The pair jumped, quickly searching for the speaker, both silently cursing for letting themselves get distracted. After a few seconds, Ace knocked Sabo's elbow and gestured upwards. Sabo followed his gaze and spotted the woman immediately. He desperately tried not to stare. She was dressed in a style far more suited to women 1/7 her age, complete with a navel ring. Her shirt did very little to hide. Her hair might have been blonde at one point in her life, but now matched the stone walls, and it whipped freely around her in the stiff winter breeze. She also had one of the most formidable stares Sabo had seen in a very long time, and he had the feeling the sunglasses perched on her forehead would do nothing to diminish it. "How the hell did you two get up here?" she demanded, stalking towards the staircase. "We climbed up the mountain, obviously," said Ace. The woman snorted. "Well, you can well go toss yourselves back off the mountain. Get out of my home immediately. Can we assume you're Dr. Kureha?" Sabo asked, watching her descend the stairs with a sure footing and the ease of someone who had maneuvered up and down them for years. Dalton had told them Dr. Kureha lived atop the mountain, but as they had been approaching, Sabo had been struggling to see how anyone possibly could. Now, faced with the very doctor he was seeking, he understood. Her steely personality seemed ideally suited to the solitude of the mountain. She definitely wasn't at all what he was expecting from a doctor. "That's none of your business," she snapped. "I'd take that as a yes," Ace muttered with a smirk. "I was told you'd be able to give me a checkup, Dr. Kureha," Sabo explained. "I don't give checkups to people who waltz into my home uninvited," she argued. Ace frowned, displeased. "Seriously, what kind of doctor are you to turn away patients? Sabo, do you really need to see this old hag? Let's just find you another doctor." Dr. Kureha snorted, her gaze as icy as their surroundings. "Good luck. There are no other doctors on Drum Island anymore. Wapple saw to that." The blonde resisted Ace's insistent tugging on his arm. Dragon had wanted him to see this doctor, although he couldn't for the life of him understand why. She obviously had her own code of conduct when it came to picking her patients, and Sabo clearly didn't make the cut. "You certainly don't look like you're on your deathbed, so why are you bothering me?" Sabo had to suppress the urge to shudder under the heavy and scrutinizing gaze she subjected him to. Next to him, Ace scowled. "So, you only treat people when they're nearly dead then, do you?" he speculated. He shook his head angrily. "I hate to think how many people you've failed to save." The doctor's head dropped abruptly, causing her sunglasses to fall down onto her nose, and putting her face into obscure shadows. "Ace!" Sabo hissed, certain he could see the woman's clenched fists shaking at her sides. He reached out to swipe at the other's shoulder, more than a little. Taken aback by the rudeness. It was an odd contrast to the man who had been nothing but cordial since they met. But then again, maybe it wasn't, he was a pirate after all. "What? Come on, Sabo, she's clearly a quack doctor, and I'm not gonna let someone like her treat my brother if that's her attitude." The blonde stared at his companion, stunned by his words. "It was still uncalled for. Dragon asked me to see her, so I'm going to, and your behavior isn't helping. Hey, even if you do persuade her to do this checkup, if she's only going to do it half-butted, she might miss something important." Despite the harsh words, from the corner of his eye, Sabo saw Ace bite his lip, and he could tell the pirate was wondering if he had gone too far. Nobody liked to be reminded of their losses. Sabo turned to the stoic woman, who had remained unervingly quiet during their whispered exchange, and opened his mouth. To say what, he had no idea, but before he could utter a word, the cantering of hooves echoed down a corridor. "Doctor." A blur of brown fur skidded to a screeching halt, ice and snow kicking up in a wave of white. "Doctor. I saw two people approaching the castle." Sabo's jaw dropped in surprise as the four-legged creature in front of them transformed in the blink of an eye into a little two-legged, toddler-sized ball of fluff in a pink hat. It froze, as if suddenly sensing their unblinking eyes on it. It turned excruciatingly slowly on the spot and raised its head to stare up at them in return. Sabo was mildly amused to see it had a bright blue nose and amazingly bright eyes, which were wide open in shock as it took in the strangers. For several seconds, the only movement was the ruffling of clothes and fur wafting gently in the chilly breeze drifting through the castle. "Aya!" Sabo and Ace jumped at the unexpected shriek of fear. They watched, bemused, as the little creature scuttled backwards away from them and crouched down by the stair banister. "Doctor! They're already here," it cried, their little bodies still in full view. Kureha shook her head. "You're slow, Chopper." "Is that a tanuki?" asked Ace, head ped to one side contemplatively. "No, I don't think so. I think it's either a human disguised as a reindeer, or a reindeer disguised as a human," Sabo concluded. Ace wrinkled his nose in confusion. "What's the difference?" Sabo smiled, rather taken with the little creature trembling in front of them and sinking to his knees for a better look. "The difference is what it was originally. So, what are you, little guy? Reindeer or human?" Ace smirked. "Are you sure it's just not a tanuki?" he teased. Despite its obvious fear, the creature managed a pretty impressive scowl. I'm not a tanuki. I'm a reindeer. Ace raised his hands in surrender. If you say so. Hey, wait a minute. Are you the monster the villagers warned us against? He completely missed the doctor glowering at him, his attention focused entirely on the creature. He laughed jovially. Seriously? This is the monster? A transforming pet reindeer? Sabo shrugged nonchalantly, but he watched covertly out the corner of one eye as Kureha hefted a decorative axe from the wall and sauntered down the stairs, her eyes boring into the oblivious pirate. He managed to smother a smile. The good Dr. Kureha was obviously fond of her pet, if that was indeed what the reindeer was, but Sabo suspected their relationship was much more personal than that of simply owner and pet. Its intelligence was unusual. Sabo was eager to see if he could get it to have a conversation with him. Its ability to transform was fascinating. He would bet his goggles it had eaten a devil fruit, and he was interested to learn which one since he had only come across a couple of Zoan types before. People are often scared of what they don't understand, he said, finally realizing Ace was looking down at him for a response. Yeah, I get that, he retorted, his voice tight. Sabo frowned, confused by the remark, and raised his head, but Ace didn't meet his eyes. Deciding not to push while they were in public, the revolutionary made a mental note to ask Ace about the comment later. He sensed there was a story behind it and it didn't sound like a particularly happy one. Still, Ace continued, they think that's a scary monster? I've seen scarier plates of food. The reindeer shrieked. Food? I'm not food. Oi! Kureha practically snarled. Quit insulting my assistant. He's not a monster and he's not food. She lifted the axe over her head and leapt down the stairs with speed belying her age. Quickly realizing her target wasn't himself, Sabo remained crouched, thinking Koala would be proud of him for keeping his head down and out of an argument. Although, he suspected, she hadn't meant him to do so literally. Kureha swung with excellent accuracy right for Ace's head, but the pirate dodged at the last minute and the swing went wide. She growled and dashed after the retreating dark-haired man with a vengeance. I gotta say, you don't look very appetizing, Sabo mused, unconcerned at the activity going on behind him and continuing to study the reindeer, whose attention was fixed solidly on the doctor spewing insults at the pirate. Sabo couldn't help the smile that broke out. It was like looking at a child, so wide-eyed with curiosity. A glance over his shoulder showed Ace was grinning like a loon, easily dodging every swing of the doctor's axe and frustrating the woman to no end. Why doesn't he fight back? The reindeer suddenly asked, surprising the blonde. He doesn't really even need to dodge. He's just showing off, Sabo replied. But the doctor has an axe. She'll kill him, he cried in disbelief. Sabo shook his head. Ace is like you, he ate a devil fruit. Listen, Chopper, was it? How do we get the good doctor over there to agree to give me a checkup? Chopper turned to him and he was a little surprised to see the reindeer give him a rather calculated stare. Is that why you're here? Sabo nodded. Oh, then the doctor is easily persuaded if you can pay her. We don't have any belly on us. We do have information that might interest you though, he offered in return. Chopper frowned. The doctor will only want belly. Or alcohol, he whispered, from behind one hoof, as if he was sharing a deep secret. Sabo hummed contemplatively. Not even if the information we have is about this castle's former resident? Wopple. In an instant, the reindeer broke out into a deep sweat, the beads of moisture quickly disappearing into his fur. He looked like Sabo had shown him a ghost. Understanding quickly dawned on the revolutionary that Wopple hadn't just wrecked the lives of the villagers if this was the reaction just alluding to King caused. Wopple? Kureha repeated, not once pausing in her assault on Ace. What about that useless buffoon? Sabo rose to his feet and turned towards the warring couple. I have information on him you might want to know. Ace, you can quit showing off now. I'm not, he protested, but he did stop moving immediately. Kureha's eyes widened in surprise, but it was too late for her to halt her momentum. Ace smirked, unconcerned, and let the woman and her axe travel straight through him, a burst of flames liking at her harmlessly. The axe shattered on the wall. In the stunned silence that followed, she stared at the wooden handle left in her grasp. She scowled. DMN Logias. Ace grimaced at the sight of the broken axe head, some of it still partially buried in the wall. Sorry about that. And I'm sorry for my comments earlier too, that was rude of me, he admitted, bowing deeply. Kureha pushed her sunglasses back up to her forehead and glared at him shrewdly. Who the hell are you people? Sorry, we never did introduce ourselves, did we? I'm Sabo and this is Ace, the blonde offered, smiling charmingly. As in Fire Fist Ace, the Whitebeard Pirate? The man in question nodded. I don't recognize you, she tossed at Sabo. No, you wouldn't. I'm a revolutionary. If I give you your DMED checkup, will you tell me what you know about Wopple in exchange? She asked. Sabo grinned with a shrug. He was hoping by offering up the information, she would dispense with charging them for her services because they really didn't have anything to offer her in payment other than what they knew. He was just neglecting to admit he would tell her all about Wapol even if she still refused to see him. He wasn't in the business of withholding information that would save lives, and if Wapol really did return, the castle would be his first destination. He would no doubt see his former home as a means to take back control of his realm. No one would be able to do anything without his eyes watching them from his castle on the mountain. And the castle's 2 current residents would probably be the first victims of his second rule. Kureha studied him intensely for several seconds before waltzing back towards the stairs, snapping her fingers in Chopper's direction. He jumped to attention and toddled after her. "Is it your eyesight?" she asked over her shoulder, her voice suddenly all business. "Huh?" Sabo replied eloquently, rather taken aback. Kureha sighed impatiently. "Don't take me for one of those useless imbeciles who used to work here. You're evidently not in any pain, and if you say you climbed the mountain then you're as physically fit as you can be for someone of your age, which I estimate to be either late teens or early 20s. You do have extensive scarring on your face, though, located around your eye. You're here because of it, aren't you?" Sabo nodded slowly. He chanced to look at Ace and he looked as equally surprised as the blonde felt by the rapid-fire diagnoses. "Yes, it is," he confirmed. Kureha sighed heavily and shook her head. She swung around swiftly, causing Chopper to jump back from his place behind her legs in order to avoid being knocked over. "Chopper, make yourself useful and go set up the examination room. The quicker this is over, the quicker we can be rid of them. And bring me my sake." "Well, now we know why the villagers call her a witch, I guess," Ace huffed. Sabo chuckled but didn't disagree. "Get your buttes moving before I change my mind." XXX sat atop the examination table, his hat and coat shed and his shirt sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Sabo resisted the urge to swing his legs like a child. His throat felt a little dry and he eyed the sake Ace and Kureha were sharing, their previous squabble forgotten in the face of a shared love of good alcohol, it seemed, with envy. He had explained to Kureha all he remembered, or had been told, about the day he received his head injuries. He had been interrupted several times, Kureha and Ace taking turns between them, to butt in with their own questions. In Kureha's case, to clarify, in Ace's, it was more horrified exclamations that had the doctor shushing him impatiently. Kureha had impressed the blonde. He had barely discarded his coat before she had descended upon him, poking and prodding with purpose. He had been more than a little amazed when she immediately reeled off every injury could Sabo remember attaining, from the obvious to the deeply hidden, hardly pausing for breath before moving on to another body part. Not having ever thought about all the injuries he had received over the years as a collective whole, and most of which were either through training accidents or on revolutionary business, he was surprised at the amount. Broken or cracked ribs, 5, one of which Ace had been able to clarify was from when they fought a pirate who had kidnapped Luffy, the shoulder he had dislocated, entirely Koala's fault, and the dozens of white, spider-like webs of scars that littered his body were all catalogued with laser-like precision. It had taken nearly 20 minutes before Kureha seemed to be satisfied that other than the reason he had been sent to see her, he was in good health. She had been exceptionally thorough when examining his eye, but quickly moved on, obviously picking up he was uncomfortable having someone stare so closely at the damaged skin with such scrutiny. The prognosis, however, was better than he had expected. "My sight is still fine then?" he asked, relief flooding through him at the thought he could report back with good news. Whilst he may have brushed off the idea of losing his sight as not a big deal, especially since he had observation hockey at his disposal, he had been concerned. He would have been faced with hard decisions and probably eventually been forced to delegate some of the stealth roles he loved. Kureha nodded once, before taking a deep swig from her sake bottle. "While not 100%, it's still functional. I suspect as you continue to age, however, you might notice more of a decline." She caught both men's frowns. "Oh, don't look so put out. It probably won't happen for years yet, and it's not like you'll be able to stop the deterioration forever. Slow it down, yes, prevent completely, no. It's no different than your other organs. Some will stop working properly sooner than others." She waved a hand distractedly and practically threw herself into a chair. Sabo shrugged, his concerns alleviated. He knew she was right. His sight would just be his weak spot, something to acknowledge, but not to worry about. "And what about the memories I lost because of the accident? Will I ever get them back?" he asked, hoping his voice didn't betray how nervous he suddenly felt. He slid off the exam table, suddenly unable to remain still, and swiftly started rolling his sleeves down again. He turned to Ace, who was lounging against the wall with his own bottle of sake hanging limply from his hands. Ace's head snapped up, the blonde's words breaking into his deep reverie. In unison, the pair turned to the doctor, whose gaze was jumping between the two. Sabo didn't doubt she could see both the hope on Ace's face and the apprehension on his own. She sighed heavily, a deep frown marring her face. "The brain is a delicate organ," she said. "Doctors have studied it for hundreds of years and parts of it are still a mystery. Brain injuries are as unique as fingerprints, no one person will recover the exact same way as another. And in your case, Sabo, you received the injury a long time ago. Now, if you'd been having trouble remembering events from only months ago, I would diagnose you with long-term memory issues, but I don't think there's any permanent damage to your long-term memory exactly. You can remember events from after the injury, so your brain is storing them. Which means your short-term memory is fine, too. I suspect the incident and subsequent concussion has simply displaced the memories you had from before the attack. Your brain no doubt shut down in order to cope with your body's trauma, which is perfectly normal considering how young you were." "Right," Sabo said weakly, slumping back against the exam table, feeling a little overwhelmed and trying to understand exactly what the woman was implying. "So, you're saying my brain might have just put my memories somewhere else while I tried to deal with what happened?" Kureha nodded. "Exactly. Short-term memory loss after traumatic events isn't unheard of. I suspect that's what happened with you, but your brain seems to have literally lost where it placed them. Despite the length of time it's been, you might be lucky and recover them. Especially considering you've reunited with your brother." Here, she jabbed a long finger in Ace's direction, who looked hopeful at her words. "Just being around him again might jog your memories. Associations can be powerful tools when it comes to recalling things. But," she shouted, making both of them to jump at the sudden noise. "It's still a slim chance. It might never happen and those memories could remain lost forever." "Seriously? Sabo might never remember any of it?" Ace asked in disbelief. Kureha scowled, her gaze snapping to him sharply. "Oi!" A Tenryubito shot at him with the intent to kill. "He's lucky to be alive. I've seen full-grown men succumb to lesser injuries." Ace visibly paled and looked away, shamefaced. A crash and yelp of surprise broke the heavy silence in the room. Kureha huffed loudly and jumped to her feet. She moved her empty bottle of sake into Sabo's hand as she passed and stomped out the door, her voice echoing loudly against the stone walls. "Chopper! Stop trashing the place. Couldn't have given me a full one, huh?" Sabo muttered, shaking the bottle. He shook his head and dropped into the doctor's vacated chair. "Share," he pleaded, swiping an unused glass from the far end of the table and holding it out to the pirate, who was still rooted to his spot near the wall. Ace nodded jerkily, causing Sabo to frown, confused, but he accepted the half-empty bottle held out for him and took a much-needed swig, enjoying the burn of alcohol at the back of his parched throat. He refilled his glass a second time before sliding the bottle back across the table to where Ace now sat, perched on the edge of his chair like a nervous kid expecting a scolding. "What's wrong with you?" the blonde prompted, curious as to the sudden silence since Ace had done nothing but pry at him for more details throughout his entire examination. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "What the hell for?" Sabo wondered, bemused. Ace glanced at him briskly before casting his eyes downwards, refusing to meet the blonde's gaze. "It's funny you're the one with the memory loss, but I'm the one who forgot," he chuckled, humorlessly. "Forgot what?" Ace smiled, but it was muted and almost poignant. "I forgot to just be thankful you're alive." Sabo blinked in surprise, but remained quiet, waiting for the other to continue. "I was so focused on the idea you'd lost your memories of me, of Luffy, our home. Hell, even Dayton. I forgot it meant you really were attacked, and it really did nearly kill you. I mean, I know what happened to you. Dogra saw it, he told us. For weeks after the Tenryubito finally left, every time we went into the city, it was all anybody could talk about. They loved seeing the power of the Tenryubito firsthand. It was sickening. It's really no wonder you might not have tried to remember it. And here I come along, forgetting all of that and pushing you to ask, to try and find a solution when I should just be grateful you're even still here," he finished, almost breathless from his self-deprecation. Sabo stared at the bowed head. Ace had really hit the crux of the matter. His mind was just a confused muddle of thoughts. He knew of Luffy, but he didn't know the other names, and no faces came to mind when he repeated them silently in his head. It was daunting to be faced with the other side of the reality he had been living. He had been blissfully unaware there were people out there who missed him, had mourned him, even. He hadn't wanted to return, the irresistible urge to flee had been all he had focused on. Given what Kureha had explained earlier, he wondered if it was possible the attack itself and the trauma he had experienced afterwards had motivated him to push forward, to never look back, because if he did, would the nightmares he still occasionally suffered reveal the true horror of what had happened? Would he remember the searing flames that had scarred his flesh? The smoke that had burnt his lungs? Did he want to remember all of that? Ace, you don't need to apologize, he said, finally finding his voice. The other reluctantly returned his gaze. It's okay you want me to remember, he admitted softly. I know I'm probably nothing like the brother you remember me to be but dash. You are, though, Ace interrupted quickly. You are still our Sabo, with or without the memories. I should have known better than to think a little thing like amnesia would stop you from being you, he grinned. But I'm still sorry. I didn't think until the old hag reminded me. Sabo pet his head. You're a lot politer than I expected. I wouldn't have taken you for someone who apologizes for anything, he admitted. Ace laughed, and with the sound came the relief from the tension that had slowly built up throughout their conversation. I never used to be, he revealed. It's one of the downsides to being raised by bandits. But Makino taught me. It was just one more thing I had to learn after you left. You were the one who talked us out of trouble, and most of the time it was because you were so DMN polite. The pirate stared at him knowingly. In fact, I bet you can still talk your way of anything, can't you? Sabo smirked. He wasn't grinning, however, a short while later. Once again, he was left staring at the top of Ace's head, but now instead of being bowed in regret, the pirate was face down on the table, his deep snores echoing around the room. Sabo felt a small stab of annoyance, more because he had been genuinely concerned than actually angry. He had had no idea what to think when Ace had abruptly keeled over, his body slumped into an uncomfortable angle, and it was only after his persistent prodding at the pirate had yielded no results that he had shouted for Kureha. She had taken one look at the dark-haired pirate before declaring he was asleep. Needless to say, Sabo had been baffled until Kureha explained Ace probably suffered from narcolepsy, a condition that surprised him. That was when the annoyance had set in. He couldn't believe he had been traveling with the man for nearly 2 days, bearing his own medical history for the other's benefit, and Ace had completely failed to mention his own. For a second, Sabo had wondered if what he was feeling right then was how Koala often felt towards himself, which had induced another burst of annoyance because although he loved his friend dearly, he hated anything that made him think of how hard he could sometimes make things for her. Bored and without company, the blonde had examined the room since Kureha had left again in Whirlwind. After the diagnosis, she had loudly declared she needed to head to the village for supplies, and she had taken her interesting little companion with her. Sabo had been intrigued enough to initially consider following the pair to see how they traversed the mountain, because although it hadn't snowed for hours, the drifts were still large and cumbersome. One look from Kureha, who Sabo was seriously beginning to think could read minds as well as she read the human body, had kept him seated, nodding at the appropriate intervals while she lectured him to keep his curiosity to himself and the pair of them out of trouble. There were plenty of books in the room, though, and a quick look had shown they were all medical texts, some written in languages Sabo didn't recognize. They weren't his usual reading material, but he had browsed through a couple, and with Kureha's explanation still fresh in his mind, he found himself consciously seeking out the chapters on head injuries. He hadn't been able to read for long, though. Some of the details were more than a little graphic and had left him feeling slightly queasy. So once again, he was stuck staring at Ace, waiting for the other to wake up, and hoping he would finish his story. He had been in the middle of telling the blonde about the time Luffy had somehow managed to get blown out of their treehouse, a treehouse Sabo had been shocked to learn they had built themselves from scratch, and he wanted to know more. He was surprised by the sheer strength of craving to hear more. He might have been feeling hesitant about actually recovering his memories, but he couldn't deny the more Ace told him, the more he felt a burning desire to know more about himself. It was a desire he thought he had managed to bury as a child, listening to the other revolutionaries talk of family and home. Lacking the memories, and not having quite settled into Baltigo, he hadn't considered when he was younger a home didn't always have to mean a physical location, sometimes it was the people. But the more he had learned and heard about Goa Kingdom, the less interested in it he had become, choosing instead to distance himself. Looking at his self-proclaimed brother snoring across the table from him, and another whose wanted poster was burning a hole in his pocket, he wasn't sure if he regretted his decision or not. He hadn't lied. He would have driven himself mad had he dwelt on his past too long, but he also couldn't help but feel he had somehow lost out, that circumstances had cheated him out of something precious. Ace snored again and shuffled in his chair until he was precariously balanced on the very edge of his seat. Sabo rolled his eyes, thinking it would serve the man right if he fell off. He did move the orange cowboy hat though, hanging it from his own chair before Ace could crush it in any potential fall. Returning his gaze to the pirate, Sabo was suddenly struck by the sheer vulnerability, and in turn trust, he was presented with. Ace was a Whitebeard pirate, which in some ways offered him immunity, but in others also made him a natural target. He didn't know what Ace's bounty was, but he bet it was high if he was a division commander. He wondered how Ace had managed to leave their flagship without an escort, because surely the rest of the crew were aware of the other's uncanny habit of falling asleep. Ace may have a Logia-type devil fruit, but there were still people who could seriously hurt him. Like himself, Sabo mused. He didn't brag often, but he was aware he had a natural talent when it came to hockey. He could very easily hurt Ace if he put his mind to it. The pirate was adamant Sabo was his long-lost brother, but he could have just shared a name and a mysterious resemblance to Ace's actual brother. In fact, if Ace hadn't told him the circumstances around how Sabo had received his injuries, he would have thought the man mad. If there hadn't been such concrete proof and they had only discovered later it was actually just a case of mistaken identity, Sabo thought he would have been disappointed. From everything he had heard so far, it sounded like the lives of the three brothers had been fun. They had been truly free, running wild in a forest, and freedom was something Sabo had strived to give others. Sabo hummed thoughtfully, wondering if perhaps he unconsciously remembered that feeling of freedom and that was why he had always worked so hard to give it to others. That in turn also made him wonder what other actions he might have unconsciously carried out throughout the years. And annoyingly the only one who could tell him was currently snoring, blissfully unaware of the inner turmoil he was causing his companion. The blonde frowned, but no matter how much he glared, Ace remained stubbornly asleep. He had the strong temptation to prod him again to see if it prompted any movement, but he resisted the urge and slumped back into his chair, feeling more agitated than he had in months. He could feel himself starting to fidget, his hands picked at his cravat and his feet tapped a pattern onto the flagstones that annoyed even his own ears. He wanted to talk, desperately, to someone, anyone, who might be able to tell him where to go from here. He had technically completed his mission. He had informed the locals of their returning tyrant and found the Dr. Dragon wanted him to see. He had no other reason to stay on Drum Island. He had no reason to stay with Ace, he thought, and the idea sent a stab of phantom pain through his chest that seemed to ricochet off his ribs. He couldn't shake the feeling if he was to part ways with the pirate, he would lose his opportunity to get to know both the Whitebeard Pirate and possibly even Luffy, who had fascinated him from the get-go. Torn, he crossed his arms with a huff, and when doing so accidentally brushed against the hard lump of the den mushy hidden within his inner BRST pocket. He tapped the pocket, a sudden thought crossing his mind. He pulled the sleepy snail from its resting place and dialed a number. It rang 4 times before the connection clicked to life. Yes? Tension Sabo wasn't even aware had built up suddenly evaporated like smoke at the reassuring sound of the Revolutionary Army's leader's deep, resonating voice. "It's me," he replied softly, even though Ace hadn't roused at the new noise filling the room. "Sabo," Dragon greeted, and despite the Sado tone, Sabo easily detected the warmth hidden underneath. "I take it you've reached Drum Island. Do you have anything to report?" "Yeah, got here late yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure the locals here are going to accept our help, but they at least appreciated the warning Wapple might return. And I found the doctor you wanted me to see. I got the all clear." "That's good news, on both parts." "Yeah," he agreed quietly, unsure of exactly what to say. "Sabo, why have you called me?" Dragon asked, straight to the point, but the question still threw the blonde. "You usually call Koala with your reports, when you remember anyway. Has something happened?" "You could say that," he smiled ruefully. "I stopped off on the way to restock and literally bumped into someone who claims to know me from before, back when I lived on Dawn Island," he explained. There was a short pause and Sabo could easily picture his leader's surprised face, which wasn't really different from his normal expression, except he had the habit of tilting his head to the right when he was taken aback by something. "And who is this person, Sabo? Do you believe them?" "Well, considering only the people who were actually there the day you rescued me know the entire story, I'm going to say yes, I do," Sabo smiled. "He knows exactly what happened to me. Someone we knew saw the entire thing and told him. As to who he is, well, he said he's my brother, he said, once." Again almost tripping over the word that seemed to carry so much weight, "and he's none other than Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates." "I see," Dragon replied. "Oh, there's more. Remember that rookie you saved back in Logtown, Straw Hat Luffy? Apparently he's our little brother." Dragon guffawed loudly, making Sabo jump and stare at the little snail in shock. Dragon hardly ever laughed like that. "What's so funny?" he inquired, curious. "Nothing, just the world working in mysterious ways," was the reply, the disembodied voice still sounding deeply amused. "So, brothers? Adopted brothers, I can assume." "Yeah, apparently we shared a cup of sake and pledged our brotherhood." "Sake? How old were you?" Dragon wondered. "About 10, according to Ace," said Sabo, dragging a hand roughly through his blonde curls. "Dragon, I remember you saying we met once, briefly, before my accident." Did I mention anything about my family to you then? The silence that met his question was almost enough to have Sabo retracted, to claim it was a stupid question and not to worry about it. His memory of those first few days after the accident were hazy, but he did remember the fuss he put up at the suggestion the revolutionaries return him to Dawn Island. When I first saw you, you were running towards Grey Terminal, said Dragon, snatching Sabo from the past and back into the present. What's Grey Terminal? The blonde asked, and he was slightly surprised to hear Ace grumble at the name and shift, although he remained sound asleep. It was a trash heap, essentially. Anything the nobles didn't want ended up in Grey Terminal eventually. It was on fire, by order of the royal family, to purge the trash before the Tenryubito arrived. But you weren't trying to get away from the fire, you were running towards it. In fact, I'd go so far as to say, you were trying to escape the town through Grey Terminal, but your attempts were halted by the guards at the gate. I wasn't close enough to hear what was being said, but I got the impression you were calling for someone over the wall. It could well have been your brothers, Dragon concluded. Oh, said Sabo weakly, once again his mind awhirl. His life with his brothers had sounded pretty wonderful. He couldn't imagine why he had willingly left them behind? And why had he been so insistent on not going back when he awoke? He had obviously been concerned about them during the fire, and there was no denying Ace was elated to see him again, so he doubted they had had some sort of disagreement that had led to him leaving. Sabo, there's no urgency for you to return to Baltigo. Sabo frowned. What do you mean? You can take the time to get to know your family. You've earned the time off and we can cope without you for now. So long as you remain in contact, stay with your brother. I know you have questions we have never been able to answer for you, he explained. And honestly, I'd rather not have a Whitebeard pirate or a rookie storming my front door in order to see you. Sabo chuckled at the image and felt a wave of gratitude towards the man who had practically raised him. I'll leave it to you to inform Koala of the new developments, Dragon added, and a second later the Den Den Mushi clicked, indicating he had been hung up on. DMN it. Sabo cursed loudly. What the hell's wrong? He looked up to see Ace rubbing sleepily at one eye like a small child. He shook his head, stuffing the Den Den Mushi back into the depths of his pocket. Nothing. I've just been given an unpleasant task, but it's nothing that can't wait. Ace shrugged, unconcerned and stretching like an overgrown cat, his back popping. So, narcolepsy, huh? Ace groaned unhappily. Yeah, it can be a pain. He eyed the blonde shrewdly. You look quite calm though, most people panic and think I've died. Kureha was cursing that you hadn't, the blonde informed him cheerfully. Ace rolled his eyes good-naturedly. You were the one who diagnosed me back when we were kids. Found the condition in a book after the first time it happened, cool as anything, you were. You even taught me the signs of an impending episode. Without explanation, a niggle appeared at the back of Sabo's mind. He couldn't place why what Ace said sounded wrong, it just did. And the way the dark-haired man was staring at him, like he was probing but for what, Sabo couldn't decipher. A faint rumble in the distance distracted the pair from their conversation. What the heck was that? Ace asked, rising to his feet and walking over to the window. Probably an avalanche or something. Ace smirked at him over his bare shoulder. Well, we can't be expected to travel back down in an avalanche, now can we? And it'd be rude to let a guest get bored. Fancy a tour of this place? Unbeknownst to the pair as they set off to explore, several miles away, a caravel was slowly entering the river mouth, her straw hat-adorned captain perched upon the figurehead and his dark eyes fixed hopefully on the mountain. Dalton was close to despair. In 2 days, 2 strange groups had somehow found their way to the island he had sworn to protect and restore, and both times the news had been the same. He wished he could dedicate the manpower and time required to address the threat of the returning Tyrant King, but his energies were completely focused on the pirates. So young and naive, yet already extremely loyal to one another. It was humbling to see the care they held for one another, but he couldn't help but think they were also stupidly reckless. I can't stress enough how dangerous this is, he repeated for umpteenth time, shaking his head at the pirates' plan to trek up the mountain with their ill crew member in search of the doctor. They'll be fine, the long-nosed one muttered, but Dalton wasn't entirely sure whether he was reassuring himself or Dalton. Luffy. Stand still already. This is hard enough without you bouncing around. Oi, shitty captain, hurt one hair. On Namiswan's head and there'll be no dinner. Luffy stopped moving immediately, which finally allowed Sanji and Vivi to finish strapping their stricken navigator to the captain's back. I must warn you the doctor may not be in the best of moods when you find her, Dalton cautioned. We had a couple of other folks hike up there yesterday and she doesn't take kindly to visitors. She might take it out on you. Are they the same ones who warned you about Wapple? Vivi asked, adjusting one final strap around Luffy before stepping back. Dalton nodded. Oh, they sound nice enough then. Maybe they want to join my crew? Luffy shouted excitedly. His head suddenly bounced forward nearly a foot when Usopp smacked him, nearly misplacing his captain's straw hat in the process. Quit inviting strangers already. They might be scary. Usopp whined. The blond man rolled his single visible eye while drawing heavily on his cigarette at their antics. I still want to meet them, Luffy pouted, but followed dutifully behind Sanji when he tugged him towards the front door. Well, they're apparently as crazy as us for climbing the mountain, so you never know, you could get on like a house on fire. Sanji joked, making Luffy laugh gleefully. Dalton shook his head in dismay, wondering what in the world would land on Drum's shores next, before following his impromptu guests out into the chilled and bitter wind. XXX. The slapping of boots on flagstones was the only warning Ace and Sabo had before the heavy oak door slammed open with such force its handle was buried in the stone bricks. You! Dr. Kureha shrieked, one long, lanky finger pointed accusingly at the wide-eyed pirate. It was already broken, Ace exclaimed quickly. He flashed the old woman a grin. You are melting my castle, she shouted, crossing her arms with a huff, before Ace's words registered. Wait, what was already broken? She wondered critically. Oh, nothing important, Ace brushed off with a shrug, pushing the book he had been browsing back on the shelf. And I can't stop the melting. I'm made of fire, he reminded her. Kureha shook her head and sighed deeply. She sauntered into the room and stood over Sabo, who was sat in a low armchair, surrounded on all sides by numerous texts. So, you decided to be nosy, did you? Looking for the secret of my youth? Sabo exchanged a bemused look with the pirate. The woman actually had a secret for her youthful appearance? We thought you would be longer getting back after that avalanche, he said carefully, sidestepping the idea and snapping shut the book in his lap. We didn't think you'd mind if we browsed your library. You've got quite the collection, he admired. Meaning I couldn't get Sabo to budge once he saw this room, Ace cut in, gesturing to the wall of rare and unusual books, no doubt a leftover from Wapple's occupation of the castle. And therefore I have no knowledge of what Ace could possibly have broken because he wandered off by himself, the blonde smirked. I said it was nothing important. Doctor? Some of the beakers are smashed. Sabo chuckled, glancing at the open door, where Chopper's voice had echoed from. Kureha raised an eyebrow at the sheepish pirate. See? Nothing important, Ace shrugged. How'd you get back so quickly anyway? There was a lot of noise a while ago. Can you walk on top of snow? Is that why they call you a witch? Kureha scoffed at the other's weak attempts to deflect but surprisingly allowed it. A little avalanche isn't going to stop me, I have my ways up and down the mountain. Although usually that's enough to keep the visitors at bay, she added, glaring at the pair over her glasses. And speaking of visitors, Cocoweed Village is all of a twitter about the pair of you. Oh really? Sabo acknowledged, completely unconcerned. Yes, it's not often a pirate and a revolutionary are seen together. And what's even unlikelier is Dalton agreeing to a pirate setting foot on Drum again after what happened last time, she said. Ace scowled and started pacing agitatedly. Teach is the reason I'm even here. He was a Whitebeard pirate, he admitted, his back to them. Yes, I knew. I'd heard of a Marshal D. Teach in Whitebeard's crew before he graced our shores, she replied. And now here's another DMND, she muttered with a roll of her eyes. Sabo suspected he hadn't meant to overhear that comment, because she only smiled when he caught her eye. He was struck suddenly by how it resembled the all-knowing smirk Dragon occasionally showed. He sighed and slumped back into his chair more comfortably. He knew wasn't going to get any answers from her. Now, about my payment, Kureha started. Payment for what? Ace asked, frowning, swinging around towards her. For my services, she elaborated. Sabo already paid you with the information he had on Wapple, the dark-haired pirate reminded her. Yes, but that was before you started melting my castle and breaking my property, she retorted smugly. Sabo wondered if she hadn't purposely decided to charge for the effects the devil fruit user was unintentionally doing to the castle as soon as she realized what he was. She had given in rather easily, the blonde realized in hindsight. Now, from the looks of it, neither of you exactly have anything of value on you. So maybe I should put you to work tidying up the mess you've left. Honestly, it may have been cold but at least it was mostly dry before you arrived. Ace gaped at her in disbelief. You really are a witch, he grumbled. Seriously, it's not like I can help it. You're the one still making puddles in my hallways, you could at least have the courtesy to clean it up. Get your little pet to do it, Ace told her. Kureha swiped up a book and threw it straight at Ace's head quicker than Sabo could follow. He cringed when the delicate volume hit the window with a heavy thud before falling to the floor in a crumpled heap, Ace having let the projectile sail through his torso. Chopper is my apprentice. Not the maid. Well, neither are we. Sabo shook his head at the ensuing argument. It lacked any heat, with the pirate and doctor obviously enjoying the verbal spar. Amused, Sabo was content to watch, although he did discreetly move a few of the books out of Kureha's reach. The distant echo of a crash rose up from the rooms below. Noting the two bickering beside him had heard nothing, the blonde focused and discreetly extended his observation haki, letting the familiar feeling wash over him. He reached out tentatively, pleased Ace and Kureha didn't seem to notice anything amiss, and turned his attention to downstairs. As expected, he quickly located Chopper in the vicinity of the entrance hall. 3 other, much smaller auras were floating above the reindeer's head, and Sabo was amused to sense they were tiny birds, probably newly hatched, but they certainly felt excited to see the little creature below. Shaking his head, the blonde couldn't help but grin. He wondered what Dalton or the villagers would say if they saw the so-called monster right then. He knew several of the villagers had never expected to see them descend the mountain because of the vicious creature, and Sabo was intrigued to find out why they thought Chopper was so dangerous. He knew from personal experience it could be unnerving to see something familiar transform and not quite understand the reasons why. Kuma flashed unbidden through his mind. Dragon had told him he would understand one day, but why that day couldn't be sooner rather than later, Sabo had given up raging against. Pushing aside the memories of his former friend and colleague, the revolutionary was about to return his attention to Ace and Kureha when he sensed something else. It took him several seconds to work out where the aura was coming from, since there was no one outside the castle that he could sense, yet he could definitely feel another presence. It was moving slowly, painstakingly so, like they were carrying a great weight. Sabo jerked in surprise when whoever it was moved upwards. Sabo swung around to stare out the window. The weather was clear, the stars glittering like jewels, but surely there was no one as crazy as himself and Ace that they would try and climb the mountain? As he focused on the unexpected mountaineer, he realized it wasn't in fact one person, but 3. The other 2 auras were so weak the third stronger one had shielded them. But even the strongest was beginning to flag, and he was surprised to realize he must be carrying the other 2. Sabo had a brief thought they may not even reach the summit of the plateau, but in spite of his doubts, they continued to creep ever closer. "We have company," he said, and despite the soft tone, his voice cut through the room and the others fell silent immediately. "What?" Kureha asked, as blunt as ever. Sabo nodded towards the window. "We have company," he repeated. "There are 3 people climbing up the mountain." "Don't be ridiculous. No one climbs the mountain, even in good weather." "We did," Ace reminded the old doctor. "I'll rephrase that, no one sane climbs the mountain." "Well, this is certainly a week for records then," said Sabo, ignoring Ace's cry of indignance. "Because they'll be at the top any minute now. And Chopper's outside," he added, concerned. He didn't think the reindeer would have too much trouble with 3 exhausted travelers, but he was still technically outnumbered. Kureha stared at him long enough. Sabo thought she might ignore his warning, but she was up on her feet and out the door moments later. Sabo rose to his own feet, curious to see who would be both so brave and foolhardy. Ace and himself were in excellent fitness, but the same couldn't be said for the 3 approaching, and he wanted to know what possessed them to undertake the trek. It was obviously important enough to them to try. Sabo donned his top hat and picked up the lead pipe leaning against the back of his chair. He paused when he caught Ace staring at him thoughtfully. "What?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious. "You can use observation haki." It wasn't a question. Sabo nodded. "Yeah. How long have you been able to use it?" the pirate wondered. The blonde shrugged and made for the door. "Since I was about 16, I guess. Or at least, that's when I could do it at will." "That's young," Ace exclaimed, hurriedly following after him. "Yeah, well, good thing I did master it then. It saved my life more than once," he admitted ruefully. "Any of those stories going to be something I want to hear?" Ace tried to joke, although Sabo could see he looked more than a little unsettled. "Probably not. Now, shall we go see who our reckless visitor is?" Sabo grinned. XXX. The wind was fierce atop the rock mountain. It whipped ferociously at Luffy's shirt where he lay flat on his front, panting heavily, and made the sweat freeze to his skin. Despite the extraordinary feat of strength he had just achieved, carrying 1 sick and another injured nakama up a cliff possibly hundreds of feet high, Luffy couldn't feel the burn one would expect to find even in his rubber muscles. In fact, he felt nothing but numb. He wasn't even sure he still had a grip on Sanji, although he could just about make out Nami's furnace-like heat to his right, her still too warm face pressed against his bare arm. Barely managing to force his tired eyes open, Luffy turned to where he had last seen the blonde cook. He wasn't beside him. Alarm shooting through him, Luffy raised his heavy head just enough to see him slipping backwards. He barely had time to register the sight of Sanji sliding away from them before the snow beneath him started to crunch threateningly. Luffy groaned and glanced awkwardly over his shoulder at the fast-approaching ledge, the snow seemingly determined to drag them back over the edge of the mountain. Reaching blindly for Sanji, Luffy's stomach swooped uncomfortably when they slid several more inches, a harsh wind yanking at their clothes as if to say, hurry up and fall. The tug of gravity made itself known and he could feel himself slipping back. Grimacing in pain and the exhaustion hitting him like a rock, making his numb limbs feel even heavier, he tried desperately to grasp at the frozen ground, but it was useless. There was nothing to hold on to except snow and ice which immediately turned to slush in his hands. Luffy quit trying to find a purchase on the solid ground and instead made a grab for Sanji, intent on keeping his nakama close, hoping he would have the strength left to protect them during the fall. Gum Gum Balloon might save their lives at least, if he could just muster the energy to do it, he thought desperately. A hand clamped around his forearm. Luffy jumped. He hadn't heard anyone approaching over the howling wind. He tried to ignore the annoying dark spots dancing across his eyes and instead focus on their savior, who was easily pulling them away from the ledge. The hand clasping him tightly, but not so hard as to hurt, was soft. Much softer than Luffy had ever experienced before. He forced his tired and blurry vision to focus long enough to notice the hand was big, brown, and furry. He grunted when he was released and his body fell back to the ground with a muffled thump and startled yelp. He turned his head just enough to spit out the mouthful of snow his open-mouthed fall had greeted him with. He felt someone poking and tugging at him, carefully untying the ropes that had miraculously held Nami securely in place during the trek up. He frowned when Sanji was pulled from the death grip he had on the cook's coat, and Nami was rolled away from his side. He didn't want them out of reach. Did they even get to the top? It felt like the top of other mountains, the air was definitely thinner and the wind was unforgiving enough, but as Nami was often reminding them, this was the Grand Line and nothing was as expected. He groaned weakly and tried to push himself up onto his elbows, but a deep ache had replaced the numbness and his limbs wouldn't cooperate. Are we at top? He stuttered, his voice croaky from the bitter cold. A small squeak was the first response he received and a blurry, brown ball of fur wearing a pink hat appeared in his vision. Luffy blinked, surprised, for the little creature was definitely smaller than he expected and it had no hands, instead it was knocking its hooves together nervously. He wondered where their rescuer had disappeared to. He hadn't heard anyone leaving. Why yes, you're at the top, the little creature told him. Relief like nothing Luffy had experienced since Ace and Dayton returned from the fires in Grey Terminal washed over him like a tidal wave. He gave up trying to move and slumped back into the snow, his gaze turning to the skies above. It was a surprisingly clear night and the stars had just started to appear, sparkling mischievously. The now familiar sound of crunching snow made him perk up again. Well? Luffy blinked blearily as the woman, who was no better dressed for the weather than he was, knelt down beside him. This one's practically frozen, the little creature replied, his voice soft but confident. That one has various lacerations and possibly broken bones. Luffy followed as best he could without moving his head the direction a hoof pointed. He could just make out blonde hair flapping in the wind. Sanji, then. Luffy hoped none of those injuries were his fault. He hadn't meant to drop the cook and he'd caught him as quickly as he could. And the woman? She's burning up. I suspect some sort of virus. Stupid children, to climb the mountain in such conditions. The woman disappeared from view for several tense seconds before reappearing, a dissatisfied frown firmly in place. The girl's the most critical. Her temperature is dangerously high. She rattled off several very long and complicated words Luffy knew he had no hope of understanding, but they sounded downright terrifying. He forced the minuscule amount of energy that remained in his body to force his arm to move. The furry, little creature squeaked when he managed to snag a few blue-tipped fingers into the beaten leather of the woman's jacket. For a moment, Luffy thought she would shake him off, but she surprised him instead by leaning over his face, her gray hair falling about them like a curtain. Luffy coughed, the sheer cold making his lungs ache, but he continued to force out the words, ignoring the creature trying to hush him. They're my nakama, he said, teeth chattering violently. The woman's face remained passive for several seconds, her dark eyes boring deep into his own, before she nodded once. I understand. I'll take good care of them, don't worry now. Luffy let his hand fall back into the snow, relieved. His nakama were going to be okay. His eyes slid closed slowly, the urgent need for sleep to rest and recover, preferably with some meat if Sanji could find anything, falling upon him. The ground was uncomfortable and the wind was frigid, but right then he really didn't care. Fully intending to let himself fall into blissful oblivion while the woman ordered around the little creature in preparation of moving them, he was jolted back from the precipice of unconsciousness by an unexpectedly familiar voice shouting his name. Luffy? Blinking groggily, the pirate rolled his head towards the voice and its comforting resonance, which immediately made him think of campfires roasting crocodile meat and a home in the trees. The blurry image of his big brother came into focus, snow kicking up at his heels as he closed the distance between them. "Hey Ace," he whispered, confused in more ways than one. How was Ace there? And why was he shirtless? He frowned, annoyed. The stupid black spots seemed to be taking over the majority of his vision and making it hard to concentrate. He squinted in a desperate attempt to keep focused on the man rapidly approaching, but it was no good. The exhaustion was too strong. Knowing he would worry his brother if he arrived at Luffy's side to find him knocked out, but unable to fight the pull anymore, the pirate let his eyes slide shut. But not before he registered the impossible sight of a pair of goggles sat proudly atop the rim of a black top hat. XXX. Luffy? Ace dropped to his knees beside his unconscious brother, concern written all over his face. "Luffy," he tried again, shaking his brother's thin and poorly covered shoulders gently. "He's fine, just exhausted and freezing," Kureha assured him, rising gracefully to her feet. Ace huffed a relieved sigh. Sabo drew to a stop a few feet away. He quickly observed the other two unconscious and injured youths before he fixed his attention firmly on Luffy. Ignoring Chopper and Kureha's rushed discussion on whether it was safe to carry them inside, or if they should go fetch some boards to stabilize any internal injuries, he studied the pirate. The first thing that struck him was how small he appeared. He didn't look like someone who had the physical strength to drag himself up the mountain, never mind with the dead weight of two other people. Nor did he look like the same teen from Logue Town. That pirate had been almost larger than life, his exuberance and confidence completely detracting from the fact it looked like a strong breeze could knock him over. Abruptly, the image of Luffy waving like a flag in a gale came to mind, and if the situation had been slightly less serious, Sabo might have laughed at the humorous image. "Hold this," Ace ordered, holding out a well-worn straw hat towards him. Sabo stared at it dumbly for several seconds before reaching out with one gloved hand to carefully take it. "And don't lose it, or we'll never hear the end of it. It's Luffy's treasure." "Odd treasure," he muttered quietly, but nodded and tucked it away under one arm. "Odd story actually, but I'll let Luffy tell it to you." Ace gently scooped up his brother and rose to his feet easily, which just proved how light Luffy was. Sabo hoped a good meal would add some muscle to the teen. He stepped aside, allowing Ace to pass by silently. He had to resist the impulse to follow and maybe even hover. He could admit privately he really didn't like how Luffy looked, curled up and completely defenseless, if he ignored the fact that one of Whitebeard's strongest pirates cradled him with the utmost care. The surge of protectiveness he felt deep in his chest took him aback. He'd never felt such an instinct so strongly before. And he knew how strong Luffy could be. He had seen him fight back in Logue Town. He hoped it was just a reaction to seeing the younger man's current condition and that it would disappear. From the few things Ace had managed to share and what he had seen firsthand, Luffy could be a handful, and he looked forward to seeing his antics when he had recovered. "Chopper! Hurry up and get the girl. You!" Sabo snapped to attention at Kureha's shout. "You carry the blonde guy over there. And be sharp about it. Night's already fallen and the temperatures are going to start dropping quickly." Sabo nodded and carefully hefted the young man into his arms, taking as much care as possible not to squash the straw hat entrusted to him. How did he manage to carry both of them, he muttered quietly, noting with some surprise that while the man was lithe, he certainly wasn't light. Ahead of him, Ace chuckled and smirked over his shoulder. "He's Luffy. Need I say more?" Sabo shook his head weakly and trudged after the others, wondering what else the Straw Hat Pirates could do to surprise him. XXX. The next hour was a flurry of activity. Kureha ordered them all around briskly and with confidence they would carry out her instructions to the letter, or else. Chopper had been set to work diagnosing the virus that was ravaging the young woman's body and causing her core temperature to reach such dangerous heights even Ace could feel how hot she was. Ace himself had the easiest job. He had been ordered to take Luffy to one of the spacious guest rooms and to start slowly raising Luffy's temperature. Sabo found himself running backwards and forwards between the store rooms and a surprisingly modernized surgery theater, preparing it with equipment he would rather not know the function of. He was relieved Kureha deemed him unfit to assist with any surgery the younger blonde might need and gladly allowed her to kick him from the operating room. He had absolutely no interest in medicine beyond basic first aid field training, and after overhearing Kureha discussing with Chopper, who Sabo quickly realized was actually her protege, rather than just the modest assistant she had claimed, he didn't think that opinion would change. Wiping one gloveless hand across his brow, Sabo decided to find Ace and check in on the two pirates. Despite the seriousness of potential frostbite and the dangers of warming up a practically frozen body, Ace hadn't seemed overly concerned about his task, but Sabo had been left feeling inexplicably guilty that he had left Ace alone for so long. The blonde knocked softly on the door of the guest bedroom to announce his presence before he entered. He was immediately assaulted by a wall of heat, not a particularly stifling temperature, but the gentle warmth Sabo knew Koala always appreciated after they had visited a winter island, and it made the room incredibly inviting. Sabo noted absently Ace had made an effort to at least try to clean up the room. The dusty sheets that had covered most of the furniture had been balled up and tossed into a corner. He had also pulled open the window's shutters, allowing for a stunning view of the night sky through the condensation running down the panes. On the small table next to the roaring fireplace stood a few bowls of steaming water, and Luffy's damp clothes had been tossed over the backs of the chairs to dry out. "Hey," Ace greeted, keeping his back to the blonde while he shook out another blanket over the still form on the bed. "Could you pass me one of those bowls and a rag?" "Sure." Snatching up the requested items, Sabo approached the enormous bed. Ace grinned and gently eased Luffy's arms out from under the sheets and pushed up the sleeve of the shirt Chopper had produced from somewhere for the younger pirate to wear. He dipped a rag into the warm water, wrung it out tightly, and started to carefully clean Luffy's arms, scrubbing the dirt and grime away. The ease and confidence with how he dealt with Luffy's elasticated skin only affirmed to Sabo it wasn't the first time Ace had had to care for his little brother in this way. "How are the other two?" Ace asked, interrupting the silence that had fallen over them and making Sabo jump. "Oh, well, Chopper's got the woman stabilized for the time being. He's nearly finished preparing the antibiotics, and he suspects she'll turn around pretty quickly once he can give it to her. The guy's back is pretty wrecked, but now she's examined him, Kureha doesn't think it's as bad as she first thought. She's in theater with him right now. She seemed to think she might be able to fix it without invasive surgery." "Well, that's something," Ace reasoned. Sabo grimaced. "Yeah, but it still sounds painful. She was talking about muscle and disc manipulations, and I swear she was putting together something that looks an awful lot like a rack." Ace shuddered. "How is Luffy?" the blonde asked, somewhat hesitantly. "Okay, I think. He's not blue anymore, at least. He was muttering something about meat just before you came in." "Meat, seriously? He wants to eat already?" Ace was not a subtle man, which unfortunately meant he was unable to hide the shock that flashed across his face. Sabo felt an unexpected stab of guilt deep in his chest. He had obviously asked a stupid question. He could practically sense the comfortable camaraderie they had been building up crumble around them. Ace recovered quicker than the blonde and smiled, but it looked forced. Luffy would eat sleeping if he could, and he has a crazy metabolism. Meat is his favorite food. You ever need to bribe him, just offer him some. "I'll bear that in mind," he replied weakly. He tried desperately to overlook his faux pas. Ace hadn't called him out on it, but that somehow made it worse. It was an unwelcome reminder that despite all Ace had told him over the last few days, the two pirates were virtually strangers wouldn't stop running through his mind. He didn't know them, not like he apparently should. Regardless of the apologetic glances Ace kept shooting him while he resumed cleaning up Luffy, Sabo felt the heavy weight of the man's expectation settle on his shoulders like never before. Even knowing of Sabo's amnesia and all it meant, Ace had slipped up. He had been surprised he didn't know something about Luffy. Sabo felt more than a little foolish for feeling so agitated. It was inevitable Ace was going to slip up, it was still a relatively new situation. But now there was Luffy to add into the equation too. Would Luffy react the same way? Could he live with disappointing not one, but two people? He hated he had reminded Ace he didn't know everything about them anymore, that they weren't on the same page now. He had noticed more than once Ace occasionally waited an extra beat after speaking, as if waiting for Sabo to say something, but he never knew what it was he was meant to be saying. If he was completely honest with himself, he found it a little unnerving Ace knew so much about him, like how he had known immediately during their brief tour of the castle when they had found the library that Sabo wasn't going to be leaving it anytime soon. For the first time in years, his thoughts and actions were predictable and transparent. But what if those thoughts and actions suddenly weren't what they expected of him? What if he one day did something that showed them he wasn't the same person he used to be and never would be again? Irrationally, panic filled him. He wanted to know them. He found Luffy fascinating, and he couldn't remember ever having a male friend, for he could at least call Ace that. His own age and the thought both of them could take away their offer of kinship made him feel slightly sick. A tangle of bandages were moved under his nose. "Do you want to help me bind up his hands?" Ace asked, and Sabo could detect a hint of hesitation in his voice. "You were always better at bandaging than me." "Meat." It took him a second to realize he was the one who had spoken. Ace frowned, confused. "If his metabolism is as crazy as you say, Luffy will need to eat as soon as he wakes up. You look like you have things under control here, so I'll go find some food." "But besides," he plowed on, "what if Luffy wakes up and sees me?" Ace stared at him, bewildered. Sabo took his chance and edged slowly towards the door. It's probably best if you're the only one with him. We don't want him to hurt himself and undo all your hard work. Sabo felt a little bad. He was calling on Ace's big brother instincts to make an escape, but he needed some space. He was feeling increasingly suffocated under Ace's heavy gaze. I guess, Ace reluctantly agreed. Sabo was out the door before the other had finished speaking. As soon as the door clicked shut, he collapsed against the wall, overwhelmed by the torrent of emotions running through him. Never before had he felt so out of his depth. Dragon had said he could stay and get to know his family, but what if when Luffy finally awoke, they decided they didn't want to know him? Forcing himself to take a deep, steadying breath, the blonde could not shake the feeling that everything between them hinged upon Luffy's reaction. He would be the deciding factor, and to the revolutionary, who had spent the last 10 years uncaring if he was hated and hunted by the government for standing up to what he believed, the notion that he wanted to be liked was a strange one. Wanted to be the captain, but obviously I'm the captain. He's a really good shot though. Oh. And his dad is Yasopp? He's Shank's sniper and he's really cool and Usopp kinda looks like him. Ah. Did I tell you where I met Zoro? He was tied up outside a marine base, I forget why, but he can fight with 3 swords and fought this hawk guy and now has a really cool scar running all the way along here. And did I tell you about Sanji yet? Ace wasn't entirely sure. Luffy had even paused for breath once since he finally opened his eyes several hours after his abrupt arrival. Luffy had taken one bleary-eyed look at his big brother before practically jumping out of bed in his excitement, still healing injuries med. Ace had been quick to reassure him both his nakama, Sanji and Nami, were recovering well. He had heard Kureha storming down the corridor less than 10 minutes before Luffy had woken up, and from the fact he could hear her grumbling about idiots who would follow through with her aftercare or else, he summarized both Luffy's crewmates were on the mend. Ace had to admit Sabo had probably had the right idea to let him break the news of the blonde's survival to their little brother by himself. Luffy had been animated enough without the added excitement of being confronted with Sabo face to face. Speaking of the blonde, Ace noted he hadn't seen him since he had told him that he had found some food. He had disappeared quickly, with the reassurance he would only be a few rooms away. Ace had been relieved. He was concerned he had upset the blonde with his stupid mistake earlier. He scolded himself harshly for forgetting Sabo didn't have any memories. It was harder than he thought to remind himself that Sabo didn't know everything he used to, and they were technically getting to know one another all over again, despite all they had shared as children. It was just so easy to fall into their old patterns. Luffy wouldn't do that, Ace was certain. Luffy adapted quicker than anyone else the pirate had ever met to new situations, and he had amazing instincts. Even if he did occasionally open his mouth before engaging his brain. Ace wasn't too proud to admit, now anyway, his 10-year-old self would probably vigorously deny it. Makino might have been the one to teach him manners, but it was Luffy who had ended up teaching him the most about interacting with people. It was obvious to Ace that Sabo was concerned though. He had looked like a man waiting for the other shoe to drop. Granted, Ace had spent the last couple of days trying not to let on. He kept catching Sabo staring at him, in disbelief most of the time. It was like he couldn't believe he had a family. It made Ace's heart both ache with longing and rage at the world. He would forever regret not having the power to protect Sabo from his father. If he had, Sabo would never have needed to leave, he wouldn't have been injured so severely, and they could have grown up together, like they should have in the first place. Whitebeard's offer of joining his crew hadn't just appealed to him because he had craved the stability of family that Luffy provided and spoiled him with. Whitebeard was also powerful. Being aligned with him gave him an influence few other pirates would know. He would command respect because of the Jolly Roger on his back, and he would never let anyone take away his family again. Ace. What? He started out of his thoughts. He jerked back when Luffy prodded him in the forehead. Stop poking me. But you weren't listening. You're just staring at nothing, the younger pouted. Sorry, Luffy, he apologized sheepishly. What were you saying? He internally berated himself as soon as the words were out. He was delaying telling Luffy about the very important person only a few rooms away, simply because he wasn't sure how to raise the subject. If someone, even Luffy, had walked up to him and said, "Hey, by the way, Sabo's alive," he would have punched them. He would have been cursing them with the same ferocity he cursed Roger if they had even dared to speak such words. Doesn't matter. You'll meet the rest of my crew later. You will, won't you? Ace nodded eagerly. He wanted to meet the crew who were crazy enough to sail with his brother. Luffy practically beamed. I'm surprised you managed to get this far so fast with only the 5 of you, Ace admitted. Luffy laughed. Yeah, Nami said we were making good progress. I didn't think I'd run into you this close to the red line though. I thought we wouldn't see each other for ages yet. I hoped to be the Pirate King before we did, he admitted. That's gonna take you years. You were seriously willing to wait that long before you ran into me? 'Cause I hate to break it to you, but I don't think even the Grand Line is big enough to avoid me for that long, the older pirate snorted, not at all surprised Luffy wanted to have achieved his goal before prioritizing seeking out his brother. Of course. Besides, you said it didn't matter where we were in the world, or if we were on different crews, we'd still be brothers. But I'm gonna be the Pirate King. Luffy grinned widely, asserting his claim. Ace drew in a deep breath. Luffy couldn't have given him a better opening if he'd tried. He rose from the chair beside Luffy's bed to settle on the fluffy mattress at his brother's feet. Luffy watched him curiously, his dark eyes suddenly much more alert. Right, funny you should say that, he started. Are my nakama okay? Luffy butted in, his brow furrowed in concern. What? Yeah, they're fine. I already told you that, he explained, suddenly worried his brother might have hit his head on the way up the mountain and he was still confused if he couldn't remember what Ace had said barely 20 minutes earlier. Oh, I know you did. You just looked so serious, I thought it must be about them, the younger pirate admitted. Sorry, it's nothing to do with them. It's actually about someone else we know. Gramps? Luffy whispered, eyes wide and a heavy dose of fear on his face. Ace shook his head quickly. No. By some miracle, I haven't actually run into him since I left Dawn Island. Have you? No, the other admitted. So, who were you talking about? Ace's stomach churned uncomfortably with a mixture of nerves, excitement and relief that he could finally share with Luffy one of the most miraculous things either one of them could have wished for. Okay, Luffy, I'm gonna need you to stay calm and not run off before I've finished explaining the entire situation. Do you think you can do that for me? Ace pleaded. For both his brothers' sakes, he needed Luffy to listen to the whole story before they went to find Sabo. It would make everything much easier if they were all on the same page. Luffy stared at him, his face a picture of concentration, and he nodded slowly. Ace drew in a deep breath. It's about Sabo. Sabo? Luffy scrunched up his face in confusion, which was justified in Ace's opinion. It was rare for either of them to mention their blonde brother, firstly because it had been too painful, and secondly because they had both had the bad habit of turning to speak to him and finding he wasn't actually stood next to them. It had made it easier on them both to just not speak of him, and Dayton and the bandits had followed their example. Though that hadn't meant they had ever forgotten him, not at all. Ace was very aware Sabo had never been too far from their thoughts over the last 10 years. What about Sabo? Did you find out something about who killed him? Ace could tell from the dark glint in Luffy's eyes that if Ace said yes, he had found the person responsible for taking Sabo away from them, Luffy would willingly drop whatever path he was currently on, the consequences be demanded. Luffy. Sabo's alive, he said softly, a small smile breaking out on his face. Huh? The little color Luffy had managed to recover since coming in from the freezing mountain rapidly drained from his cheeks. Sabo, what? Sabo's alive, he repeated. Ace had naturally expected an explosion of excitement and explanations. Sabo had explained his encounter with Luffy in Logue Town, and there was absolutely no way Luffy would have missed the familiarities between their deceased brother and the blonde man who had assisted him. But Luffy remained worryingly quiet and unnaturally still, with his fringe falling forward and shielding his eyes from his brother's gaze. Luffy? Ace finally prompted, unable to take the silence any longer. The younger raised his head and tears were streaming down his face. Sabo's really alive, he sniffed, ignoring his damp face and staring imploringly at his brother, the disbelief clearly audible in his voice. Ace couldn't stop the grin that spread across his face, steadfastly ignoring his own wet eyes, and nodded. Only Luffy could possibly understand the enormity of their current situation, and Ace reached for the younger, dragging him into a bone-crushing hug. Yeah, he's alive. Ace choked out, liking the words more and more with each moment. Now he could finally share the joy with his little brother, it was finally beginning to feel real. Luffy squirmed in his arms, pulling back, his face a picture of delight, and Ace had to grab his arm to stop him falling straight off the bed in his enthusiasm. Where's Sabo? I want to see him. Whoa. Luffy, you need to hear the rest of it first. Ace implored. It's important. Luffy pet his head, curious, and sat back down. Ace released a sigh of relief. The rest of it? Ace took a deep breath and started talking. XXX. Soft voices just behind the closed door drew Sabo's attention away from the book he had been trying in vain to read. One he recognized as Ace, which meant the other was certainly Luffy, since he doubted Ace would leave the younger's side until he was satisfied he wasn't suffering any ill effects from his trek up the mountain. The door handle turned slowly, and the voices fell silent. Sabo gently laid the book down on the table and rose to his feet, unconsciously tilting his head until his hair fell across the scar. Ace stepped through first, leading the way, and the blonde noticed he immediately gave the room a subtle sweep, an unconscious motion Sabo had noticed him doing many times upon entering a new space. A round face, his hair still in complete disarray from his prolonged rest, peered around Ace eagerly. Sabo was pleased to see Luffy's cheeks were flushed with a healthy rosy glow, a stark improvement from when they'd found him outside, and he had changed back into his clothes. There was a moment's pause as the two studied each other, Ace hovering nervously in the middle. And then Luffy started talking. "It's really Sabo. You're not dead. Wait until Dayton hears you're alive. No. Wait until Dogra hears you're alive. He'll be so happy. He was so upset when he told us what happened to you. Hey, that's a really cool scar. Is that from when your boat exploded? Can you see out of your eye? Does it still hurt? I hope it doesn't cost that it really SCK. Is that why you have a mystery memory problem? Ace told me you don't remember us, and might not ever, and I don't care. I mean, it SCKS you don't remember building our treehouse, or that time we went hunting. Oh, wait, we hunted every day. Never mind then. We had ramen once, do you still like it? You used to really like." Sabo was alarmed. He wasn't quite sure what he had expected, but Luffy attempting to talk his head off was not it. He shared a dumbfounded glance with Ace, who looked as stunned as the blonde, and he shrugged helplessly as if to say he had no idea what to do about the continuous stream of words coming from his brother either. Sabo felt his concern growing, because he wasn't entirely sure Luffy had drawn a single breath since he entered the room, and he could see trembles starting to rack the small, lithe frame. Sabo wasn't sure if it was the aftereffects of his earlier physical exertion, or something else. He turned back to Luffy, who was still talking, seemingly undeterred. He had momentarily lost Sabo's attention. Oddly, Sabo found his attention being drawn to Luffy's hands. From the few minutes he had had in the presence of the headstrong pirate back in East Blue, and the tales Ace had told him, he had pictured Luffy as someone lacking in spatial awareness. He had imagined him waving his arms all over the place and bouncing on the spot, but instead, Luffy stood nearly motionless, the only movement being his hands, which thanks to his devil fruit, he had quite literally twisted into knots, presumably because he was nervous. The blonde was struck with the sudden clarity that Luffy was in a very similar position to himself. They were both meeting all over again, with preconceived ideas of the other, thanks to Ace, who had told each of them about the other and unknowingly causing them both to ponder the same question. What if I don't live up to what Ace has told him? The realization calmed Sabo's nerves immediately. Yelled when we stole her sake. Luffy, Sabo interrupted. Luffy immediately fell silent, but the trembling continued, and if anything, seemed to increase. The elder finally recognized it for what it was though, a valiant effort on the pirate's part to hold himself back. Sabo smiled softly. There really was only one solution. He opened his arms. It was all the invite Luffy needed, and he threw himself across the room and into the blonde's embrace, large fat tears flowing unheeded down his face. As a general rule, none of the revolutionaries were overly affectionate, instead choosing to focus on getting the job done. One might get a firm handshake, or a congratulatory slap on the back every now and then, but rarely did they hug, so Sabo had no real comparison to go on. But he could admit to himself with some certainty the hug Luffy had him quite literally wrapped up in was easily the best he had ever received. True, it was a little painful, he privately confessed. Luffy might have been skinny, but he was shockingly strong. It was also more than a little wet from the tears that drenched the front of his shirt, but he had never felt so loved. Once again, the rush of affection he felt towards the teen was overwhelming, but Sabo pushed it aside. He would have time to work through his own muddled thoughts later, when they had all calmed down. Luffy gave his affection so freely, it was impossible not to be taken in by him, and as Luffy continued to sob into his shoulder, he thought he finally understood why Ace adored the kid so much. He glanced over to the other dark-haired pirate in the room, who had been suspiciously quiet during the other two's interactions. Sabo saw him trying to discreetly wipe away the fresh tear tracks dampening his own face. But what amazed Sabo the most, was Ace was sporting possibly the biggest grin he had ever seen. Even as the blonde returned it, he wondered why the idea of Ace experiencing such joy seemed odd to him. Ace finally approached them and gently tapped Luffy atop his head. "Hey, come on, let Sabo breathe a bit, yeah," he teased. Luffy sniffed loudly and finally released Sabo from the tight grip he had him locked in. He scrubbed his face roughly before raising his head, and grinning widely. "Hi, Sabo." Sabo burst into laughter. "Hi, Luffy. Most people open with that." Ace snorted, amused, and he ruffled Luffy's hair affectionately. Sabo hummed thoughtfully. "You didn't. If I recall correctly, you knocked me over and a small mob ended up chasing us. At no point do I remember you saying hello. I apologized for that." "You did. But you still didn't say hello. Luffy laughed joyfully, but he was cut off abruptly when his stomach growled loudly. He patted his stomach forlornly. I'm hungry. What a surprise. Ace teased. I wonder how many meals I missed? I hope it wasn't too many. Sabo opened his mouth, ready to explain he had found some supplies in the kitchen a few floors down, but the study door opening cut him off. They all turned to see a tall, lanky young man, his blonde hair partially obscuring his face, practically collapse into the door frame and which looked to be the only thing keeping him upright. He held himself stiffly, as if he was in pain, with one arm wrapped protectively around his midriff, and he looked just as surprised to see them as they were to see him. Sanji! Luffy cried excitedly, while Sabo shared a mystified look with Ace behind the younger pirate's back. Ace didn't look like he expected to see Luffy's crewmate on his feet so soon either. Sanji nodded in greeting and, gingerly, Sabo observed, like he was unsure his knees weren't going to buckle at a moment's notice, stepped inside. Are you okay now? Luffy asked. Yeah. Well, I feel like my back's been wrenched, but yeah, I'm fine, he said, eyes darting around the room quickly. Where's Nami Swan? Nami Swan? Ace muttered quietly, looking thoroughly bemused at the apparent endearment. Sabo tried not to laugh. He wondered what Koala's reaction would be to someone calling her Koala Swan. In fact, Sabo mused, he didn't need to, he knew what would happen and it would probably be very painful. I don't know where Nami is, I haven't seen her yet. What? Sabo had to forcefully stop himself from taking a half step back at the ferocity of Sanji's shout. The only thing that stopped him was that Luffy remained completely motionless, barely even flinching at the volume directed at him. Sanji was clearly more bark than bite, or at least he was when with his captain. You left her alone? In this huge, creepy castle? Anything could happen to my precious Nami Swan. Sanji groaned, patting his shirt and finally pulling out a crumpled packet of cigarettes and a lighter. Ace said she was fine. A mystery doctor has been looking after her. Luffy shrugged, unconcerned. Sanji frowned, confused. Ace? He asked, finally appearing to realize it wasn't just Luffy in the room. Ace saluted the blonde in a lazy greeting. That'd be me. I'm still hungry. Sanji, cook me some meat. Luffy demanded, practically bouncing around his crewmate. He reminded Sabo of an overeager puppy. Sanji huffed out a plume of smoke. Stupid captain. Does this look like a kitchen? Where the hell am I meant to get meat right now? Sabo was pleased to notice he wasn't the only one who jumped at the unexpected cry. They all turned to the still open door. Chopper stood, staring in disbelief back at them. His little black eyes were darting frantically back and forth between Luffy and Sanji. You shouldn't be up yet. Either of you. Oh, what if the doctor saw you out of bed already? You both need to get back to your rooms and rest and, he trailed off uncertainly. Luffy and Sanji were both staring unblinkingly at the little creature. Sabo frowned at the pair, unsure of what to make of their expressions. He caught Ace's eye and nodded minutely. Ace sighed and stepped forward. Luffy, this is meat. Chopper shrieked and shot out the door, Luffy hot on his heels, and Sanji, still rather wobbly, not far behind. Ace stared dumbly at the spot of air that Luffy had just vacated, before huffing, annoyed. They both grimaced at the crashes, bangs and shouts that echoed back towards them. Hurry up, Sanji. Luffy. Hold up, will you? I need to cook it first. Hey. Wait. Meat-san, stop running. Sabo rubbed his forehead, trying to ward off the headache he could feel creeping up on him. Hey, Ace said, draping an arm around the blonde's slumped shoulders. How long do you reckon we have until the good witch doctor tosses us out of here on our arses? Sabo considered the question thoughtfully, pointedly ignoring another crash, this one sounding even further away. Not long if Luffy decides to eat her assistant, he concluded sagely. Ace heaved a loud sigh. Sabo staggered slightly when Ace collapsed his weight into his side. I figured. Guess we'd better go rescue him. Sabo wasn't at all fooled by the act. He could clearly see from the badly hidden upturned corner of his mouth Ace was secretly delighted, and possibly more amused than he had any right to be, by Luffy's energetic antics. And Sabo couldn't deny it was good to see Luffy looking so animated again. Which him do you mean? Chopper or Luffy? He asked teasingly and ducked out from under Ace's arm sharply, causing the other to stumble at the sudden lack of support. Luffy, of course. He's quick, but he's never actually managed to catch a deer before. Actually, Chopper's a reindeer. Whatever, Mr. Know-It-All. XXX. Brothers. Even as Luffy laughed at his crewmate's twin shouts of shock, Sabo, leant unobtrusively against the bookcase in the rather pleasant room Kureha had allocated to Nami, wondered when the novelty of people referring to him a brother to Ace and Luffy would wear off, if it ever did. It has so far taken him some embarrassingly long seconds each time he was introduced as such to realize Ace and Luffy were in fact referring to him. He hoped that passed quickly. It was like experiencing emotional whiplash every time it occurred, because it was still such a jarring thought. Ace, however, seemed to revel in the recognition, dipping into a small bow and smirking at the other's shock. He also seemed to enjoy showing off, Sabo had discovered, because he had caught Luffy and Sanji in what was probably a record time and had easily manhandled them into Nami's room when Chopper announced, very nervously, she was awake. The little creature had made himself scarce, which was probably for the best, because even after a quick meal, Sabo was sure he could hear Luffy's stomach still growling from the other side of the room. Yep. This is Ace, and that's Sabo. Sabo tipped his hat in greeting when two pairs of eyes snapped towards him. Neither one were particularly subtle in their roving eyes, and he could see them both taking in the so very obvious differences in appearance, and he had to resist the urge to squirm. With his pale skin, blonde hair and bright blue eyes, he was as light was to shadow when compared to Ace and Luffy who, with their much darker features, could very easily pass for blood relatives, although Ace had admitted to Sabo, as soon as he'd catoned on to the different surnames, they weren't actually related, as far as they were aware, anyway. Ace hadn't been able to explain the shared initial, but considering both his parents had died before he was even a day old, he had been confident in his assertion. Nami and Sanji brushed past the more obvious queries, either out of politeness, or maybe they just didn't care. Sabo wasn't quite sure, and immediately launched a flurry of questions at their captain, Nami's voice finally rising above the others. "Why didn't you mention you had two brothers who were both on the Grand Line?" she demanded, and somehow despite the fact she was sat in bed with half a dozen blankets piled on top of her, and her cheeks were still flushed with the aftermath of her illness, she struck quite the intimidating figure. "Do you realize how helpful it would have been to have some first-hand accounts of what to expect when we crossed over the Red Line? We might not have hit that whale." "Oh, you hit Laboon? Bad idea. He doesn't like that," said Sabo. Luffy shrugged sheepishly. "See, that's the advice I'm talking about." Nami snapped, gesturing towards him. "Laboon? That thing has a name?" Ace asked, surprised. Sabo nodded. "Yeah. He followed a pirate ship to the Cape after losing his pod. They had to leave him behind though, since the Grand Line was too dangerous for such a young whale." Ace stared at him, the expression on his face one of complete bemusement. "How do you know this stuff?" "Because I talk to people, Ace," he teased. He had crossed the Red Line many a time over the years, and it was always a pleasure to see Laboon and Crocus, who had some of the most awe-inspiring tales that Sabo had always itched to put onto paper, but the old man had politely asked he defer until he was no longer around to deal with the fuss and bother they might cause. Crocus had actually been pretty instrumental to Sabo's healing after the Tenryubido attack. He had insisted the revolutionaries spent at least a week at the Cape, worried the rough seas and possible threats were a real danger to Sabo potentially ever making a full recovery, and Dragon had conceded to his medical advice. "Kids," Kureha muttered darkly from her spot at the small table. She took a deep swing of her sake, before tossing it aside to join the other empties and producing another from who knows where. Sabo seriously wanted to examine the underside of all the tables and chairs because the bottles just kept appearing. "Hey!" Luffy cried, spinning on the spot to face Kureha. "You're a doctor. We need a doctor. Join my crew, Oba-chan." Kureha's gaze darkened alarmingly fast. "Oba-chan? Who the hell are you calling Oba-chan? I'm a spry 139. A booted foot landed squarely atop Luffy's head and he hit the floor with a loud thump. "Wow," Sanji drawled. "She's not wrong. She is spry." Luffy groaned and sat up on the floor to stare forlornly up at the doctor glaring down at him. "You're mean, Oba-chan." Sabo winced as Luffy took another hit and added, absolutely no sense of self-preservation, to the list of things he'd learned about Luffy in the last 24 hours. "He's not very quick on the uptake, is he?" Sabo observed, somewhat despairingly. "Nope." Ace grinned. "When we first met, I spent the first 3 months finding new and inventive ways of tossing him off the mountain and he still kept coming back. None of your ideas worked either, by the way." "Seriously? Shouldn't you know that?" Ace and Sabo both swiveled their heads towards the young woman still sat primly in the bed. There was a deep-set frown on her face. "Know what?" Ace asked. "Shouldn't Sabo ve known that about Luffy, since you're brothers," she said, somewhat haltingly. "Sabo has anemia." Luffy cut in quickly, surprising them all. "Amnesia. It's amnesia. Anemia is something completely different." Kureha snapped briskly, dropping back into her chair with a huff. "Yeah, that." Luffy grinned, unperturbed at the doctor's anger of his butchering of medical terms. "How?" Nami started, tentatively, before cutting herself off, realizing how rude the question might be. Sabo smiled at her softly. I had an accident when I was 10. Ace and Luffy didn't realize I'd survived it, he explained, ignoring Ace's grumblings of some accident. Are you both pirates too, then? Sanji asked, speaking up before an awkward silence could descend upon them. I am, Ace smirked. No, Sabo admitted. What? Luffy whirled around to him, surprise written across his face. You're not a pirate? How come? You always wanted to be a pirate. Sabo smiled sadly. Luffy, I don't remember ever wanting to be a pirate. I work with the Revolutionary Army. The who? Chorused 3 confused voices. Well, you all sound crazy to me. Who in the world wants to live a life on the sea? Kureha broke in with a grumble. Luffy whirled around, immediately distracted, much to the blonde's relief, since it would take a long time to answer everyone's questions about the revolutionaries and he honestly wasn't 100% sure Luffy would fully understand the implications regardless. And Sabo had the odd desire not to let Luffy, or even Ace, fully understand the dangers of being involved with the revolutionaries. It wasn't like being a pirate, where if you had enough of a reputation you were offered clemency in the form of the Shichibukai. If Sabo was ever caught, he was going to the execution platform, and probably only after an uncomfortable spell in Impel Down where CP9 would no doubt torture him within an inch of his life to find out what secrets he had uncovered. No, Luffy and Ace didn't need to know the full extent of such a possibility, Sabo thought to himself. Hey, Ace nudged his arm, dragging him from his thoughts. Is he meant to be hiding, or what? Sabo followed his gaze to the doorway, where Chopper hovered nervously, his face partially obscured but his back end remained fully in sight. Sabo could see Ace was staring at the little creature thoughtfully, but he couldn't work out what Ace was seeing in him. Deciding not to pry, Sabo shrugged, undeterred by the noise of Luffy and Sanji Strkng past the pair of them in yet another effort to catch the reindeer. It's the meat again. Luffy, seriously. You need to let me cook it first. Kureha looked downright furious, and reached under the table. I'll cook the pair of you, she snarled, rising to her feet, a butcher's knife of all things in her hand. Nami looked suitably alarmed, but Ace calmly stepped forward and snatched the blade from her hands, tossing it over his shoulder to Sabo, who caught it easily and set it upon the top of a bookshelf, high out of Kureha's immediate reach. No need for any bloodshed. I'll go sort them out. He turned to stunned Nami and bowed deeply. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Amazing, Nami muttered, as Ace ducked out the room. What is? Sabo wondered. Luffy's big brothers are actually polite. Are you really brothers? Sabo could only laugh. XXX. Deep in the shadows of the corridor, Ace stood with his bare back leant against the freezing stones, uncaring of the chill, and arms crossed. Chopper was slowly walking towards him, his little hooves making a reassuring click against the floor. Ace couldn't help but notice the heavy set of the reindeer's shoulders, like the weight of the world had suddenly been rested upon them. In the distance, their voices echoing off the walls and carried on the icy wind that whipped through. The castle, Luffy and Sanji were chatting excitedly to one another, their quest to catch Chopper halted abruptly with a single piece of knowledge. Hold on a minute, did that thing just speak? Huh, yeah. And it was standing on 2 feet. Monster. Chopper actually flinched as the word bounced off the walls around them, and hunched down, as if trying to shield himself from its very meaning. The sadness flickering across the furred face reminded Ace sharply of another young boy who had stood before his brothers, his face shielded by the rim of his top hat, and admitted he was a born noble. The looks of shame and dismay were identical, despite the decade that stood between them. Ace shifted against the wall, the motion catching the reindeer's attention. The little creature paused before raising his head bravely, despite the tears threatening to overflow. Ace continued to peer down at him thoughtfully. What? He snapped, defensively. Ace shrugged and let himself slide down the wall until he was crouched and eye level with the reindeer. Nothing, you just remind me of my brother, he revealed. Chopper's eyebrows shot up in disbelief and he glanced over his shoulder, back towards where Luffy could still be heard shouting excitedly. Ace snorted at the silent communication. No, not that menace. Sabo, you remind me of him. How? Chopper frowned. The pirate smiled gently. Because neither one of you fit the mold you were born into. Sabo was born a noble, he explained, and Chopper's eyes widened in shock. But he was so different to those other snot-nosed BSTRDS who called themselves his parents that he left. Why are you telling me this? Chopper asked, confused. He saved himself by leaving, both times, Ace grudgingly admitted, because while he hated the circumstances surrounding Sabo's departure of Dawn Island, he could understand why he'd done it. And why he hadn't returned to them in the forest. Ace had been fooling himself as a child that they could have stood up to Sabo's father, but the reality was they had been completely powerless and no one had understood that better than his brother. He had the courage to walk away and accept who he is. "You could too," he said. Chopper stared at him, and for a second, Ace didn't think his words registered with the reindeer, before he snorted in disbelief and made to brush past Ace's knees. He didn't get a chance to reply, though, before Luffy's voice blasted down the corridor. "Monster! Join our crew!" Chopper froze, Luffy's words freezing him into place. Ace smirked at his little brothers once again, impeccable timing. "You should seriously consider his offer," he advised, and pushed himself back to his feet. "Luffy won't steer you wrong and he won't care what you are, only who." Now only able to see the top of Chopper's pink hat, Ace smiled fondly when he heard a loud sniff, and the reindeer reached up to scrub at his face quickly. How do you know that?" he asked the pirate softly, and Ace was reminded of just how young Chopper still was. "Because he's Luffy," Ace said with a casual shrug. "Think about it. But not for too long, because Luffy doesn't ever take no for an answer. There he is. Monster. Come here." Chopper shrieked and dashed around Ace, who had to flatten himself against the wall in an effort not to get run over by Luffy and Sanji. Ace chuckled to himself and followed sedately in the trio's wake, confident there was no rush now Luffy had discovered Chopper was potentially more interesting than just food. They all missed the figure concealed in the darkest shadows, not far from where Ace had hidden himself only minutes before. Sabo tugged the rim of his top hat, agitatedly. "Noble, huh?" he whispered, silently acknowledging Ace had omitted a few details when telling him about his family. The idea wasn't new though, all those who had assisted in his rescue and recovery had had their suspicions. And it really didn't change a thing, Sabo concluded, forcing himself to put one foot in front of the other and search out with his hockey to find where the others had disappeared to. He was a revolutionary and by Ace's account, he had left that life behind more than once. If it took them believing him to be dead for him to attain freedom, then Sabo really didn't regret leaving. The only remorse he felt was he couldn't have kept the knowledge of Ace and Luffy's existence. If he had, he might have been able to write to them, to let them know he had made it, that he had survived. The blonde froze, distracted by the sense of yet more people approaching the castle. Sabo rushed to a window, unable to comprehend there were even more people atop the mountain. Kureha was going to pitch a fit when she realized. He squinted through the misted-up window, trying to determine the identity of their further unexpected guests, thankful Ace's Mera Mera no Mi had kept the snow at bay. "Doctor." Sabo jerked around, surprised to hear such panic in the little reindeer's voice. "Doctor. It's Wapol. He's back." With his boots echoing against the stone floor and black coat flaring behind him, Sabo cut quite the striking figure, striding confidently towards the castle doors. Annoyance warred with worry for the castle's two stubborn residents, who he could already sense outside the safety of the walls. He had no doubt both Kureha and Chopper could take care of themselves, they lived in a frigid wasteland, but they had no idea how many people Wapol had decided to bring along, and Sabo was willing to bet there was more to Wapol's desertion than either had said. When Sabo had informed them of his possible return, Chopper's reaction alone had been more than enough to indicate they had some bad history between them. "Seems like the revolutionary's tip was right on the money," Ace said by way of greeting, once he joined him at the entrance, Luffy already dashing ahead. "What can I say? We have good connections," the blonde agreed. Luffy's cry of recognition had them both hurrying out in the bitter cold after him. It was a tense standoff that greeted them. One side stood Wapol, his already overweight figure exaggerated even more so by the tinplate armor he had somehow forced his body into. He was flanked by two others as equally odd in appearance, and none of them looked at all happy, their gazes drawn to the black pirate flag flapping above them. On the other side of the battlefield, who, even with their backs to him, Sabo could tell were glaring, were Kureha and Chopper, the doctor the more relaxed of the two, but the revolutionary knew she was poised to launch an attack if it proved at all necessary. And Sabo suspected it would. From the furious expression on Wapol's face, he knew they had a fight on their hands. The man looked in no way prepared to give up the rights to his castle easily. "Hey! It's him!" Luffy pointed accusingly at Wapol, whose attention snapped to the three new arrivals. "You know him?" Ace asked, surprised. "Yeah. He tried to eat the Going Merry." Sabo blinked in bemusement. "What's the Going Merry?" "Our ship." "Wait a minute, he tried to eat your ship?" Ace turned to the blonde. "Any idea what devil fruit would let him do that?" Sabo hummed thoughtfully, mentally running through the list of possibilities he was aware of. There were more than half a dozen paramecia types which would allow a human to consume non-perishables, but without knowing of any possible side effects of such a fruit, Sabo was at a loss. "He tried to eat me, too," Luffy added, almost as an afterthought. Ace sighed and shook his head. I guess it was too much to ask. You'd broken the habit of allowing yourself to get eaten by things you shouldn't, wouldn't it? That happens often, the blonde dared to ask. Frequently, the older pirate assured him with a "what can you do" shrug. How Luffy managed to let himself get eaten often enough it could be described as frequently, Sabo didn't know, but if anyone was going to do it, it would be Luffy, the revolutionary supposed, stepping aside and letting the said pirate dash past him, straight towards Wapol. "I've got a score to settle with you guys," Luffy shouted angrily. Lord Wapol. It's Straw Hat." Sabo glanced sideways at Ace, who didn't look at all concerned. His little brother was barreling down on the man who Luffy had just admitted had tried to eat him, so he mentally shrugged off his own concern. He did, however, discreetly reach and adjust the comforting weight of the metal pipe resting against his back, thought he doubted he would need to use it. While he hadn't had much of an opportunity to watch Luffy fight when they were in Logue Town, Luffy had spent most of the time Sabo had seen him either clamped in a pillory or pinned by a marine captain. He had read the reports of Arlong's defeat, so he was curious to see how Luffy intended to actually deal with Wapol. Kureha and Chopper both gasped in surprise when the pirate shot past them. "What is he doing?" Kureha snapped, and while she made no move to follow, Sabo detected the hint of concern underlying her voice. Sabo could understand why too. Luffy had been conscious only a short while after his arduous climb up the mountain, but he knew Ace was probably the one who knew Luffy's limitations better than any of them, and he had barely moved a muscle since they had planted themselves in front of the castle, so Sabo was willing to trust his judgment over the doctor's in this instance. Gum, Luffy's right arm was suddenly barely a foot from Ace's face, who barely even blinked at the sudden appearance of a fist, and Sabo calculated Luffy's arm was easily stretched over 40 feet. And it was still extending while Luffy continued to run straight for Wapol, whose eyes bulged at the pirate bearing down on him. "Bullet!" Luffy cried, his arm snapping back and delivering a one-fisted powerful blow straight to the man's face. For several seconds, there was silence, until Wapol thudded heavily into the ground, having been easily thrown dozens of meters. The lightning-fast reactions of his two lackeys was the only thing that saved him from taking a rough tumble over the edge of the cliff and straight back down the mountain. How dare you attack King Wapol, the exalted ruler of the Drum Kingdom? You'll pay for your insolence." Luffy grinned. "Now we're not on Mary, I don't need to hold back anymore," he announced, looking more than a little delighted by the prospect. Ace laughed heartily and even Kureha seemed to find herself wanting to chuckle. The only one who still looked dazed was Chopper, who had backed up to the point he was now nearly sitting on Ace's feet. Did he just stretch?" "Yeah." The new voice had Sabo glancing behind to see the Straw Hat Pirate's chef making his way towards them, a small plume of smoke drifting around his head, and his gait gave nothing away about the pain he must still be feeling in his back, though, which earned him some of Sabo's further admiration. He noticed Nami wasn't with him, however, and assumed she must have decided to stay in the warmth and protection of the castle, which was no small amount of relief to the blonde, since he wasn't entirely convinced she had entirely recovered yet, and she had been the worst off of the three pirates on their arrival. If there was one person aboard any type of ship besides the captain who was invaluable, it was a navigator. "Luffy's a rubber man," Sanji explained to the young reindeer, finally drawing level with them. "What's that?" Chopper asked, puzzled. Sanji grinned around his cigarette. "A monster." Chopper gasped and his gaze snapped back to Luffy, and Sabo could see the awe spreading across his face. Ace nudged Chopper's flank and winked at him. Sabo smiled, and he had the sudden suspicion Luffy may have just found his ship's doctor after all. "Hey, did they say he was a king? So they're not pirates?" Sanji asked, bemused. "Nope, not pirates," Sabo confirmed with a small shrug. "You maggots," the king in question suddenly spluttered, still on his hands and knees and bleeding heavily from his nose where Luffy's blow had landed. Sabo suspected it might even be broken. "You've incurred my wrath. I'm going to eat you alive." "So, he does actually eat people? Wouldn't that make him a cannibal?" Ace drawled, unperturbed by the threat. "It would," Sabo confirmed sardonically. Wapol rose to his feet and glared darkly at Ace, who grinned back, before his attention finally landed on Sabo. His eyes lit up and Sabo had to suppress the urge to shudder at the feeling of eyes wandering over him. "Ah, you look like an important person," said Wapol, smiling and spreading his arms as though waiting for applause. "Have you come to welcome me back to my home?" "Something like that," he replied softly, eyes narrowing. "Well, don't be shy. Who are you?" While it was posed as a question, Sabo detected the undertone of demand and he was happy to supply the answer. "Sabo, of the Revolutionary Army." Wapol blanched and the grin froze on his face. "I think you broke him," said Ace, helpfully. "There's only one revolutionary, your majesty," one of the buffoon's associates was quick to point out, which privately amused the blonde. Ah, quite right. There's only one of you. Is this all the revolutionaries can afford to spare? Pathetic. Wapol laughed. Sabo couldn't help but smirk at the tyrant king's arrogant dismissal. It was a mistaken observation many had made in the past and one he never got tired of correcting. After all, there was a reason he was one of Dragon's top agents. XXX. Ace glared at the still laughing king. He was offended on his brother's behalf. For them to think Sabo alone wasn't enough to deal with the idiots three was a joke. He may not have seen Sabo fight recently, but he seriously doubted he had lost any of his fighting prowess in the last 10 years. You really shouldn't laugh. There's a reason there's only one of me. Sabo's normally pleasant and polite voice had suddenly taken on a rather ominous tone, surprising the pirate. He hadn't raised his voice in any way, yet the unspoken promise was as clear as if he'd shouted to the skies. Ace turned to the blonde and his eyes widened at the steely expression that greeted him. His brother's blue eyes were narrowed and glinting dangerously in the direction of the king. Ace rather hoped he was never subjected to such a glare because honestly, it was rather terrifying. He wasn't sure what to make of the sight, and by the looks of Kureha and Sanji's uneasy stares, neither did they. Ace was used to Sabo being the gentle one, the one who could temper Ace's more aggressive moods with a few well-chosen words and a cheeky grin. But that Sabo was nowhere to seen. Gone was the soft-spoken brother Luffy liked to call the nice one, and in his place was the revolutionary, a revolutionary who looked more than capable of toppling kingdoms if he so desired. Wapol's forced and shaky laughter snatched the pirate's attention and he turned back to the king, conscious the oppressive stare Sabo had been forcing upon the man had diminished. In fact, Sabo was no longer focused on the king at all, but was looking around, his face still partially hidden by the brim of his hat. "Where's Luffy gone?" he asked quietly. Ace glanced around too and noticed there was a distinct lack of noise beyond Wapol's incessant blustering. He suddenly realized he was cold, so he went to get a coat, said Sanji. Ace frowned. He could have said, "I can just heat up the area." "No thank you." Kureha snapped, back still to them. "You've melted enough of my heap of rock today. Why'd you care so much about this heap of rock, anyway?" Ace retorted. While it served to offer solitude, which Kureha and Chopper both seemed to prefer, although whether it was originally their own choices to live such lives, Ace wasn't 100% sure, it offered little else. Ace couldn't understand the attraction. They were on a winter island, there must be hundreds of other quiet cubby holes dotted all over the place. "I have no interest in this place at all," Kureha admitted, crossing her arms tightly over her chest. "But this fellow insisted on acting a memorial to Hiralik here." Whoa! Ace had seen many things on the Grand Line, but watching a four-legged reindeer turn into a giant furry human was definitely a first. "I get what you meant now," he said to Sabo, who raised an inquisitive brow at him. "When you asked if he was a reindeer or human." Sabo grinned. "King Wapol, it's the monster. Hiralik's monster. It followed him here." If possible, Chopper seemed to grow even taller. His fists clenched into tight ball at his sides and he took a few menacing steps forward. "Dr. Hiralik just wanted to save this country," he half growled. "I'm not going to let you set one foot in this castle. And I won't let you take down his flag." Ace and Sabo turned as one and stared up the black pirate flag fluttering above them in the breeze. Ace's heart clenched. He could completely relate to Chopper's passionate declaration. Ace wore two Jolly Rogers with equal pride and joy. He couldn't imagine anyone daring to deface either one of them and he wouldn't spare the life of the one who tried. "Show no mercy. Kill them all," Wapol ordered brusquely, his face red with fury. "Are you going to fight too, Obasan?" Sanji asked, stepping up beside Chopper without hesitation. "Only if you can't handle it, I suppose," Kureha replied with a smirk. "Thanks." Ace snorted at the cook's sarcasm. "For turning this castle into a memorial for that bumbling quack, you'll die first, Dr. Kureha." "Doctor." For all his sudden size, Ace was suddenly reminded just how young, and probably inexperienced, Chopper was in confrontations. He had his transformation powers and intelligence on his side, but none of it translated into action that would save Kureha from a direct hit. Thankfully, Sanji was on the case and blocked the ball of hair with one leg, not even dropping his cigarette in the process. "Who are those goons?" Sabo asked, motioning with a graceful nod to the two men with Wapol. "The one who looks like a boxer with the afro is Kuromarimo. The other jester guy is Chess. They were the magistrate and head of staff when Wapol lived here," Kureha explained, watching Sanji hop around trying to rid himself of the ball of static hair now attached to him hopelessly. "What the hell is this stuff? Reindeer, help me get it off." "Ah, now it's on me. Take it back." "Hey. No, don't, at least take a few of them." Ace had resolved to stay out of the fight with Wapol. Luffy clearly had unfinished business with the guy and Ace had no doubt his little brother could handle him. But watching the two jump around, unable to actually fight properly, he decided then and there to amend his decision to mostly stay out of it. "Stand still," he ordered. Two obeyed immediately, with Sanji managing to hold an impressive frozen position on one leg. Ace mimicked a gun salute with his right hand and shot a couple of sparks out the end of his fingers. They hit their targets dead on and, within seconds, Sanji and Chopper were both afro-free. "Thanks," Sanji shouted, recovering quickly and launching himself at Kuramarumo, Chopper quick on his heels and racing towards Chess. "Aren't you going to help? Isn't that one of the reasons you're even here?" Ace asked, turning to the blonde who didn't look he was going to move anytime soon. "I think adding a revolutionary and a Whitebeard pirate to the mix might be overkill. And I suspect Kureha would like the castle to remain in one piece, at least," he said. "They look like they have everything under control." In an instant, Chopper disappeared into Wapple's mouth. "Chopper? Under control?" "Right," Ace drawled. The blonde frowned, looking a little disappointed to be proven wrong. The pounding of running feet and crunching snow had them both turning to see Luffy dashing back towards them. "Ah, there he is. Bet he got lost in there." "Luffy!" Sanji shouted. "Grab my foot." "Got it." "Hey, Sabo! Watch this." With speed and dexterity that could only come from someone made of rubber, Luffy whipped his body into a vicious spin, and combined with the force of Sanji's kick, flung himself at Wapple, colliding with the man's stomach. Transforming in the blink of an eye, Chopper popped out with a gasp and landed unevenly next to Sanji and, to the relief of all, he only looked a little soggy but no worse for wear. "Sabo! Did you see? Did you?" Luffy gushed, beaming towards the blonde. "Yes, Luffy." "Show off," Ace muttered, although his proud grin belied his supposed annoyance. "Like you don't," Sabo grinned, reminding Ace of his little altercation with Kureha only yesterday. Ace shrugged, unrepentant. What is Wapple doing?" The nervous lilt in the cook's voice had Ace turning and his jaw dropped at the sight. Chopper whimpered. He ate them. Cannibal." Luffy shrieked, pointing accusingly at the devil fruit user whose comrade's legs slowly disappearing into the cavernous depths of Wapple's massive mouth. "Okay, when he said he ate people, I really didn't think he meant literally." Ace spluttered, feeling very unsure of what to make of Wapple's rather extraordinary talent. Wapple grinned and alarmingly loud clanks and bangs echoed from inside him. "Now you'll witness the miraculous fusion." Sanji gaped, and Ace saw him exchange a confused look with Luffy. "Fusion? You mean, those two merged?" "Baku Baku no Mi," Sabo muttered. Ace spared him a glance. "What?" Not taking his eyes off the scene in front of him, the blonde explained. "The Baku Baku no Mi fruit. It allows the user to eat anything except sea stone. Let me guess, it can also merge things?" The door that had appeared in Wapple's stomach crashed open with a metallic bang that echoed harshly on everyone's eardrums. "Yeah, although I thought it might be a little less," the blonde trailed off, looking rather lost for words. Ace could understand why. Kuramarumo and Chess barely looked any different to before they were devoured. "Cool!" Luffy yelled, the only one who looked remotely impressed at the sight of one man piggybacking on another. "Not cool, Luffy," Ace corrected, with a frown. "They look ridiculous." Kureha tooted. "If they were weak, the citizens would have stopped them from taking all the doctors. Don't underestimate them." "Funny, I was about to say the same about Luffy," Ace smirked. He turned to Sabo, expecting the blonde to agree with him, but the revolutionary wasn't paying him any attention. Instead, Sabo's blue eyes were fixed firmly on Wapple, who still remained the size of a house. The first article of Drum Kingdom's constitution states, "Whosoever defies the king's wishes shall die. This is my kingdom and my castle." More metallic grindings echoed across the mountain top. Ace couldn't immediately distinguish what it was Wapple was transforming until one arm slowly rose from his side, except it was no longer simply an arm, but an oversized pistol barrel. For a split second, relief filled the Whitebeard pirate that it wasn't pointed in anyone's particular direction. Himself and Luffy were immune to bullet injuries, but the rest of their friends were not. A direct hit from a trajectory that size into a delicate organ could well result in death, skilled doctor on hand or not. At least it was aimed away from them, even if it was towards the castle. Ace was sure Kureha and Chopper would prefer to have a wall destroyed rather than a dead friend. Except, Ace frowned. Wapple was still raising his arm. Ace might not have ever really used a gun of any kind before, but even he knew flight paths of bullets and a shot from that angle would disappear over the castle towers. Confused, he glanced over his shoulder. Pink and white on a blanket of black fluttered proudly. Ace felt his eyes widen in horror. But the realization had come too slow. That quack doctor's flag must come down. It ruins the whole look. The sharp crack of pistol fire went straight through them all. XXX. No one moved. For several tense seconds, Sabo thought Wapol might have missed, but the crack of the wooden flagpole proved Wapol had hit true. The black flag fluttered once more before gravity won over and it tipped sideways, the snow quickly rising up to meet it. Sabo felt like he watching it all in slow motion. He was not a pirate, but he knew many and the pride they had in their symbols of freedom were unrivaled. The pirate flag, Luffy whispered, with undisguised shock. Sanji stood slack-jawed next to his captain, his cigarette falling forgotten to the ground. Chopper was the first to recover, launching himself with speed born of adrenaline and rage straight at Wapol. "What have you done to the doctor's pirate flag?" he screamed, the transformation from toddler to towering beast a reflection of the size of his anger. "He even tried to save you. Chopper! What are you doing? You can't reason with him!" Kureha shouted. 2 more gunshots rang out and Chopper collapsed to the ground. "Chopper!" Kureha's scream was gut-wrenching. It cut straight through Sabo like a knife. He had heard far too many screams like that over the years and it never got any easier to hear. The reindeer twitched and managed to roll onto its back, thankfully still breathing steadily despite the pain he must have been in. Unconsciously, the blonde snatched his pipe from his back, ready to step into the fray and get Chopper out of there. An instinctive part of him expected Ace to be right beside him when he took his first steps forward, but the Whitebeard pirate remained frozen in place, gaze still fixed solidly on the now destroyed flagpole. His steel-gray eyes were blazing with fury and his whole body seemed to tremble. Flames, burning bright and hot, licked at his arms. "Ace," Sabo said softly. The pirate recoiled, like he'd been bodily struck, but the blonde was relieved to see he regained control of his inner fire. "You shouldn't have done that," said Ace quietly, glaring at Wapol over his shoulder. The man actually flinched and took a couple of steps back. "What is he doing?" Sanji's words had them all turning once more to the castle turret just in time to see Luffy reach the top of the tower. Sabo was mildly surprised at the speed in which he had managed to get back to the top, dragging the downed flag behind him. A sleeve was torn forcefully from his jacket and used to lash the flag pole back into place. Leaning precariously atop the tower roof, Luffy stood strong and tall next to the flag, which fluttered weakly once, twice, 3 times before the wind caught it and it whipped around Luffy's head defiantly. Luffy had a dangerous look about him, different to Ace's, and certainly different to the one Sabo knew he had. But one thing he admitted they all had in common, and it was probably the first physical resemblance that had him truly believing they shared common childhood experiences, was the glint in his Luffy's eye. It held a promise Sabo just knew Luffy would follow through with. "You're a bunch of frauds," he cried down, his voice carrying easily despite the wind. "You pretend to be pirates but you weren't willing to risk your lives. You don't know the meaning of this flag." "The meaning of that flag?" Wapol sneered, regaining some equilibrium from Luffy's insults and performing the trick of those who felt they were entitled by somehow managing to stare down his nose at something whilst looking up. Sabo hated it with a passion. "MWA ha ha ha. There is no meaning to a stupid pirate rag." Luffy's gaze narrowed. "That shows what you know. This flag isn't something you fly on a whim. You fool. I'm the king. I'd never fly a pirate flag except as a joke." Wapol moved his arm forward again and there was the distinct sound of a pistol ping. "I told you, this is my kingdom. I'll keep shooting that stupid rag down until it stays down." "Again?" Sanji sounded genuinely pained by the very idea. "You can't break it. The skull and crossbones is." The crack of a gunshot rang out. With mounting horror, which was echoed verbally by Chopper and Sanji, Sabo realized Luffy wasn't moving. He wasn't even trying to dodge. His rubber body would absorb some of the hit for sure, but that wouldn't protect him from the heat of the burning metal that was sure to strike him. Unbidden, the smell of burning timber and flesh hit him, the scar around his eye tingled with phantom pains. It took him a second to realize the heat he was feeling was real. He reeled around. Ace was nearly entirely ablaze, hot flames jumping and sparking dangerously. Unconsciously, Sabo took a half step back, sensing their fellow companions doing the same. "Heiken!" Drawing back his fist, Ace punched the air and a column of fire erupted, speeding with such ferocity it caused nearly everyone to cry in alarm and shield their eyes. It was a humbling display of strength from Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, but Sabo knew it was nowhere close to being at full power. The flames absorbed Wapol's bullet and enveloped Luffy, who disappeared into the fire without even a flinch. Wapol spluttered several times, trying to catch his breath in the stifling heat. He looked dreadfully pale but forced a smirk. "You realize you just hit your comrade. What a fool." Ace scoffed. "You're the fool. You really think I'd do something to endanger my little brother?" 100 feet above them, Luffy, still holding onto the pirate flag, emerged from the dying flames completely unscathed. Not even his clothes were scorched. The same could not be said for the plateau. Barely any snow remained in the wake of Ace's angry counterattack. What? That's impossible. The former king shrieked. Geez, this moron really doesn't get it. Sabo turned to Ace, who was still obviously furious but making a conscious effort to restrain himself after his earlier outburst and let Luffy deal with the guy. Ace caught on to his unspoken question. A pirate flag, it's a conviction of will and can never be destroyed, he said, so softly the blonde almost missed it. He frowned thoughtfully at the pirate. His gaze dropped to the tattoo running the length of Ace's upper arm. The bare muscles were coiled tight with the effort on Ace's part to hold back. It's not something to be laughed or shot at. Luffy screamed, in echo of his brother's words. Ace's jaw clenched. That scar, it's from the Tenryubido's attack, right? The underlying pain he had heard in Ace's voice when he had tried to convince him that he really was their Sabo back in that alley was mirrored in Luffy's voice, which rang in Sabo's ears and made his own heart clench in shared misery. Ace and Luffy knew he'd been shot, Ace had told him, but it was only really hitting the blonde that they knew. What they must have imagined happened when his boat burst in flames probably didn't even come close to the true horror or pain Sabo suffered, but they had still known. Sabo had lost many close comrades over the years, but he couldn't even begin to imagine the pain the two brothers had gone through 10 years ago. It was another startling eye-opener for the blonde, who had given up hoping the actions of a Tenryubito would cease to surprise him, even now, a decade later. He had seen thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people whose lives had been turned upside down by a Tenryubito, but he had never known a victim other than Koala on such a personal level before. Luffy was out of reach, but Ace was stood still as a statue next to him and he turned, to say what he had no idea, words weren't going to fix anything, he knew that, when the stark black ink on Ace's left upper arm caught his eye. He gazed at it, suddenly mesmerized by the crossed-out S. He had initially thought it was a spelling mistake, but the image of blue on black fluttering in a gentle wind flashed to the forefront of his mind, but it disappeared before he could fully grasp onto the thought. Frowning, Sabo turned a quizzical gaze back to Luffy, their earlier conversation rushing back to him in a flood. You're not a pirate? How come? You always wanted to be a pirate. Sabo closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. That tattoo on your arm, it's a Jolly Roger, isn't it? Ace's head snapped around, his eyes blown wide with surprise. He raised a hand to the black ink and nodded slowly. Yes. It was yours. Why? Sabo whispered. Ace smiled, but it was marred by a hint of sadness. A man only dies when he is forgotten. It was not a phrase Sabo had heard before, but the realization and acknowledgement Ace had taken his Jolly Roger and had carried it to that day in memory of Sabo's will to be a pirate, in memory of the freedom he had evidently so desperately wanted, was poignant. Sabo knew his apparent childhood dream of piracy was well and truly over, but regardless of that fact, Ace had found a way to carry it on for him. Despite his years of absence, he had not been forgotten. Ace and Luffy had, in their own ways, kept him alive and a piece of him with them. But it was also clear while Sabo carried the physical scars, Ace and Luffy had not escaped from the Tenryubido attack unscathed. The memories Sabo had no recollection of still haunted them, he realized, noticing that Ace was starting to spit fire again and an expression of such sorrow did not suit Luffy's usual demeanor at all. Sabo couldn't do anything about the past, but the present he could fix. Drawing another deep breath, Sabo raised his head towards the tower. Oi, Luffy! Everyone turned to him. The blonde smirked. You gonna stay up there all night, or are you going to show me what you can do to people like Wapple here? Behind him, Wapple spluttered with indignance, his threats of retribution falling on deaf ears, for Sabo only had eyes for Luffy, who stared at him, face blank for several seconds before he broke into an enormous grin. Shishishi! Returning the younger's grin, out the corner of one eye, Sabo spotted Wapple stagger to his feet, his face red with fury and nasty glint in his eye. You won't keep me from my castle. You can't. He raised his arm, still transformed into the gun and fired off several rounds in quick succession, forcing everyone but Ace to dodge or duck. When the smoke cleared, Wapple had vanished. Ah! He's gone. How'd he do that? Luffy called down from his perch, confused. Where'd he go? Inside, probably, Kureha huffed, and she looked torn between staying with Chopper, who quickly moved to block the king's lackeys from following him into the castle, and chasing after Wapple to make sure he didn't do anything, especially as Nami was still inside. Stay here, said Ace, making the decision for her. I'll go. He nodded once to Sabo, who returned it with a nod of his own, before he turned and jogged into the castle. With a yell, Luffy vaulted from the tower and through a window, a rain of snow, ice and glass raining fell to the ground. Sabo watched until Ace's tattooed back disappeared through the entrance doors before turning back to Chopper. The young reindeer was panting heavily and blood dripped from his flanks to pool at his feet, but despite the pain he stood tall and strong. "You won't stop us," Kuramaru smirked. "His Majesty will retake his castle and the island will bow to him once again." He threw several rounds of his Afro's ball in rapid succession in all directions, forcing them all to scatter. "Doctor!" Chopper shouted, barely dodging the ball flying towards him, so focused he was on watching the ones aimed at Kureha. Sabo ducked and weaved with ease through the flying projectiles and landed in front of Kureha. One slash of his pipe knocked them back easily and forced Kuramaru and Chesses to duck sharply to avoid their return, cutting off their laughter abruptly. "Chopper," Sabo said, rising from his crouch. "Don't focus on anything but your opponents. Sanji and I will make sure nothing happens to Kureha or the flag, okay?" Sabo was relieved to see his words seem to reassure the reindeer because he nodded and launched himself at Chess and Kuramaru without any further hesitation. He glanced briefly at Sanji when the other blonde appeared at his shoulder before focusing on Chopper again. "What?" he asked, sensing the cook had a question. "Should we really be letting him fight in his condition? We could, you definitely could, take those goons ourselves and let Chopper play defense." Sabo understood the other's concerns. He had more than once been put in a position where he'd had to ask an injured comrade to fight, and Chopper was definitely suffering. The spots of blood staining the remaining snow were a testament to how hard he was fighting, but Sabo also remembered the villagers had described Chopper as the witch's monster. Chopper had transformation powers beyond anything Sabo had seen before, and he could completely understand how it could appear scary to some people, but none of them had screamed monster to him. He wholeheartedly believed Chopper still had more to show them. All rumors had a basis of fact, Sabo had come to learn. "He can do this," he said confidently, sensing more than seeing Kureha nod beside him. "He needs to do this," he added softly, watching Chopper land a power punch to Chess and, with a soft pop, immediately transform into the more familiar two-legged toddler-sized ball of fluff, neatly avoiding a return from Kuramaru and overbalancing the pair. The look of sheer determination on his face was inspirational. Despite the fact he had made it clear he was acting as a guard to both Kureha and the castle, preventing from any stray or intentional attacks, the two idiots seemed unsettled by his presence and disturbed at the ease in which he knocked back every single attack they sent his way. Sabo noticed they purposely started to aim at him after a while, and he couldn't help but smirk, which seemed to upset them even more. One always had an eye on him, while the other focused on Chopper, which was not at all to their advantage. They might have made a formidable team when they worked together, but individually, they had plenty of weaknesses. A fact not unnoticed by Chopper, Sabo was pleased to see. The reindeer always went for the one who wasn't paying him any attention at all, leaving the other helpless except to cry out warnings that arrived too late for the other to avoid a harsh blow. Chopper's numerous transformations were well beyond all of Sabo's expectations, and he was extremely curious as to how he'd managed to achieve such prowess, to the point, more than once, he had to force himself to remain focused on the goons and not just watch Chopper. A final blow to the Kuramaru's face finally knocked the pair apart. With a vicious twist, Chopper landed heavily on Chess' head, knocking the man out before launching at Kuramaru, who wasn't quick enough to dodge another punch. The man flew across the clearing and thumped hard into a tree, shaking the pine branches violently and dumping a pile of snow upon the unconscious man. Panting heavily and shaking with exertion, with a final pop, Chopper shrunk again and fell backwards, landing spread-eagled upon the near-frozen ground with a soft thump. Sabo winced in sympathy, knowing intimately the pain such an exertion on the body could bring about. He swiftly crossed the distance between them, at Chopper's side before Kureha and Sanji could begin to move, and knelt down next to the exhausted reindeer. "Good job," he said, tapping the pink hat gently. "You just won your first fight." Chopper grinned weakly before accepting a hand from the revolutionary and sitting up with a pain-filled groan. They had no time to celebrate, however, as the roar of fire reached their ears. Sabo raised his gaze to the castle, just catching sight of red in the windows before they exploded outwards in blast of dust, stone, and timber. A pained cry quickly followed and they all watched Wapple fly through the gaping hole in the stone wall, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates hot on his heels. One body fell to the ground with an ungraceful thud and a groan, their clothes smoldering, the other landed on both his feet and fists raised, a grin on his face and a glint in his eye. "You didn't like that floor of your castle, did you?" Sabo asked weakly, risking a glance at Kureha who stood, her arms crossed angrily, glaring at the damage. Wait! Wapple spluttered, trying feebly to rise to his feet, hands raised as if it would pacify the pirate standing over him. "I can give you treasure. I'll give you a title. Vice King." There was a soft snort of amusement and Sabo turned to see Ace striding across the clearing, looking like he'd barely broken a sweat. The only king Luffy will ever be is the Pirate King. It was a presumptuous declaration, but in that moment, seeing the pirate stand triumphantly over the tyrant, Sabo believed it. Gum gum, Wapple whimpered. Luffy smirked. Bazooka. Sabo couldn't stop the small grin that broke out as the man disappeared into the distance, his cries of pain and anger diminishing with every second. Chopper, with more energy than expected from someone who had just won his own battle, jumped to feet and ran towards Luffy, waving his arms in excitement. Sanji shook his head, took a drag of his cigarette and followed more sedately. You couldn't have done that with a little less force, hey, Luffy? Look at the castle. And where's Nami Swan? You better not have let that idiot lay one finger on her. Shishishi. Nami's fine. She stole his key and... Not such a weakling anymore, is he? Ace grinned proudly and, despite the fact he couldn't remember a time when Luffy had been weak, Sabo nodded his agreement. I'd expect nothing less from the pirate who defeated Arlong. He did? Sabo frowned. You didn't hear? That's how he got his bounty in the first place. Geez, if you're scared, you should have stayed behind. I am not scared. I'm a brave warrior. Then quit pushing me. Ace and Sabo spun around, surprised to see a half a dozen more people trekking towards them. Sabo had no idea where they'd come from, but the two in front had no weapons. In fact, the teen who looked to be about Luffy's age was cowering behind the green-haired youth who looked rather grumpy at being used as a human shield. With a jolt of recognition, Sabo realized he was the swordsman who had been with Luffy in Logue Town. The slap of sandals was the only warning they got before Luffy dived past them, charging straight towards the new arrivals. He snapped his arm back, his hand already curled into a fist and poised to strike without thought, his adrenaline still pumping. You might want to grab him, said Sabo. Ace didn't even pause to question him, and his hand snatched out and grabbed Luffy's forearm easily. Eh? Luffy glanced backwards, but he didn't stop his mad dash. Hold up, I don't think they're Wapple's men. Sabo called to him. Oh yeah. It's Zoro and Usopp. Hi, whoa. His limb reached its limit and the rebound quickly kicked it. He snapped backwards like a rubber band and landed heavily at Ace's feet. What the hell are you doing, Luffy? The green-haired one barked, but despite the gruffness, there was an undertone of curiosity. Luffy, who are they? Sabo glanced over to see the other teenager pointing at both himself and Ace with a trembling hand. Sabo wasn't sure whether it was from the chill of the mountain top, that hadn't completely vanished despite Ace's presence, or fear. He tried smiling at him, in what he hoped was a reassuring manner, but it only caused him to squeak and duck back behind him companion. Hey! Zoro! Usopp! Come meet my brothers! Sabo allowed the loud exclamations to rush over him, shaking his head in amusement before following in Ace's footsteps, eager to meet the rest of the Straw Hats. Nami, you should really sit down. You need to rest. I feel fine. Vivi's right, Nami. I remember when I had. Shut up, Usopp. Yes, ma'am. Sabo couldn't help but chuckle at the conversation that greeted him and Dalton upon their arrival back to the room Nami had been set up in. Dalton snorted, before edging unobtrusively into a corner and leaving Sabo in the doorway, glancing around in search of Ace and Luffy. He had left Ace to corral the pirates back into the castle with Kureha, while he had gone with Dalton to check Wapple and his associates definitely departed. Luffy had wanted to join him, but a timely reminder from Ace that he still needed to find Chopper and ask him to join as the ship's doctor had had the younger pirate running off after the reindeer. Sabo hadn't doubted for a second that Dalton wasn't up to the task of finally ridding the island of its tyrant ruler, but he also knew his presence would serve to remind the man that Drum had new connections to the Revolutionary Army. It had been a hectic few hours since Luffy had disposed of Wapple, between injuries that needed treating and explanations to be given, but already Sabo could tell that the pirates were itching to move on. Despite Princess Vivi's pleas that it was important that crew heal before the set-off again, time was of the essence for the Kingdom of Alabasta and it was imperative that they return the Crown Princess to her homeland before civil war truly broke out. Sabo frowned deeply, carefully stepping over Zoro, the swordsman seemingly asleep despite the loud chatter of the cramped room. Vivi's story of Baroque work somehow getting its claws into Alabasta was troubling indeed. Admittedly, he couldn't be aware of absolutely everything going on within the Revolutionary Army all at once, but a criminal organization as big and notorious as Baroque Works having any involvement whatsoever anywhere should have raised alarm bells, and yet this was the first Sabo had heard of it. Mr. Zero was obviously shrewd indeed to have played such a long game, although the fact that Vivi, despite being undercover in the organization as long as she had and becoming quite a skilled agent, still didn't know exactly the ultimate endgame was disconcerting. Whatever was his goal was clearly worth the risks involved, but that no one seemed to know exactly what that goal was only told Sabo that it couldn't be anything good. The revolutionary had been reassured, however, with the knowledge that not only had the Vivi and the Straw Hats managed to take out a few of Mr. Zero's key agents, Zoro had single-handedly defeated an entire base of millions. It wouldn't slow down the organization for long, Sabo knew, but it was something at least. And it was because of how admirably the Straw Hat Pirates had handled the situation so far that Sabo had held off on offering the assistance of the revolutionaries. That the Crown Princess herself had undertaken the task of uncovering the organization plaguing her home spoke volumes to Sabo. She may have gladly accepted whatever assistance the revolutionaries could offer her, but their very presence may only escalate the problem and would undoubtedly garner the attention of the world government, whose presence was suspiciously absent despite such a well-known and respected member of Reverie being nearly torn apart. The world government had never been able to resist sticking their noses in other people's business in Sabo's experience. He didn't doubt they had someone reporting back to them, but for the life of him, he couldn't think who. Sabo finally spotted the two dark-haired pirates sequestered in a quiet corner. Both were laughing and the sight brought an unbidden smile to Sabo's face. It had not been an easy few days for any of them and emotions had already been running high even before their confrontation with Wapol, so he was relieved to see that they both looked more relaxed. "Sabo!" Luffy called, waving energetically and nearly knocking the hat from Ace's head. "Hey," he greeted warmly. "So, has Chopper agreed to come with you?" From the corner of his eye, he saw Kureha stiffen in her chair. "Yeah." Luffy's grin nearly took over his entire face. Kureha reached up and tapped her sunglasses. They quickly dropped into place and obscured her face from view. She slowly swirled the sake around in her glass before downing it in one swing. "I think Luffy wore him down," the elder pirate said with a grin, regaining the blonde's attention. Sabo shook his head, but didn't let on that he'd overheard Ace's earlier conversation with Chopper in the hallway. Ace may have planted the idea, but it was Luffy's charisma without a doubt that had enticed the little reindeer to set forth to the open waters of the Grand Line. A brave step for such a young person. "Will you two join my crew?" "Hell no." Ace's response was absolute and immediate. "I'm a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and that's where I'm staying, thanks." The hand that reached out to ruffle Luffy's already messy hair diminished the somewhat harsh rejection, but Luffy didn't look at all surprised. He just shrugged and turned to Sabo expectantly. Whilst it would be amusing to watch Koala and Hack's reactions if he told them he was abandoning the Revolutionary Army for a life of piracy, Sabo also shook his head. He knew where his calling lay. "Sorry, Luffy, I don't think I should resurrect my very brief pirating career, but how'd you feel about taking on another passenger to Alabasta?" His question was met with twin expressions of bemusement before it registered what he was asking, and Luffy lunged at him, grasping his jacket tightly, eyes alight with excitement. "You want to come with us?" "Why?" Ace asked, and he still looked a little taken aback. Sabo shrugged. "I doubt the revolutionaries will be able to do anything now to help Vivi if the timescale is as tight as she claims, but it might still be worth me going. I could try and get a feel for the current situation for her, at least. I know the kind of people to ask, and it might look suspect if the Crown Princess and a group of pirates suddenly appear and starts asking a bunch of questions." "Always with the ideas," Ace teased. "Hey, it's my job. You fancy coming with us? You might find a new lead on Blackbeard." Ace looked thoughtful for several seconds. Luffy practically vibrated with excitement at their sides while he waited for the answer, nudging Ace several times, but miraculously he remained silent, as if he thought that any noise may discourage his brother from agreeing. Over the younger's head, Sabo caught the mischievous glint in Ace's eye and rolled his own. "What the hell? Could be interesting," he finally agreed with a smirk. "Yes." Luffy crowed. "This is gonna be so much fun. Only you would think going to a country with a civil war on the horizon is gonna be fun." Ace snorted. Sabo raised an eyebrow. Ace blinked. "Oh, and Sabo, obviously." Luffy chortled. "Oi." The three turned as one to see Kureha had risen and joined them. "Hey, Oba-chan. Chopper said he'd come with us." Kureha smirked. Sabo couldn't quite tell how she felt about the admission given that her eyes were still covered, but she didn't sound annoyed or upset to be losing her companion. "So I heard. No doubt he's ransacking the labs of my most valuable medicines right now. So long as he doesn't steal the secret to my youth, I might just let him get away with it." Ace rolled his eyes and she prodded him hard in his bare midriff. "Ow! What the hell was that for?" You need to get the hell off my mountain," she proclaimed. Sabo frowned, confused. "Like, right now?" She turned to him. "Yes, right now. I need the snow back." "I'd have thought you'd appreciate the break," Ace grumbled, still rubbing his side. "Oh, hey." Sabo remembered something. The blonde blinked, taken aback. What? What? You did? What was it? Luffy badgered, tugging hard on his hand. He knew his Jolly Roger, Ace explained. The blonde watched Luffy's eyes darted briefly to the tattoo adorning the other pirate's arm. Oh? Did you now? Sabo could feel her eyes boring into his own even through her sunglasses. I wouldn't call it remembering exactly. It was more of a hunch, he admitted, shifting uncomfortably under the weight of 3 penetrating gazes. Kureha shrugged. Well, a hunch or a memory, either way, don't force yourself to analyze every little thing. If you do start to recall things, you need to allow your mind time to adjust. Just like any other injury, you shouldn't overexert yourself. You could do more harm than good. Ace looked back and forth between Sabo and Luffy critically. Has either of you ever not overexerted yourselves after an injury? Nope. No. Have you? Not a chance. Pirates. Kureha threw her hands up in despair. And revolutionaries, she added sharply, causing Sabo to close his jaw with an audible snap. Now, seriously. Your fee is waived if you get this firecracker the hell away from here. And you. Nami and Vivi froze mid-conversation, turning wide, startled eyes to the doctor pointing at them accusingly. From the floor, Zoro cracked open one eye. Yes? Vivi asked, cautiously. Sabo couldn't blame her trepidation. Kureha looked like a woman on a mission. Listen carefully. There is a spare coat in the back room and there are no guards posted anywhere in this castle. Everyone shared confused glances. Kureha smirked. Don't try to sneak away. Oi, Dalton. The man in question jumped, startled at being called upon so suddenly. Kureha smirked at him. Mind if I borrow a few of your men to help me with something? Not at all. He strode towards the door, politely allowing Kureha to step out first before pointing at a handful of men. You 4. Please assist the doctor with whatever she. Yes, sir. Asks, he trailed off uncertainly, clearly surprised at the eagerness of the men to follow his orders. He stepped back inside and slowly shut the door. Sabo smiled at Dalton, who smiled back weakly. He couldn't help but notice that for all the admiration and respect the people of Drum Island had for the man, he looked uncomfortable in his position of undisputed position as the new king of the Sakura Kingdom. While he may have been a military man previously, and a commanding one at that, he would no doubt have to get used to people falling over themselves to help him. It was a shame more rulers didn't understand that kindness would get them a lot more stability with their subjects than fear or loathing. Power was corruptive, it had been one of the earliest lessons Sabo had learned with the Revolutionary Army, but he wasn't concerned about any of it going to Dalton's head. What just happened? Usopp asked, staring uncertainly at the door the doctor had vanished through. Did she just essentially tell us to grab Sanji and leave? Nami spluttered, looking around at her crewmates for clarity. Zoro yawned and stretched, looking for all the world like an overgrown cat, and he rose gracefully to his feet. That's what I heard. How are we going to get off the mountain before she gets back from whatever she's doing? Usopp wrung his hands together nervously. Chopper would know, Sabo suggested easily. Right, Usopp. Come help me find Chopper. Nami, find that coat and Zoro can go get Sanji. Let's go. Luffy grinned, the orders coming quickly and easily. Everyone jumped into action and the occupants quickly dispersed to carry out their tasks. Sabo struggled to contain the laughter at the proud look that had broken out across Ace's face once Luffy had disappeared out the door, hollering with all his might to Chopper that they needed to leave. I'll meet you guys in the courtyard, he said, clapping Ace on the shoulder before making his way towards Dalton, who still stood rooted to his spot. Sure. Later Dalton. Ace gave the man a 2-fingered salute before disappearing from sight down into the depths of the castle, following the distant shouts. Here, said Sabo, pulling a small slip of paper from one of his inner coat pockets and holding it out to Dalton. What is this? He asked, studying the numbers scribbled down with curiosity. It's the Den Den Mushi number of one of our contacts in the area, the revolutionary explained. Hopefully you'll never have to use it but keep it safe. Let them know if you ever have problems with Wapple again and want some assistance. Dalton stared down at him, near speechless. Thank. He grasped Sabo's gloved hand and gave it several powerful but hearty shakes. I almost feel bad for accepting this after all the help you've already given. Your warning was much appreciated. We were able to move the more vulnerable to safety even before the Straw Hats arrived. Sabo smiled but shook his head. I had the easy job. Luffy did most of the work. Well, I hope we meet again under better circumstances. The man offered one final handshake. If you see me again, you don't know me, that's how it works, said Sabo, without remorse. It was never easy to explain, especially if bonds of friendship had been established, but for everyone's safety, it was better for all that any association was denied or the full scrutiny of the world government may land on any one of them at any time. They had eyes and ears everywhere. Ignorance was the only defense. Dalton nodded slowly, understanding dawning bright in his eyes. Sabo! Hurry up! We're ready to go. The blonde flinched at the echo Luffy's voice made as it bounced off the stone walls. Well, I hope for your sake that you managed to convince your brothers to follow that philosophy, said Dalton, thoughtfully. Sabo sighed heavily. So did he. XXX. Sabo had thought Drum Island to be a beautiful country despite all the destruction and suffering that it had recently witnessed, but that night it looked stunning. The pink snow falling serenely from atop of the Rockies practically glistened like jewels, and the further they sailed, the more and more it started to look like a giant sakura blossom painted against the night sky. The booze and AHS had died off quickly, every one of the ship's occupants too distracted by the sheer beauty and brilliance to continue to comment. The only sounds made were the occasional sniffle from Chopper, the wind whipping at the sails of the caravel as she sailed forth to her next destination, and the splash of waves against the prows of Sabo's small vessel and Ace Striker, both of which were lashed securely to the rear of the ship. You glad you gave Kureha the snow back now? Sabo asked, keeping his voice soft so as not to disturb those still admiring the view, and leant against the railing next to the Whitebeard Pirate. Ace smiled at him, shrugged. The old witch gave Chopper a decent send-off at least. Did you get one? Sabo asked abruptly. Ace frowned and turned to him. When you left Dawn Island, did you get a good send-off? He couldn't explain where the sudden, burning desire to know that Ace had had a good start to his life of piracy had come from, but it couldn't have been any worse than his own. Ace nodded. Yeah, I suppose so. Luffy, Dayton, most of the bandits and a few of the villagers came to see me down at the docks. Hey! Luffy bounded over to them, bouncing up to sit on the railing between the pair of them with ease. Ace good-naturedly rolled his eyes at the over-exuberance and tapped the rim of the straw hat teasingly. Hey, Lou! How was your departure from Dawn Island? We're comparing, Ace explained. It took Sabo several embarrassingly long moments to realize that for once he and Ace were on the same playing field. Ace hadn't seen Luffy for 3 years and was no doubt craving his companionship after such a long separation. For a moment, he felt like he was intruding on their precious catch-up time. There really hadn't been much to spare while at the castle, but neither one of the pirates seemed eager to be rid of him quite yet, so he refrained from excusing himself. It probably wouldn't work anyway. From the eyes he had felt following him, both seemed to have a knack for knowing exactly where he was at any given moment. Pretty boring. Dayton cried. Oh, I did beat up the Lord of the Coast though. Ace's eyes widened comically. You beat up that old Sea King? Yeah. He had it coming though, after what he did to Shanks' arm. Shanks? Sabo butted in, cutting off Ace's laughter and purposely ignoring the image of Luffy beating up a Sea King as soon as he left. Somehow the idea wasn't all that far-fetched. You mean red-haired Shanks? And you were there when he lost his arm? At Luffy's nod, Sabo could only shrug helplessly. You know, that doesn't surprise me. Of course you know him. You mean, you remember me telling you the story before? Luffy wondered, his tone light and not at all probing, only curious. No. I'm sure we'll think of something to help with your memories. Kureha said just being around us might help, and we have loads of stories to share that might bring something back, said Ace, hopefully. Sabo smiled tightly and nodded, glad that Luffy's enthusiastic agreement to the plan diverted from the fact he suddenly couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Despite their conversation at the castle, Ace had obviously not given up on helping him recapture his forgotten past. Sabo suspected that Luffy's presence had fueled his more optimistic outlook. His plan was certainly sound though, and Sabo really did want to learn more about his forgotten childhood and current companions, but in the back of his mind there was a niggling voice he couldn't quite silence. Ace and Luffy were hopeful, more than they probably should considering the sheer length of time they'd been missing, but what if never recovered his memories? Would he be good enough to still be considered Ace and Luffy's brother then? Pushing aside the mild nausea the thought had given him, Sabo turned back to Ace and Luffy, desperate not to think further on the subject. XXX. The excitement that had plagued the crew since their mad flight from Drum Island had died down quickly once the island finally vanished on the horizon. The last few days and the lateness of the hour finally caught up with them all, and each had turned in with soft calls of good night. Nami had bowed to Vivi's instance that she sleep inside, despite the fact that Ace's Mera Mera no Mi enveloped the going merry in a pleasant, warm bubble of air. The princess had joined her in the cabin, intending to keep watch in case her new friend needed anything, but she had passed out in her chair within minutes, the worry she'd been feeling for days finally catching up with her. Sanji had, carefully and with stiffer movements than Luffy was used to seeing from the usually fluid Cook, moved her to bed with Nami, before being kicked out for making a lewd comment. Usopp and Chopper were snoring in unison out on the main deck, the reindeer using the sniper as a pillow, while Zoro slept propped up not too far away, his faithful swords resting comfortably across his lap. Sanji had drawn the short straw and had first watch. However, he wasn't the only one still awake. Luffy, too excited to sleep despite his earlier exertions, sat crossed-legged at the stern, close to his brothers, who were both sound asleep and curled in towards one another. Ace had his head pillowed on one arm, while Sabo had stripped off his coat and his blonde curls stood out in stark contrast to the inky black material beneath his head. They looked like they'd fallen asleep talking, and it was such a familiar sight to the pirate that he couldn't help but hugs his knees close to his chest in an effort to control the warm feelings threatened to burst out of him. "Hey!" Luffy twisted at the soft voice of his cook to see him approaching quietly, his heeled dress shoes barely making a clack on the wooden deck. A blanket was draped over one arm. "What, aren't you asleep already?" he chided softly, crouching down next to his captain with only a small grunt of pain. He quickly waved off Luffy's impending question about his back and repeated his question. Luffy shrugged and couldn't stop the beaming smile that appeared. "Why are you grinning like an idiot?" asked Sanji, but he looked amused. "I'm too happy to sleep yet. No one's sick anymore." He waved a hand in the direction of his brothers. "And I'm with Ace and Sabo? Which isn't something I thought would ever happen again." Sanji smiled softly and gently patted his straw hat-adorned head. "Well, we're happy, you're happy, Luffy," he said, and, despite the fact that it wasn't at all chilly in such close proximity to Ace, Sanji carefully dropped the blanket he'd been carrying around his captain's shoulders and rose to his feet, whipping out a new cigarette. The actions were so reminiscent of something his brothers would do that he couldn't help but ask. "Sanji, do you have any siblings?" Sanji paused, blowing out a plume of smoke and briefly obscuring Luffy's view of his face. "Don't stay up too late," he said, voice barely above a whisper. Luffy watched him walk away slowly, an invisible weight seemingly settling over his shoulders. Luffy watched his departure silently, his smile dropping slightly. He knew avoidance when he saw it, and it was obviously not a subject Sanji was keen on talking about. Turning back to his older brothers, Luffy shuffled over to them, keeping a tight grip on his blanket. On his knees above them, he contemplated how best to wriggle in between them. Maybe if he could move Ace slightly? Luffy shrugged, giving up and letting his body flop onto them heavily. Twin grunts of pain and disgruntlement caused Luffy to laugh, mindful not to be too loud so as not to incur Nami's wrath. She could be scary if she was woken up. "What you doing, Luffy?" Sabo grumbled, pushing himself up onto one elbow, his hair in complete disarray. Ace hadn't even bothered opening his eyes, only shoving at Luffy until he slid off his legs to sit by their feet. "I can't sleep," said Luffy. "Well, we could." The blonde fell backwards and one arm fell over his eyes. "Lou, what's the third rule?" Ace grunted. Sabo shifted his arm to stare at the other thoughtfully. "We had rules." "We needed rules," the other corrected. "So, third rule, Luffy? What is it?" Luffy hummed and pet his head. He hadn't thought about the rules in a long time. "Not to jump on you to wake you up," he trailed off tentatively. "So why are you jumping on us and waking us up?" Ace asked, prodding Luffy gently in the side and causing him to squirm. Sabo sat up with a yawn. "What are rules 1 and 2? 1 is not to get eaten by anything, and 2 is to always listen to my brothers," he said with a grin. Sabo frowned. "Why isn't that number 1? "I told you, Luffy gets eaten a lot," chortled Ace. "I got eaten by a dinosaur the other week." "Of course you did," Ace quipped, dryly. Sabo only shook head and stared up at Luffy, not at all unlike when they first met. Luffy could remember asking more than once why Sabo kept staring at him like that. He didn't particularly mind, he was used to the stares, especially after eating his devil fruit. Fushia village was tiny and most of the residents hadn't even heard of a devil fruit before Shank's crew had arrived with their bounty, and everyone quickly got used to seeing Luffy perform unnatural feats of mobility with his new rubber limbs, so Luffy had put Sabo's attention down to his new abilities, same as the villagers. Sabo had surprised the 7-year-old by disputing the idea straight away and just claimed he found Luffy interesting. Not his devil fruit, but Luffy himself. He could remember being very puzzled by the response, inciting a cheery laugh from his blonde brother and firm pat on the shoulder, but Sabo had never elaborated. Luffy hadn't been worried though. The piercing stares had quickly transformed from quizzical to protective and he had thought no more of it. Seeing the calculating look reappear on the blonde's face though was another reminder that Sabo was once again trying to relearn him all over again. Luffy vowed to make it as easy as possible for his brother and grinned happily at the blonde, who didn't hesitate to return it with one of his own. The warm feeling threatened to burst out of his chest again. Luffy turned to Ace, who looked to be asleep again. He frowned and prodded tenaciously at his bare arm. Ace, I still can't sleep. Ace's eyes snapped open. Well, what do you want us to do about it? Ignoring his brother's mild annoyance, he looked around the deck for inspiration before his gaze landed on Chopper's bag, still resting where it had been abandoned against the back wall of the cabin, its contents spilling free. The edge of a book caught Luffy's eye. His face lit up excitedly. I want a story. A story? Sabo repeated, surprised. Luffy nodded eagerly. Okay, got any preferences? I want to hear Banana Taro. Ace burst into laughter, startling the other two. Sabo looked quizzical, but Luffy could see him trying valiantly not to let Ace's contagious laughter overtake him too. What's Banana Taro? Sabo asked with a chuckle. Ace hiccuped once before regaining his composure enough to push himself up, and he swiped a hand across his eyes, wiping away tears of mirth. He means Mama Taro. You know, the folk tale about the boy from the peach? Yeah, that one. Luffy agreed. Will you tell it to us? He pleaded to the blonde. Oh, and make sure to include the robots. Robots? I've never heard of a version with robots before, said Sabo, ping his head slightly. Luffy frowned. Yeah, you have. Oh. He hadn't, the pirate captain realized with a sinking heart. The look of dismay his words had caused the blonde make Luffy clench his fists, and not for the first time, he silently cursed the person responsible for Sabo's memory loss. But, Luffy thought, a split second later, it wasn't actually Sabo who was lost anymore, just his memories, and he was more than prepared to work around that. Luffy turned to his dark-haired brother, who was biting his lip and staring nervously at the revolutionary, as if waiting for a reaction of some sort from him, but Sabo was steadfastly avoiding the other's gaze. Luffy felt his heart breaking ever so slightly at the wariness that had appeared between his two brothers. In all the time that he had known them, he had never seen them act so cautious with one another. They pushed and prodded and poked until the other would give in to whatever scheme of the day had been decided. There had never been boundaries between them before. They had been as close as two people could be, and while he had never felt excluded once they had rescued him from Portuguese clutches, and he knew deep down he had a bond with Ace that was different from his relationship with Sabo, he knew the pair of them had naturally had a separate connection altogether that Luffy would never experience. He knew in NTMT detail of their lives before he entered it, just like they knew his, but hearing and experiencing were two very different things. He remembered the first painful few months after Sabo had left them were harder on Ace than they probably were on Luffy. He might have cried for days on end before he had even been able to muster up the strength to carry on without his other big brother, but Ace had acted like he had lost a limb. Ace knows it, he can help, said Luffy, catching his brother's attention, and he smiled confidently at them both. He put in all the robots in the first place, so you probably won't have heard our version anywhere else. Blue eyes flickered to Luffy briefly, before turning to the pirate in question, who nodded encouragingly. Luffy almost imagined he could see the tension draining from the blonde's frame. You start, I'll let you know when the robots appear, said Ace, and Luffy recognized the gentle tone as one his brother had adopted not long after he had been mauled by a bear. Ace hadn't stopped teasing him, of course, but how he had started teaching and watching out for Luffy had changed considerably, and Luffy didn't doubt his behavior was learnt from the blonde. Ace could never have replaced Sabo, and Luffy had never wanted him to, but Ace had tried his best to keep Sabo present in some small ways. Okay, said Sabo finally, and Luffy cheered. He grabbed his forgotten blanket and immediately squirmed his way in between them, ignoring their soft grunts of pain when his knees and elbows bumped into them. How can someone made of rubber be so bony? Ace muttered, pushing an elbow out of his face and unintentionally knocking Luffy's hands out from under him. The younger landed heavily on his back. Ow! Ace, that hurt, he grumbled, reaching down to rearrange the blanket. Serves you right then. If you two are finished bickering, Sabo trailed off, but Luffy shot him a quick glance and saw he was fighting a smile. Unless you've changed your minds about a story after all? No. We're finished. You can start. Okay then. Hundreds of years ago, there was a woodcutter and his wife. Oh, I forgot to mention, he'll interrupt you half a dozen times, Ace warned with a smirk. I will not. You will. You just did. Am I telling the story or not, guys? Sorry, go on. There was a woodcutter and his wife. One morning, the wife was down at the river doing her washing when she saw a peach floating in the water. XXX. I thought there were more robots the last time you told it. I'm not describing 5 battles right now, Luffy. Besides, you've been in some fights yourself recently, those ones I used to tell you will be really boring in comparison now. Sabo chuckled quietly, the gentle shaking of his stomach causing Luffy to tilt his head at an abnormal angle to see why his chosen pillow was suddenly moving. Was that better than the version you've heard? The teen queried. Much better, he agreed. Ace is a better storyteller than Hack, I'll give him that. He had handed the reins over to Ace relatively quickly, and the other had picked it up with startling ease, barely skipping a beat when Luffy made outrageous demands. The blonde suspected it wasn't the first time that he had been forced to tell Luffy that particular tale, even if it was completely unrecognizable to the one he knew, and might as well have been called Banana Taro. Are you going to be able to sleep now? He asked, gently prodding the top of Luffy's head where it still rested on his stomach. Luffy nodded, raising himself from his comfortable slouch to lay back down between the older pair. So long as Ace promises he won't snore. A look of indignance flickered across Ace's face and he rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, neither of us is going to get much rest if you kick us in your sleep. Like always. Luffy spluttered and gasped for several seconds. At least I don't hog the blankets like Sabo, he finally blurted out. The blonde in question jerked in surprise, not having expected to be dragged into the ensuing argument, before the other's words registered. I hog the blankets? Ace nodded. Only like, all the time. How has no one ever told you that before? Sabo shrugged, still pondering the new information, feeling rather baffled that he had never realized that about himself. He regularly woke wrapped up tight in blankets, but he had honestly never thought more on it. I have my own room back at base and I either travel by myself or get given a cabin. I've never really had to share before. And he hadn't. He had been allocated his own space relatively quickly when it became apparent he was already trained well enough to be included on jobs, even if they were relatively simple scouting trips to start with. He caught Ace's puzzled frown. What? He wondered, feeling suddenly self-conscious again. You revolutionaries move around a lot, right? Yeah, we can be away from base for months depending on the job, he explained, uncertain as to where Ace was leading the conversation but seeing no harm at all in disclosing such a basic fact. You're away for months on end and yet they still gave you your own room back at your base? So? Sabo glanced briefly at Luffy who was watching the pair silently with wide eyes, but he offered nothing except a weak shrug. So? Only Whitebeard's commanders are given permanent rooms. Everyone else has to bunk together in the berths. Just how important are you in the Revolutionary Army? Ace spluttered. Luffy swiveled to him, a curious glint in his eye. You think because I have my own room like you commanders that I'm somehow an important figure in the Revolutionary Army? Sabo asked with dawning clarity. Ace wasn't wrong, but there was no way he was confirming the other's suspicions. The less Ace and Luffy knew, the safer they would be. Well, aren't you? You're hardly ever there to use a room, so why have one at all? Maybe it's because I hog all the blankets, he retorted with a smile. Luffy's laughter drowned out Ace's grumbling. The older pirate glared, although it lacked any heat, and rolled over until his Whitebeard tattoo was presented to them. That's it, laugh now. I will get it out of you one day. Unable to help himself, Sabo chortled loudly, setting off another round of laughter in Luffy in turn. With his sleeves rolled up, his arms crossed and his head cradled comfortably in his hands, Sabo was quite happy to spend the afternoon soaking up the heat of the sun, which was extremely pleasant now they were leagues from Drum Island's frigid temperatures. However, the frequent small huffs and the rustle of paper from somewhere next to him were preventing him from falling asleep. Well, Sabo thought with a small grin, that and it was quite impossible to fall asleep with Luffy on deck. He kept rushing up to the blonde and sitting practically atop of his legs for a couple of minutes at a time before dashing off again to partake in whatever activity he'd abandoned. It was amusing, if nothing else, and Sabo wasn't going to tell him to knock it off if seeing and touching Sabo was what he needed to reassure himself that the blonde hadn't somehow vanished in the time since he last checked. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates had spread themselves out across the ship, and there was a general air of contentment about them all despite their impending arrival at Alabasta, which Nami had predicted might even be the following day if the winds continued to favor them. Sabo had been amused to discover that a day aboard the Going Merry consisted mostly of playing bouts of tag, running rings around Zoro on deck, where he either napped or lifted weights, Nami yelling at them all for making too much noise and Sanji regularly having to literally toss Luffy from the galley. The only one seemingly not enjoying themselves, much to Sabo's surprise, was Ace. The Whitebeard pirate was sat next to Sabo's head, cross-legged, and he had spent much of the morning, as he had the past 2 days, scowling at a map as if it had personally offended him. He also wouldn't stop sighing. Will you quit it, already? Sabo finally chided, pushing himself up on his elbows, and letting his head fall back until he was looking at the pirate upside down. Ace blinked at him like he'd only just realized he wasn't alone. What exactly has the map done? No, better yet, What have I done to warrant having to listen to you huff like that? Ace rolled his eyes. You left me to babysit Luffy by myself for 7 years, is what you did. Sabo snorted. Okay, so I'll take the next 7. What exactly are you doing, anyway? I'm trying to find out where Teach might have headed after Drum, he practically whined. It was the coldest, don't say a word, lead I've had so far. Sabo chuckled at the unintentional pun, but pushed himself up and swung around to mirror Ace's position and pulled the map into his lap. It was filled with Ace's near-illegible scrawl, smudged ink and what looked to be a scorch mark in one corner, but despite all that, the blonde could tell it was a relatively new map. It had several of the most well-traversed log pose routes pre-plotted in various colors. Okay, so we know Drum was one of the earliest stops after Blackbeard left the Moby D dash. How much of a head start did he have on you, he asked, curious. A few days. None of us thought it was someone aboard the ship until we realized we hadn't seen him since the night that Thatch, Ace trailed off. Died, Sabo filled in the blank silently. He's not staying in one place for very long, is he mused, eyes roving down the list of islands handwritten in Ace's penmanship down one side of the map, little arrows indicating the order Ace must have thought Blackbeard had visited them. No. And so far they've all been pretty small islands. And no marine presence at any of them, either, Sabo mused, tapping chin thoughtfully. Really? Ace glanced from the map to Sabo and back again in surprise. A small splash followed by a disgruntled yell echoed up from the lower deck, but the two ignored it all easily. Nope. It's like he's trying to stay away from them. Ace snorted. Don't all pirates? It makes sense though, he reasoned. Pops will have made it known to the rest of the fleet that Blackbeard is no longer fit to be called his son and he won't have the protection of the Whitebeard name to hide behind if the Marines find that out. And they aren't stupid enough to go after a Yonko's crew, so this'll be a prime opportunity for them to grab him. The dark look coloring the other's face had Sabo decide to wisely hold his tongue and not point out that wasn't usually the Marines that ended up catching any members of a Yonko's crew in the first place. Bounty hunters or other pirates in search of a quick monetary reward were usually the ones who caught and handed over a Yonko's crewmate to the Marines. The government only laid out the sentence. If they have a log pose, he said, instead, then they could have gone one of 3 ways from Drum. East, Alabasta, or west. From this, they don't seem to have gone very far west at all, to any island. I guess if we don't hear anything on Alabasta. Head east, Ace concluded, tracing the place with the tip of his finger. One good thing'll come from him not being on Alabasta, I guess. Ace caught his curious gaze and smiled ruefully. He shouldn't run into Luffy if Nami keeps them on this path. They could still meet on Jaya, though, Sabo pointed out. The eastern route and the Alabasta route both head that way eventually. Although I suppose we could hope that the Sky Island will confuse Nami's log pose, then they might never reach Jaya at all. You don't land in the same place you went up, after all. You ever been to one of the Sky Islands? Ace asked. Sabo shook his head and folded up the map before returning it. No. Never found the time. Oddly, the government isn't that bothered by them. Bothered by who? Sabo grunted at the unexpected weight that draped itself over his back. A pair of rubbery arms wrapped themselves around his shoulders loosely. It'd spoil the adventure if we told you, said Ace with a smirk. Oh, okay. I don't want to know then, Luffy agreed readily with a smile. I thought you were playing. Sabo wondered, only then noticing how quiet the lower deck had become in the last 5 minutes. We were, but Zoro kicked us off the deck because Usopp accidentally dropped one of his weights overboard and Sanji said it's too early for lunch. So now it's story time. Want to come? He asked hopefully. Sabo glanced at Ace, who shrugged, a soft smile finally breaking out on his face and some of the tension of the last couple of hours finally drained from his shoulders. Why not? Sounds fun. Luffy cheered and quickly corralled Usopp and Chopper over with an exuberant wave. Story time aboard the Going Merry was easily one of Sabo's favorite pastimes. With a bit, or a lot, depending on the tale, of omissions, Sabo even enjoyed recounting some of his own adventures, all of which Ace and Luffy soaked up with eager enthusiasm. All the Straw Hats had interesting stories to tell, although the blonde rather suspected that Usopp's were more fictional than the others, and more than once, Sabo had itched to grab a quill to jot them all down. It was an urge that took him by surprise, not having felt the desire to write for a few years. He remembered when he had first taken up with the revolutionaries, barely a day used to go by where he hadn't scribbled something down, the drive to record everything he could, just in case his memories ever failed him again too strong to ignore. Luffy was an excited listener, cheering and booing in all the right places, and even asking some intelligent questions, usually about any fights that Sabo thought impressive enough to include, and Sabo enjoyed watching the young pirate connect the dots. He was endearing in a way Sabo had never encountered before, and he couldn't help but wonder why Ace had spent so long after first meeting his little brother trying to get rid of him. It certainly didn't add up with what he saw unraveling in front of him on deck, where Ace looked perfectly content to indulge Luffy's whims and happily told any story Luffy could think of, and correcting the facts of the ones Luffy told himself. Which, Sabo admitted, was exceptionally useful when Luffy dissolved into a tangent or said something so obtuse, he could see even the Straw Hats, who had known him at least slightly longer than Sabo, struggle in their attempts to understand exactly what Luffy was implying. "Hold up a second," said Sabo, face scrunched up in confusion. "The ground ate you?" Luffy nodded wildly, a wide grin on his face despite the fact Sabo had been able to deduce he was trying to tell quite a serious story. He had made it his personal mission in recent days to tell every adventure he could think of that they had had as children, some of which had Sabo shuddering at all the ways in which they could have died. The tiger was especially terrifying to hear second-hand, and while he wouldn't look twice at challenging one, he was very aware Koala had towered over him until he had turned 16, and Luffy was still nearly a whole head shorter than Ace today. He dreaded to think how a tiny 7-year-old Luffy had looked facing off against an overgrown jungle cat. "Yeah, it ate me. It was pretty scary actually. I didn't think Ace and Sabo were going to find me, and I was really, really stuck. Those rocks were really pointy, it kinda hurt," he added, almost as an afterthought. Beside his captain, Usopp sat nodding sagely. "I was eaten by the ground once too, you know." "Really?" Chopper practically squeaked. "It was a horrible ordeal. I had to battle some enormous moles and dig myself out. It took 3 weeks. No food. No water. Nothing to sustain me," he lamented theatrically. Chopper looked enthralled, peering eagerly up at the long-nosed teen with undisguised awe. Even Luffy appeared caught up in the tale, his eyes wide and unblinking. Sabo caught Ace's eye and they shared a long-suffering look before Ace tapped Luffy on the head, jolting the teen from his starry-eyed stare. "The ground didn't actually eat Luffy," he said, gently. Usopp hummed thoughtfully and tapped his chin. "Nope, the ground definitely ate me," he confirmed, although he didn't look too put out that he no longer shared a past woe with his captain. Ace grinned fondly down at his brother. Luffy was stupid enough to fall over, bounce right into a crevice and end up stuck somewhere he shouldn't. As usual. Sabo couldn't help but laugh at the small pout that appeared on Luffy, which quickly vanished when Ace ruffled his hair affectionately. "We got you back eventually, though, didn't we?" Luffy nodded quickly. "Sabo was able to guide me up until I could reach Ace. Then we had loads of meat that night." Unsurprisingly, at the thought of food, Luffy started to drool and he swung around towards the galley, shouting loudly for the cook. "Sanji! I want meat." The galley door was ripped open so violently Sabo was surprised it didn't come off of its hinges. Chopper squeaked and ducked behind Usopp when Sanji stormed out, annoyance clinging to him like a rain cloud. The reindeer only disappeared for a few moments, though, before he peeked back around his new crewmate and stared in fascinating at the shouting match unfolding between the other two pirates. With every meal request, he was starting to emerge quicker, and Sabo thought, given a few more days to acclimatize himself to the general hustle and bustle, Chopper would soon be immune to the ship's more vocal occupants' louder means of communication. "Shitty captain. You're going to have to find something else to do until it's finished. How many times do I have to tell you?" Sanji snapped, his words lacking any real heat. Luffy frowned at the cook's disappearing back before he looked around the deck. Sabo saw the exact moment his gaze landed on his lead pipe. The smirk that appeared on the younger's face made Sabo want to watch him carefully. "Hey, Ace? Can we spar?" Ace eyed Luffy shrewdly for a few moments. "Are you going to be able to control yourself? Because I have a feeling the others might object to swimming the rest of the way to Alabasta with so many anchors to drag along if you break the ship." "Of course I can," Luffy replied quickly, looking a little insulted. "I would never hurt Mary." Usopp's head whipped quickly between the two brothers, looking aghast. "Sparring is something that could hurt Mary. Maybe you should think of something else to do." "What kind of sparring do you guys do?" Zoro asked, appearing beside them and making Usopp yelp with his sudden appearance. Ace smirked, which Luffy mirrored readily and stared up at the swordsman gleefully. "Who wants to keep tally for us?" XXX. With his back resting against the railing of the Going Merry a couple of hours later, Sabo thoughtfully catalogued the damage to the deck while he waited for Ace and Luffy to start again. It was relatively minor in the scheme of things, but there were still more than a few scuff marks and small holes that would eventually need to be patched up. A few feet away, a familiar straw hat hanging around his neck, because Ace might burn it, his legs dangling the other side of the railing and a fishing line trailing in the water, Usopp sat with his back to the deck, and Sabo could hear him occasionally grumble about irresponsible captains and apologies to Mary. Amusingly, he had given up trying to watch the three of them spar before Sabo and Luffy had even managed to get into double figures, and he flinched violently every time Ace unleashed a very controlled Heiken. It was easy to see that the teen loved the ship and all her flaws, but Sabo couldn't help but wonder just how much further she would be able to take them. She had done well to get them even so deep into the Grand Line as it was, but she had taken a battering and the New World was even more unforgiving. In a small blessing for Usopp's nerves, Sabo and Luffy had finished their rounds relatively quickly despite the fact that Luffy was a very proficient devil fruit user. He had managed to keep Sabo on his toes with his rather ingenious and somewhat unpredictable movements, but the blonde still hadn't needed to use his armament hockey even once. Luffy had potential though, Sabo acknowledged. He'd managed to land some very solid hits on the revolutionary and was no slacker. Sabo had no doubts that if he continued to train, his raw, underdeveloped potential would flourish easily enough. He would undoubtedly face some interesting people on the Grand Line and the New World who would be happy to test his courage. The blonde didn't doubt that the next time they sparred, hopefully on a less breakable battleground so they could really push themselves, that Luffy would probably be able to win at least a couple of bouts against him. Next to him, Vivi and Chopper had a large sheet of paper and 2 quills, borrowed from Nami with interest to be accrued for the sacrifice of her precious mapping equipment. They were dutifully keeping a tally as requested politely by Ace. A quick glance at his own column already showed 50 wins to Luffy's 50 losses, and while Luffy's reactions to losing all of their allocated rounds had been amusing, those of his crew had been even more so. Sanji and Zoro had both very much looked like they had wanted to take a turn with the revolutionary who was running circles around their captain, but one look from Ace had had them both backing off respectfully. Sabo couldn't fault Ace for wanting to keep what he now understood to be a daily childhood ritual to themselves. At least he now had an answer to give to Hack when he eventually returned to Baltigo as to how he had been so well trained when he had first joined the revolutionaries. The blonde was quickly brought out of his musings when Luffy landed heavily at his feet with a pained groan. He was unable to stop the fond smile that slipped free when he peered down at the teenager staring forlornly back up at him, panting heavily. Across the deck, barely out of breath and cracking his knuckles with glee, Ace smirked at them both. "I lost again," Luffy unnecessarily narrated. "Yep," Sabo acknowledged helpfully. Above him, leaning over the upper deck's railing, Zoro and Sanji were having a hushed but lively conversation, as they had been since they had been barred from participating, analyzing both Ace and Luffy's fights with interest. It was the longest Sabo had seen them in the other's presence without breaking down into a physical squabble, but it seemed like they had come to an unspoken agreement not to argue in case Nami called a halt to all fighting on deck at all. That hadn't stopped them from occasionally swatting at the other when they felt particularly put out, however. The pirate pouted and flipped to his feet with surprising grace. "How many more rounds do we have?" "1," said Vivi softly, adding another tally mark to Ace's column and flicking her long blue hair over one shoulder. Luffy scowled and raised his fists for the final time. "I'm gonna win at least 1 round today." He rushed forward, twisting his fist as he ran, but Ace didn't move a muscle despite the rubber man bearing down at him with alarming speed. A mischievous glint in the corner of one eye was the only warning given, and Sabo saw it a split second before Luffy, but his momentum was too fast to stop and with an annoyed yell, his fist went sailing straight through Ace's shoulder. A second later, the rest of Luffy tumbled through his Mera Mera no Mi wielding brother, flames liking harmless at his skin and clothes. He tumbled to the deck with a thud and a gentle snap of rubber told Sabo his arm had retracted. Beside him, Vivi and Chopper giggled to one another while they added the final tally to Ace's column. Above, Zoro was shaking his head, almost in despair, and Sanji chortled loudly that the swordsman now owed him 100 belly. "You bet against me?" Luffy shouted up at the blonde cook, overhearing the little exchange, his words muffled slightly where his face was still pressed into the wooden deck. "Of course I did. And thank you for my winnings. Much appreciated, Captain. Pay up, Marimo. I don't have that much belly." "What? Go borrow some from Nami Swan then." "No way. She'll charge interest." Tuning out the quarreling still going on above, Sabo glanced at the tally sheets in Vivi's hand and then back towards the 2 dark-haired brothers. The younger was still laid spread-eagled on the deck, while the older smirked down at him smugly. Next to him, Vivi dipped the quill in the ink once more. Before carefully writing Ace and his own names into the final column, ready for their 50 matches to begin. Chopper practically vibrated with excitement and his eyes glistened brightly. Sabo offered him a small grin before striding across the deck towards the pirates, adjusting his pipe more comfortably against his back. Ace nudged Luffy over with one booted foot and he flopped onto his back readily enough, still panting slightly and his face twisted into a confused frown. He raised his hands above his head and stared at them intently, as if they held the answer to his predicament. How come I can't even hit Ace anymore, he asked, and Sabo had to forcefully fight down the urge to smile at the other's confusion. Ace snorted and crossed his arms. Anymore? You've never been able to hit me, Luffy. Sabo allowed himself a moment to think Ace might have been lying only slightly with that statement. He could easily picture a much younger Luffy losing all control of his rubbery limbs and whacking Ace by accident. The image was so vibrant, Sabo briefly wondered whether it was something that had actually happened, before he reached down and offered Luffy a hand up, despite the fact he didn't really need it. You can't hit Ace because he's a Logia, Luffy, he explained patiently, aware Zoro and Sanji were both leaning precariously over the railing to listen incuriously. It means Ace is literally fire now, and you can't hit fire. Sabo paused for a moment, thoughtfully. He was pretty positive that the Yami Yami no Mi was technically classed as a Logia-type devil fruit, he mused, and he made a mental note to mention that to Ace once they'd finished sparring. It might be useful information. What? Luffy whined, grabbing his attention back to him. How am I meant to win now? You don't, Ace grinned widely. He gestured to Sabo impatiently before stalking across to the far side of the deck. You're up? Sabo rolled his eyes at the display of posturing and instead stepped up behind Luffy. He wrapped his arms loosely around the shorter teenager's neck, never taking his eyes off of Ace. Would you like to see how it's possible to hit a Logia like Ace? He whispered softly into Luffy's ear. Luffy twisted his head to stare up at his excitedly. Several meters away, Ace frowned and squinted at the pair of them critically. For a second, Sabo thought he might have detected a hint of jealousy in the other's dark eyes, which made no sense at all to the blonde, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Yeah, Luffy whispered back, a little too loudly, but Sabo couldn't fault him for his excitement, which had him practically vibrating in his arms. Go on, out the way then, and watch closely. Sabo nudged him gently and Luffy dashed away, leaping up to sit next to Chopper. He was leaning so far forward that he was precariously close to falling off of the railing, but he didn't seem bothered by the uncomfortable position. He grinned brightly back at Sabo, who returned it quickly before focusing all his attention upon the pirate tapping his foot impatiently in front of him. What are you waiting for, Sabo? An invitation? Let's get started already. Ace cracked his knuckles again, but otherwise didn't make a move himself to start their first round. It appeared he was going to follow the same tactics he had used on Luffy and wait for the blonde to make the first move. It was not exactly how Sabo had expected Ace to fight, and he rather suspected it was more for teasing and testing Luffy, since the older pirate knew intimately how the younger preferred to fight, but remaining still and unmovable wasn't the smartest choice when it came to fighting Sabo. Ace had no idea what Sabo was actually capable of, and all he was doing was making himself an easy target by deploying the same tactics Sabo had literally just watched him perform the last 50 times in a row. The revolutionary resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He had seen plenty of people, not just pirates, exude the same confidence Ace had in buckets, and most of them, Sabo knew to either be dead or living with destroyed dreams. Sabo sensed, from the odd little things that Luffy had let slip about Ace over the last few days, that he had been a very sad, angry, lonely little boy for a long time. It was an image that made Sabo's heart ache for the pirate, and one he wished never to see firsthand. The fondness with which Ace had spoken of his fellow Whitebeard pirates was evident to all, and they were talked about in the same voice Sabo had come to expect when Ace spoke of Luffy. From Sabo's perspective, at least, they had not known each other very long, but already the blonde knew he would hate to see Ace lose the one place he finally seemed to feel like he belonged, or any more of the people he cared about, just because he got a little too overconfident. The revolutionary started walking, his booted feet sure and practically silent on the wood despite the small rocking of the ship in the gentle current, towards the pirate, who grinned somewhat manically now that they were apparently, finally, starting. Sabo ducked his head ever so slightly, Ace's face disappearing from view and the rim of his top hat shielding his own eyes. Eyes were an indicator, Sabo had learned over the years thanks to his painful training exercises with Kuma and Dragon. He could fake out with any other part of his body, feinting left when he fully intended to go right, twisting in the air to land a punch rather than a kick, but in order to land a hit, he had to see it. Eyes could very easily give away exactly where he intended to aim, all anyone had to do was follow his line of sight. So, Sabo had taught himself, through much trial and error, not to stare any sort of opponent down. It didn't mean he didn't know where they were, his hockey was far too advanced for anyone to catch him unawares most of the time, but it did mean he didn't need to look at them until the last possible second. It also served more than just its original purpose, as it often made it look like he was being SBMSSV, and that always tended to catch people off guard. Much like it was doing to Ace, Sabo thought, allowing himself to feel just ever so slightly smug. He could practically feel the confusion rolling off of the pirate in waves as he walked ever so slowly closer. Sabo had noticed Ace enjoyed taunting and teasing when sparring with Luffy, and it served more than just purposely annoying the younger, and it was something Sabo wasn't sure Luffy had picked up on yet. Any reaction he dragged from Luffy told Ace exactly how the other felt, and he could use it to his advantage. Even if Luffy didn't outwardly react brashly, his eyes hadn't been able to hide his feelings. There were less than a dozen steps between them. Sabo suspected the only reason Ace hadn't already flung himself headfirst at the revolutionary was because he was curious as to what he was actually going to do. Curiosity was good, Sabo thought, caution would be better. He briefly considered reaching for the lead pipe resting warmly against his back, and he rubbed the end where it hung near his left hip, but eventually discarded the idea. Ace would be expecting him to reach for his most obvious weapon. But not all of his weapons were so visible. The blonde grinned. A small intake of breath from only a few feet away told him Ace had seen his smirk, which only caused it to widen. A rush of euphoria rushed through him. It had been a long time since he had been able to show off himself, and he was going to relish the opportunity. Concentrating, Sabo called on his haki, pushing and pulling at the familiar hum at the back of his mind until it yielded to his thoughts. It hummed under his skin before the small sensation, not unlike running water, rushed up his arm from his fingertips and tapered off around his elbows. He resisted the urge to flex his hands, to test the armor now decorating his skin and tainting it black. He knew no one could see it. He wore his gloves for more than one reason, after all, but anyone well-trained or with regular exposure to any sort of haki should have been able to recognize that Sabo had called his to wrap around his hands, so he wasn't at all surprised when not one of the Straw Hats reacted to his unseen skill. Ace had undoubtedly been exposed to plenty of experienced haki wielders thanks to his time as a Whitebeard pirate, but he also gave no indication that he knew what Sabo had just done. The blonde mentally shrugged, but if Luffy insisted on learning, and he highly expected that he would at least want several demonstrations, then it might also present the opportunity for Sabo to at least teach Ace to recognize when someone called upon it. It certainly wouldn't do any harm, and he might even be persuaded to find someone within the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet to properly train him. Ace was a division commander after all. If he could impress Whitebeard himself to give him such a lucrative position within his crew, then Ace could almost certainly learn to use at least one form of haki, even if armament didn't end up being his expertise. He would just need to deploy a little patience. Which he had run out of. Sabo smirked, sensing the other's body only a few feet away tensed and ready to spring. Ace didn't leave him waiting long. With a frustrated huff, the pirate moved, launching himself straight at the revolutionary. Sabo could feel the power of the Mera Mera no Mi building. It made the air around them feel thick and heavy, but he ignored it all. Ace was powerful, there was no doubt about that, but Sabo was agile. He twisted his body to the right, allowing Ace's clenched fist, ablaze and smoldering, to graze past him. Smirking, he locked his fingers, letting them take on the familiar form of his dragon claw. He snapped his hand down and clamped tightly onto Ace's wrist. Ace's flames licked at his gloved fingers harmlessly, and the pirate's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't the tightest of grips. If he wanted to, he could very easily snap Ace's arm, but he applied just enough pressure to make the pirate wince. He allowed himself only a few seconds to savor the shocked gasps from the crew watching them, before he grinned and twisted Ace's arm so that he had no choice but to follow Sabo's momentum or risk serious pain. Sabo jerked Ace's arm easily and stepped smartly behind the pirate, not relinquishing his grip for a second and exposing the pirate's unprotected back. He curled his free hand into a fist. He lightly punched Ace's spine, right against the Whitebeard Jolly Roger. Ace flinched sharply, as if Sabo had caused him actual pain, when they both knew it was only a light tap, but Sabo abandoned his hold and the pirate stumbled forward. Sabo stepped back, allowing the other some breathing space. Ace swung around, ignoring Luffy's cheers and Vivi's light tone declaring 1-0 to Sabo. He smiled pleasantly in answer to Ace's deep scowl. "You never said you knew armament haki, too?" Ace snapped, reaching around to rub his tattooed back. Sabo shrugged, undeterred by the other's annoyance. "You shouldn't have assumed I didn't. You should know better than to underestimate an opponent, Ace," he chided gently, catching the other's gaze. "You've been to the New World. You know to expect the unexpected." Ace didn't lose his frown, but he looked pensive and possibly a little bashful at the reprimand. "You sound like Marco," he said, finally. Sabo smiled softly. "High praise to be compared to the Phoenix." Ace rolled his eyes, but Sabo caught a hint of smile starting to break through. "That was so cool," Luffy declared, excitedly bounding to their sides and latching on to both of their arms. "How'd you do that? Can I learn?" Ace huffed, but returned his younger brother's smile easily enough. Sabo grinned, Luffy's excitement contagious, as always. "It's called haki. It's primarily used to fight Logias, but there are a couple of other uses, too." He slipped off one glove and within seconds, Luffy was gawking at the armored skin, poking and prodding experimentally. "Geez, Sabo," Ace whistled. Sabo tried not to flinch when Ace poked at the sheen of aura with a flaming hand. He could still feel the heat, even if the flames didn't burn him. "So cool. Can Ace use it too?" Luffy asked eagerly. Ace made a face. "Yeah, I use observation hockey all the time, but my armament isn't the best. I can't hold it for very long. I find it easier to use my flames. Can you teach me, Sabo? Please? It takes years to master, but I don't see why and dash." "Arg." Sabo whipped around at the shriek, startled, his eyes immediately jumping to Vivi, expecting the high-pitched scream to have come from her, but she was staring in shock down to where Usopp had been sat. He swung his gaze to the sniper and did a double take at the sight that greeted him. Dangling limply from the teenager's fishing line was a man, his pink and white clothes dripping wet, and a somewhat dazed expression on his face. It aptly matched the Straw Hats' own faces where they stared at the man in utter confusion. Usopp spluttered and flailed at the sight, before finally breaking the stunned silence of the deck. "That's a weird fish. XXX. Usopp, stay still or you'll smudge the ink." "No, Luffy, that's not tight enough." "Sanji, wrap Luffy's wrist properly, please." "Yes, Nami Swan. SCK up." "Shut up, Marimo." High above the deck, listening to the gentle voices of the Straw Hats filter up to him, Ace stared at the horizon. The white sands of Alabasta were nearing ever closer, the stiff wind aiding their way into dock easily. A quick check behind told Ace the fleet of billions was still floating a little further out to sea, serenely for the moment, but Ace was all too aware of how fast that could change. Their strange encounter with the man Usopp had literally fished from the ocean was proof of that. He'd seemed harmless, amusing even, with his unusual devil fruit powers, but after his own ship had collected him, an ashen-faced Vivi had managed to explain one of the man's many faces had been her own father's. It hadn't been hard to guess how Bon Clay had gotten so close to the king of Alabasta with his little talent, but it had been a sharp reminder to all exactly what type of people they were dealing with, and they all needed to be on alert. Ace considered himself fortunate he'd ducked away from Bon Clay before he'd even attempted to touch him and that the man didn't have his face. He dreaded thinking what kind of mayhem that man could cause if he had the face of a Whitebeard pirate. It was bad enough he had a king in his repertoire. Ace glanced down, watching Nami and Vivi coordinate their little ruse to tell each other apart from the main Nomi user. It was simple, but clever. Ace wished it wasn't necessary, though. He'd had a clean shot of Bon Clay's ship with his Hyken even after Vivi had stammered out her horror, but he hadn't taken it. Even if he had voiced his thoughts on the matter, and he had the feeling Zoro and Sanji, at least, would have sided with his logic of removing the threat, he knew Luffy would have objected to the idea of his brother frying his new friend. And Luffy was the captain. Ace shook his head. His word was law, and he didn't want the crew to see him possibly undermining his little brother's command. If the crew was going to survive what the Grand Line could throw at them, they needed to stick together. Dissension in the ranks was not going to help any of them achieve their dreams. "Hey!" Pulled from his thoughts, he turned in time to see Sabo pulling himself through the hatch. "Hey! Where'd you vanish to?" He hadn't seen the blonde since shortly after Bon Clay's arrival. Since his small vessel had been still lashed and tugged along behind the Going Merry, Ace hadn't been concerned that he might have jumped ship entirely. Sabo shrugged easily. "Inside. I didn't think it was particularly prudent for someone who can clone faces to get a hold of mine. My line of work is the kind where you don't want people to know your face all that well." Ace shook his head, pushing aside the unease that bubbled in his chest every time Sabo mentioned his job. He admired his brother for his work with the Revolutionary Army, he really did, and he was fully behind what they were trying to do, but they had some very powerful enemies and Ace wasn't sure he could handle losing Sabo a second time. "You'll never get a bounty with that kind of attitude," he muttered, instead of voicing his thoughts aloud. The blonde grinned. "Oh, I have a bounty. Only mine doesn't come with a wanted poster." Ace blinked in surprise. He hadn't realized the revolutionaries even had bounties. "Anyway, I came to tell you, we've docked," he said. Ace looked around and realized that, while he'd been lost in his thoughts, Usopp had guided the ship into the harbor. "Right," he said, weakly, following Sabo down quickly. His feet had barely touched the deck before Luffy ran past him. "I'm hungry." "Luffy! Wait!" Nami shouted, but it was too late. Luffy had grasped the edges of the ship's railing and launched himself towards the dock in a blur of red and blue that was immediately lost in the sea of people. "Honestly," she huffed, cheeks flushed with annoyance. "You can't tell us that you weren't expecting that to happen," said Zoro with a pointed look. "I can dream," she snapped. "I guess you're going to look for any leads on this Blackbeard guy?" Sanji asked, appearing at Ace's elbow. Ace had given all of the crew a brief rundown of the events that had led him to departing from the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates, just on the off chance they heard anything themselves about the renegade man. Yeah. Ace turned to his blonde brother and quirked one brow. You wanna come with? Sabo shrugged easily. Might as well. I was planning on having a wander around anyway. I might hear something. That'll help Luffy and Vivi. How? Ace wondered. Sabo smiled softly. At the local markets. They attract all the world's gossipers. XXX. Ace powered ahead, his bull-headed determination to ask nearly every street vendor if they had seen Blackbeard admirable, but it was proving to be fruitless endeavor. Sabo could only follow in his wake, his pace more sedate, as he stopped to browse and listen in to the locals' conversations with disguised interest in the goods on display until Ace hurried them on to the next street, all the while masking his growing frustrations with teasing comments about heat and inappropriate clothing. It was hot, Sabo mused, ducking into a patch of shade offered by the cloth shades strung up between stalls, but he wasn't going to take off his black coat and give Ace even more ammunition to gloat. The Whitebeard pirate had looked annoyingly undisturbed by the growing temperature all morning. Luffy had also appeared unaffected by the dry heat of the desert island when they had chanced a glimpse of him, still on his quest for food, a couple of hours ago before he had disappeared again with a cheerful grin and a wave. Sabo privately admitted he was a little relieved that Luffy had deigned to finally separate himself from the blonde. He suspected his own hunt for information that might prove useful to Vivi would go a lot smoother and quicker without the risk of Luffy causing some mischief. He was much more used to information gathering incognito, and Sabo rather suspected Luffy's natural talent for attracting unwanted attention would be counterproductive to the blonde's goal, especially when they were already under time restraints. Gently setting down the small vase he had been pretending to examine, Sabo glanced around in time to see Ace's shoulders slump, a small man shaking his head in front of him. Ace stuck the crumpled wanted poster into the deep pocket of his shorts, and Sabo didn't need to see his face to know that Ace's jaw was probably clenched tightly in frustration, although he still managed to nod and politely thank the small man for his time. They'd thought they had managed to strike it lucky about an hour ago, but the more of a description they were given, even Sabo had quickly realized that the family was not describing the same Blackbeard. It had saved them a trip into the desert, but it had been another blow. Sabo forced himself to smile when Ace glanced back at him. The pirate returned it weakly before moving on to the next stall. The blonde admired the pirate's determination, but it was clear as day to Sabo that they were going to find no solid leads on the renegade Whitebeard pirate in Alabasta. Delighted laughter caught his attention, and he turned to see a few young girls dashing down the street. He caught a glimpse of strawberry blonde hair and for a second thought that it was Koala, but the length was all wrong, and while Sabo loved teasing Koala about her short status now that he towered over her, she wasn't as short as the girl running past him. Koala. He could have hit himself, Sabo fumed, and fished out the den mushy from his pocket, quickly dialing a familiar number. They didn't need to waste time wandering the stalls of a marketplace. He was chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army with numerous spy networks at his disposal. Granted, it had never been used to help a pirate before, but there was always a first time, Sabo thought with a small grin. The call connected with a click. "It's me," he said, by way of greeting. "I need you to do some research for me." "Sabo," Koala acknowledged. "Is there something you have to tell me?" Her voice was soft and nearly sickly sweet, a sure sign she was mad as hell. His friend's familiar tone sounded so comforting after all the strange and weird things he'd been discovering the last week that he couldn't help but grin widely, letting the relief that finally someone was acting and treating him normally. Then her words registered. "Something to tell you?" he asked, tentatively. "Yes, something to tell me. Dragon-san said I would be hearing from you, several days ago." Sabo grimaced. Dragon had said to him he would leave it to him to inform Koala of the latest developments. And he'd forgotten, again. "Oops," he offered sheepishly, in lieu of an apology. Koala huffed. "You're the worst, you really are. You're so lucky Dragon-san said that you found your brothers." "Technically they found me," he felt obliged to point out, quietly. He'd passed Luffy in the street and hadn't recognized him. If it hadn't been for Ace, he'd have gone about his life in complete ignorance. "Well, whatever, I can't be mad. I'm happy for you." Sabo knew her words were sincere. She had been at his side more often than not when he had soaked up their colleagues' tales of home, watching him struggle to understand and accept what might be lost forever. Despite the pain and disappointment returning to her own home had caused, she was still bitter over Fisher Tiger's death after all he had done for her, but determined to change the stereotypical views on fishmen. She'd shared a few things over the years, time making it easier to speak with some fondness about her previous life. "That makes a change," he forced himself to joke. "I should find long-lost people more often." He hoped his stumble went unnoticed. He hadn't quite been able to bring himself to actually call Ace or Luffy his brothers aloud yet. Just the thought of the word and all that came with it was overwhelming. Giving voice to what they believed him to be, he felt like it would be a betrayal of the child they remembered with such adoration. That runaway kid had been their brother, the revolutionary he was today. He wasn't sure if he had that right to call himself their brother. Maybe one day, he thought wistfully. Yeah, well, don't get used it. Koala's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. And maybe don't push your luck. You never know, an evil stepbrother might appear next. I hope not. Anyway, I need a favor, he said. She sighed heavily, but Sabo could tell she wasn't as put out as she pretended. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? No, you won't. This one'll be easy for you. I need you to find out if there have been any reports about a pirate called Blackbeard. See if you can't track him down for me. A pirate? That's new. Long story short, he killed one of his fellow Whitebeard pirates and Ace is trying to find him. At the rate he's going though, he could be looking for years, he admitted. So you're going to abuse revolutionary resources to track down a pirate for him? Sabo, I know you've quite a few missed birthdays to make up for, but surely there are better gifts, she teased. Sabo glanced down the street to where Ace was chatting to another street vendor. No, I think he'd prefer this one actually. Alright, I'll see what I can find. And see if you can find out what the Yami Yami no Mi does too, he added quickly. It's a devil fruit. Blackbeard has it. Yeah, I guessed that, but... Oh, and have you heard anything on the grapevine about Alabasta? Good grief, she huffed. One thing at a time. Track this Blackbeard guy, research a devil fruit, and no, I haven't heard anything about Alabasta. We're usually in the New World though, so someone else might have. Why? Is it something we need to be aware of? She asked curiously. We should have been, he confessed. Do we need to send some people? It's too late now, he said, heart heavy at the admittance. No one would get here in time and the damage is pretty much done. The princess has some people who are helping her though, so it's all fine. The Straw Hat Pirates were Vivi's best and last bet on saving her country and her home, and Sabo had every reason to believe in them. All fine? Koala repeated, incredulously. Last time I heard you say that was after you fought that CP8 agent and it turned out he'd nicked your artery. You nearly bled out, she hissed at him. But I was fine, after a while anyway, he retorted, remembering the incident in question nearly a year ago. Only thanks to Hack, she muttered. Okay, I'll find out who our contacts are in the area of Alabasta and let you know. At least that way the princess can contact us if she ever needs to. Thanks, I owe you one, said Sabo. Just one? At my last count it was 14, Sabo. The blonde grumbled but didn't repute the number. He knew he owed her more than he could ever hope to repay back. He hung up with the promise of keeping in touch with updates. It was more routine for her to demand he do so rather than any expectation on her part that he actually would. Ace found him a short while later, examining a handful of women's sunglasses. Koala had an affinity for the most colorful pairs and Alabasta had him spoiled for choice. Looking for a present for your girlfriend? The pirate teased good-naturedly, gently snatching a pair of bright fuchsia glasses from the revolutionary's hands. Wife, actually, said Sabo casually. Ace dropped the glasses and the blonde burst out laughing at the disbelief written across his face. Well, fake wife when the occasion calls for it. Ace rolled his eyes at Sabo's smirking face and reached out to knock his askew. She's my friend. My friend who is doing us a massive favor, so I can't exactly go back empty-handed. Doing us a favor? Ace asked, curiously. Yeah, I asked if she could look into hunting down any sightings of Blackbeard. The communications team get dozens of newspapers every day from all over. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack, but she's good at what she does and it might save you going from island to island like you have been, he explained. That's brilliant, Sabo. Thanks. Ace grinned, and Sabo was struck in that moment just how much he looked like Luffy in his joy. Thank Koala, not me. Ace glanced at the glasses again. So why sunglasses and not something like jewelry? Don't all girls like jewelry? Sabo shrugged. Koala never wears jewelry. She does wear a lot of sunglasses undercover though, and the brighter the better, I'm reliably informed. Ace nodded and immediately joined him in his hunt through the small stash for the brightest, most colorful pair possible. Sabo raised an eyebrow questioningly when he caught Ace staring at him out the corner of one eye. A small smirk appeared on the pirate's face. Are you sure she's not your girlfriend? Shut up, Ace. I don't hear you denying it. Shut up. The herbal tea was sweeter than he usually cared for, but Sabo ignored the taste in favor of draining his mug and absently pouring himself another, uncaring of the heat despite the beads of sweat that clung to the nape of his neck and made his already blonde hair curl even more than normal. A drink was a drink in the middle of the desert and Sabo was going to enjoy it, even if he had been spoiled by Sanji's outrageously good cups of tea. Ignoring the other restaurant's patrons, he glanced over the top of his passed-out companion's head where it rested on the bar next to his elbow and out the window to where the sun still sat high in the sky, all but mocking the revolutionary with the knowledge an entire morning had passed with no real progress made at the markets. While there had been some small tidbits of information, gleaned from nervous and shifty stall owners who had shooed them away as soon as they could, telling behavior in and of itself, Sabo was conscious of the timescale Vivi was under. There was no doubt at all in the revolutionary's mind that Alabasta was as corrupt as the princess had warned, and its survival hung on a knife's edge. After 10 years with the revolutionary army, Sabo was well versed in recognizing when something was brewing. The air felt electric with tension and it was only building in speed and power. It would only take one small ripple to disrupt the delicate balance. It was both impressive and frustrating that the infamous Mr. Zero, whoever the hell he was, had managed to blind the rest of the world as to just how far he had managed to bring Alabasta down. There hadn't been any indication whatsoever that the country was in danger of self-imploding from the inside out. Sabo scowled into his remaining tea. Countries with royalty still at the helm were steeped in tradition and, thanks to the levee held every 4 years, while subject to the usual will and whims of the Tenryubido, they were generally left to their own devices. The last levee had only been 2 years ago. Vivi had informed them she'd been hunting for a way to break the country free for a lot longer than that. That meant they should consider themselves lucky a full-scale war hadn't broken out at the last government meeting, with all the tension that has been festering in the country. Nefertari Cobra was a truly formidable king if he'd managed to keep a handle on the situation for so long without outside assistance. But he shouldn't have had to. And neither should Vivi have had to leave her country, her people, her own family, putting her own life in danger as she had. Sabo sighed, forcing his hand to unclench from around his teacup before he smashed it thoughtlessly. It wasn't too late, there was still time for someone to save the country, Sabo acknowledged, pushing the half-eaten plate of food in front of him away, his appetite disappearing, but it wasn't going to be the revolutionary army. Sir? Sabo blinked rapidly, jerked from his wandering thoughts and to the bartender hovering nervously across the bar from him. Sorry, what? He asked. The bartender twisted his drying cloth. Your friend. He didn't eat any of the desert strawberry, did he? The what now? Sabo asked, ping his head inquisitively. The desert strawberry, the bartender repeated, his gaze flickering nervously between Sabo and the slumped figure next to him. No, we didn't eat any strawberries, Sabo tried to reassure the man, suddenly feeling many more pairs of eyes settling on his exposed back. He looked over his shoulder to see all the other patrons watching them, some with trepidation and others with pity. He frowned, turning back to the bartender, confused by their reactions. I think your friend must have, the bartender said, his eyes turning sorrowful and sympathetic. They're poisonous and your friend? Well, he looks like he died. The words didn't register for a moment before Sabo snorted, amused. Oh, he's not dead, he said. He's just. As if on cue, Ace jerked awake with an obnoxious grunt, raising his head and blinking blearily against the bright light of the bar. Sleeping, Sabo finished, smiling politely even as the bartender and half the patrons jumped in their seats and gaped at the man who'd risen from the dead beside him. I fall asleep again? Ace croaked. Yes, you did. Stop it, Sabo scolded, roughly bumping Ace's shoulder and forcing him to drop the hem of a startled woman's skirt before he could wipe his face on it. If Ace hadn't already revealed he'd been raised in a jungle by bandits, Sabo would have guessed the pirate had been raised by wolves from how he acted sometimes. Ace glared at him briefly before reaching over and swiping a cold sausage from the blonde's plate. Sabo rolled his eyes and nudged the plate closer to the pirate, trying to ignore the flash of confusion that settled across the other's face, like he was expecting Sabo to have had an entirely different reaction to the theft of his food. Sabo didn't understand why and couldn't bring himself to question it. He had a healthy appetite, but he knew devil fruit users could burn calories like no tomorrow and had ridiculous metabolisms thanks to Chopper's lecture from the other evening around the dinner table. He wasn't going to deny Ace more food if he wanted it, especially if Sabo wasn't going to finish it. He'd gone hungry enough times in his life to know not to waste food idly. Any sign of Luffy yet? Not yet, Sabo replied. Ace grumbled and reached into one of the pockets of his shorts. Stupid little brothers, always wandering off. Hey, have you seen a guy with a straw hat wandering around today? He'd look like this. He waved the battered wanted poster in the bartender's startled face. You've got a lot of nerve showing your face around here. The bartender paled and hastily stepped backwards, which was Sabo's first indication trouble may have found them. Again. Much slower than Ace, who swung around on his stool with abandon, Sabo twisted towards the door, where an ominously large man filled the doorway. A plume of smoke rose around the man's head from the cigar dangling from his clenched teeth, his face set in a grimace. Sabo just about stifled a groan. Next to him, Ace made no such effort to mute his reaction and smirked even as he leant back against the bar in an easy and unconcerned slouch. "What's Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander doing here, Portgas D. Ace?" Smoker growled, crossing his arms while he glared at the pirate in question. Sabo ducked his head and discreetly tugged the rim of his hat down to further obscure his face. It was a feeble effort to avoid being recognized when the Marine's attention was already on them, and he was probably still smarting from their last confrontation in Logue Town, but they were on a deadline. He silently cursed he hadn't been able to persuade Ace to at least throw a shirt on to cover up the glaring tattoo so they could at least remain a little more incognito. "Portgas!" Smoker barked, impatiently. "Oh, relax." Ace grinned. "We're just here waiting for our kid brother, that's all." He tapped his foot a few times against his bar stool. It created an obnoxious clack, causing Smoker's mouth to twitch dangerously. It was the cue for several of the more nervous patrons to back away cautiously. Sabo huffed and rolled his eyes skywards as the tension built between the two men, one smirking, the other glaring, wondering idly when it would break. "Okay, so now what?" Ace finally asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over the bar. "You give yourself up," Smoker said immediately. Ace snorted and shook his head. "Yeah, sorry, no can do." Smoker sighed and pulled a heavy drag from his cigar. "I'm not actually after your head, Portgas. I'm looking for another pirate." Sabo frowned deeply and stared at the Marine from under the rim of his hat. Dragon saving Luffy from the man evidently had created a sore spot for him. It really must have been grating on the man's pride that he let the pirate that declared he was going to be the Pirate King escape his grasp for him to have chased him all the way into the Grand Line. "You could always let me go," said Ace, shrugging. Sabo had to bite the inside of his mouth to stop his laughter bursting free. Smoker looked outraged at the very idea of letting Ace walk even one step away from him. "No way. So long as I'm a Marine and you're a pirate," the man growled and stepped forward. Ace frowned. "That's a stupid reason," he said. He turned to Sabo, who caught his eye and raised an inquisitive brow. "That's a stupid reason not to let someone go, right?" he prodded, blatantly ignoring the smoke pouring from the Marine. "Yeah," said Sabo softly, taking a sip of his now cold tea. Ace grinned and shrugged at Smoker. Sabo subtly glanced around the restaurant. It was now nearly deserted save for themselves, Smoker and the barkeeper, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief that no unwitting customers could potentially get caught in the crossfire of the fight that was surely about to erupt at any moment. "Rocket." Sabo was pleased to note he wasn't the only one that jumped in shock when Luffy's voice rang out loud and clear. He looked around wildly, unable to immediately pinpoint where it had come from. "Oh," Ace whispered, eyes wide and staring at something towards the front door. Sabo turned just in time to watch Smoker slam into the pirate and both of them disappeared through a wall of the bar in a resounding crash of brick and mortar. Stunned into silence, the barkeeper gaped at the new hole in his wall. Coughing once as the dust caught in the back of his throat, Sabo shook his head despairingly and ran a gloved hand over the sleeves of his coat, making a half-hearted attempt to brush away some of the dirt that had fallen on him. A blur of red settled itself next him. "Hello, Luffy," he said, removing his hat to examine the goggles, hoping they hadn't been scratched by any debris. "Hi Sabo." Luffy greeted cheerfully. "Ooh, are you gonna eat that?" He didn't wait for an answer before two rubbery arms stretched around him to claim his plate of food, balanced precariously on the edge of the broken bar. Actually, that was Ace's. Luffy grinned and gleefully dug into the food, obviously not at all bothered it must have now been stone cold. "Where is Ace?" he asked around a mouthful of mashed potatoes. "Oh, he was right here a second ago," he said, smiling and glancing at the hole in the wall the other pirate had vanished into. He wondered which would emerge first, the pirate or the Marine. He turned back to Luffy. "I imagine he'll be back any minute now." Luffy shrugged and shoveled in another few mouthfuls. "The food here is awesome. What is this? Maybe Sanji can make it for us." "Straw Hat." Luffy peered around Sabo, eyes wide with curiosity. "Ah," he cried out in surprise and pointed his fork at the Marine glaring at him. "You're that smoking guy. What are you doing here?" Sabo had to bite the inside of his cheek. The Marine's once white coat was covered in dirt and grime. His crushed cigar hung limply from his mouth, the smoke no longer curling around his head and leaving a clear view the man's ferocious glare, which was currently leveled at the younger pirate. The older pirate he'd been fixated on earlier was coughing on the floor at his feet, the wind having been knocked out of him by the Marine elbowing him aside in his determination to reach Luffy. "What's he doing here?" Luffy asked again, tugging at Sabo's sleeve. Looking for you, apparently, said Sabo. Straw Hat. Smoker snarled, stepping forward. Oh no. His survival instinct seemingly finally kicking in, Luffy swept his arms along the bar, scooping up all the abandoned food within his extensive reach before dashing for the door, his straw hat bouncing merrily from its string against his back. See ya. Straw Hat. Get back here. Sabo winced when the door of the restaurant was wrenched from its hinges by the irate Marine. He swiveled in his chair to stare at the two dust clouds disappearing down the street with cries of fear and shock from the locals being left in their wake. Thank you for the meal, he said to the bartender, who only stared at him dumbly. He grabbed his pipe from the floor at his feet and secured his hat firmly on his head. But I'm afraid we must be going now. He rose to his feet gracefully and started towards the door, casting a final glance over his shoulder. Ace. Quit lazing around, we've got to go. Ace grumbled and snatched up his dusty bag from the floor, throwing it over his shoulder in annoyance. I knew teaching Luffy to rocket was a bad idea. So, why'd you do it? I didn't. It was your idea to use him as a slingshot, not mine. I don't believe you. Why not? Do you remember it? No. It just sounds more like something you'd come up with. No one likes a smart butt, Sabo. Tell me I'm wrong? Exactly. XXX. There they are, said Sabo, pointing, although he really needn't have bothered because the throng of Marines and billowing white smoke were both a giant sign that screamed, Luffy is here. Typical, Ace muttered from beside him, flames bursting from his left arm. Always causing trouble. Oh, and you don't? Sabo teased with a grin, which faltered ever so slightly when Ace only stared at him in return. Worried for a moment he had somehow offended the pirate, his fears were alleviated when Ace grinned widely in return. That's more like the Sabo we know, he cheered, clapping him on the shoulder. Sabo didn't have a chance to ponder on the statement before Ace was gone, leaping off the edge of the building. He landed gracefully before releasing an enormous Heiken that collided in an impressive display of power with Smoker's own attack barreling down on the Straw Hats. The ensuing explosions of fire and smoke had the entire square coming to a halt, everyone's attention captured by the clash of powers. Sabo could hardly blame some of the people for staring. It was likely the first time many of them had ever seen a devil fruit user. But that was no excuse for Luffy to stand and gawk in awe. He sighed and leapt down into the street. He managed to catch Nami's eye and nodded discreetly towards the young pirate captain. She nodded once and grasped the back of Luffy's shirt and tugged hard, unbalancing him. Come on, Luffy. Let Ace handle him. Ah, but I want to watch. Now. Satisfied, Sabo turned his attention back to Ace, who stood, deceptively relaxed and loose, in front of Smoker, one hand resting on his hip. Sabo squinted at the scene, trying to work out why the pose looked familiar. It couldn't be Koala, since her go-to stance was to cross her arms tightly across her chest, a leftover reflex from childhood that protected her ribs, the favorite spot where the Tenryubito who had owned her liked to lash out. But Sabo could easily imagine a red-haired woman standing just like Ace. Give it up, Smoker, Ace said, interrupting his thoughts. You might be smoke but I'm fire. We're too evenly matched. Ace wasn't wrong. The two Logia types were unsuited to battling each other effectively, and all that would come of it would be a flashy show for the locals brave enough to hang around the square. Smoker glared menacingly, but it didn't seem to affect the still grinning pirate. If anything, he looked positively delighted by the man's attention, and he completely ignored the other Marines and their weapons, all of which were leveled on him. Sabo frowned, glancing back down the street where Luffy and his crew had disappeared. They were out of sight and, despite his initial reluctance to leave, Sabo knew without a shadow of a doubt that Luffy wouldn't do anything to put his friends in danger, so he knew that they were out of reach of the Marines for the time being. Ace had bought them plenty of time, so there was no reason for him to be stood engaging the man in conversation of all things. Sabo knew he could test the limits, oftentimes more than Koala's nerves could take, but even he knew when a distraction dragged on too long, it increased the risk of overexposure, defeating the purpose entirely. The distraction instead became a sacrifice, and Sabo had no idea how he was meant to explain to Luffy his big brother had helped him escape only to wind up stuck in Marine custody himself if they couldn't get away. He shook his head. First on the ship, when Ace had let his impatience get the best of him, and now with Smoker, playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse, Sabo knew he would have to have words with Ace about his reckless behavior at some point. I don't get it, Smoker drawled. What are you even doing this far out on the Grand Line, Fire Fist? Whitebeard isn't anywhere near Alabasta. What business does the old man have here? Ace shrugged. As it turns out, absolutely nothing. We've just been sailing with our kid brother. Sabo sighed wearily. He was definitely going to have to talk to Ace. The implication the Straw Hats might have a tenuous connection to one of the Yonkos, however false it was, had easily been picked up by the Marine, who frowned. "We? Brother?" Smoker parroted back. Ace nodded and glanced back over his shoulder to Sabo, who huffed and strode out of the shadows of a stall which had hidden him from view. He stepped up beside Ace, mindful of the flames still sparking off the pirate at random intervals. His scarred skin prickled uncomfortably in the unnatural heat pouring from Ace's body. He knew intuitively Ace would never let his flames burn him, but he still had a healthy respect for any open fire he came across and doubted he would ever be fully comfortable around it again. Ignoring his own discomfort and unpleasant memories, Sabo tipped his hat at the Marine captain, whose own gaze narrowed as he stared back at him. "A pleasure to meet you again, Captain," he said quietly, without a hint of sarcasm in his voice that belied his feelings. Ace had done enough to wind up the man both in the square and earlier in the bar without Sabo adding his own insults to the mix. He tried to discreetly count the number of Marines who were slowly starting to cajole the local shoppers aside to make room for themselves in the square. "Again?" Ace asked curiously, and annoyingly he still looked completely unconcerned about the growing number of Marines. Yes, he had his devil fruit which allowed him to fight many people at once, and Sabo had hockey at his disposal, but all it would take was one slip. "You remember when I told you Luffy had a run-in with the Marines back in Logue Town? Our friend, Smoker here was leading the charge. We met then. Although, I use the term met in its loosest form," he added, considering there hadn't actually been any introductions between them. "You?" Smoker growled, his eyes widening in recognition. "I looked you up, you know, after that stunt you pulled with Dragon. There wasn't a lot of information but it was definitely enough to prove who you are." It was ever so slight, but Sabo watched the man shift his stance, as if preparing for an attack. It seemed Dragon's presence and intervention in Logue Town had piqued the Marines' interests. Not at all surprising, since Dragon so rarely let himself be seen and when he did, it was usually nowhere near any Marine bases. Interest in who Sabo was would have naturally have led Smoker to researching him too. Sabo might have grown up primarily in the protective shadow of Baltigo, but with Dragon's movements becoming more and more restricted, his revolutionary work had him working almost exclusively in the New World. It was sheer, dumb luck that Sabo had even been in Baltigo in order to see the request for a sole reconnaissance job to Tequila Wolf before their planned raid. It was very likely without it, Sabo would have gone many more months, if not years, before crossing paths with either Ace or Luffy. Smoker shifted again and Sabo watched a ripple of nerves pass through the waiting Marines behind him as they picked up on their captain's growing discontent at being confronted with not only a Whitebeard pirate but also a revolutionary. They needed to get out of there, Sabo thought. They had more than overstayed their welcome. Before he could discreetly catch Ace's attention, he saw Smoker staring at him with undisguised curiosity, and intensive curiosity such as Smoker's had never led to anything good in Sabo's opinion. "What's the revolutionary ch?" Sabo clicked his tongue loudly, abruptly cutting off Smoker's question. It's probably best that you don't finish that sentence. You wouldn't want to alarm the locals now, would you?" he asked, arching one eyebrow and nodding his head towards the few remaining residents to drive his point home. Smoker amazingly followed his cue and let his attention wander from the two men in front of him to the rest of the square. One look was all it took for him to snap his jaw shut quickly. His willingness to let the matter drop in front of the small crowd told Sabo that he had also noticed the undercurrent of tension running through the city, and the unrest had probably already spread to all corners of the country. The man wasn't stupid after all. Sabo could feel Ace's eyes boring into the side of his head, but he ignored all attempts the other made to catch his gaze. Sabo had no doubt that Ace was bursting to know what it was he had so rudely cut Smoker off from blurting out, but the less Ace knew about his job the better. If anyone found out that he knew the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Ace wouldn't have a mark on his head just because he was a Whitebeard pirate. Smoker took a half a step towards them, forcing Sabo to catch Ace's elbow before he too could step forward. Smoker's move hadn't been made with the intent to attack but rather for the illusion of privacy the open market square didn't afford them. "Why are you here, too?" Smoker hissed at Sabo. The blonde shrugged and allowed a small smile to spread across his face, disarming Smoker in the process. "We're just passing through, and on that note, we should probably get going or our ride might be forced to leave without us," he said, the words directed more towards Ace than Smoker. "Would you like to do the honors? Only because you asked so nicely. Meet back at the ship?" he asked quickly. Sabo nodded once. It was probably best they spilt up so as to lose any unwanted stragglers. Ace smirked and Sabo took an unbidden step back when fire leached from his body in a thick wave of heat and bright light that rushed towards the Marines like a wave. By the time they had regrouped, both Ace and Sabo were long gone, leaving only a frustrated Marine captain in their wake. XXX. You lost Sabo? Luffy nearly fell over. He was laughing so hard, ignorant to his brother's glare. Ace tried to hold on to the annoyance few seconds more before Luffy's infectious laughter got the better of him and brought a small smile to his own face. Hey, listen, I didn't lose Sabo, okay? He's just not here right now, he admitted, glancing around the bustling deck of the Going Merry. Ace had been ecstatic to realize he was the first to return. Sabo had been showing off his skills since they left Drum Island. Ace had been keen to even the tally again and prove he could still beat the blonde in some things. He had been all ready to laud over Sabo that he was still as slow as he always had been. Granted, it was often because Sabo had a habit of getting distracted from the race if something caught his attention. The man was like a magpie, except he still hadn't turned up and the Straw Hats were making haste to leave the port since Vivi had just sent her super spot-build duck, Karu, on his way with his important task. Should we wait for Sabo to get back? Sanji asked, leaning back against the ship's railing. Zoro frowned and squinted in the harsh desert sun. We don't exactly have a lot of time to spare. Oi, Usopp. Luffy called up to the sniper sat high in the crow's nest above them. Can you see Sabo anywhere? Negative. Usopp shouted back after a few moments. Luffy shrugged, unconcerned and turned back to Ace. Sabo can take care of himself, right? He paused thoughtfully for half a second before nodding. Yeah, we'd better be going, he agreed, and his words set the crew off bustling to raise the anchor and prime the sails, Nami's voice calling high and clear above all the others. Ace looked out over the rocky cove they'd anchored themselves in. There was still no sign of Sabo. Sabo had been bringing up the deadline the Straw Hats found themselves in nearly as often as Vivi herself had, trying to stress the importance of it, so that fact that he had decided to disappear when they really needed to leave was unexpected. Ace frowned, and what felt like a heavy lead weight settled low in his gut. 10 years ago, he wouldn't have even thought to hesitate before Luffy's question. In fact, if anyone had asked him 10 years ago if Sabo was capable of taking care of himself, he'd have outright laughed at the implication he couldn't. Sabo had left home at 5 years old and managed to survive Grey Terminal and all its hardships with ease, rarely putting a step wrong. But now, Ace sighed, he'd seen Sabo training with Luffy and had been a little in awe of how graceful and controlled he had become, had experienced it briefly himself during their soul bout. Physically he knew he would be fine in a fight, but there was still a little voice nagging in the back of his head that whispered to him he didn't know what Sabo was truly capable of, not anymore. Alabasta wouldn't pose any threat to the revolutionary, that Ace knew for certain, but Sabo had become an unpredictable creature to Ace and he wasn't sure he liked it. He wanted the assurance of knowing how his brothers were going to react to any given situation, what their limitations were, so he knew where to cover them at any given moment. While Sabo had always been a little harder to read than Luffy, Ace had never struggled to guess what he was thinking before and he didn't like the uncertainty it brought to him. Luffy hopped up onto the railing beside him, grin still firmly in place and finally dragging Ace's gaze away from the now receding shoreline. Ace peered up at him thoughtfully. What? Luffy asked jovially. Ace just grinned in reply and shook his head. Nothing. I just hadn't realized you'd caught the attention of someone like Smoker already. I thought Sabo had told you we met him in Logue Town. He only said Marines, said Ace. He didn't mention Smoker. You do realize that man's as stubborn as Gramps, right? You're never gonna shake him, he teased, laughing when Luffy shuddered dramatically at the insinuation. It was a surprise, I hadn't expected to see him again, Luffy admitted, swinging his legs idly, creating a hypnotic thump where the soles of his sandals bumped against the wood of the ship. Hey, Luffy, you could always come join the Whitebeard Pirates. You're friends too, Ace said. No, replied Luffy, without pause. Ace laughed, completely unsurprised, and tapped Luffy's beloved straw hat playfully. I didn't think you would, but the offer's on the table. He hadn't given it much thought as to what it actually meant for Luffy when he first saw his little brother's first wanted poster. Pride, of course, that he had managed to start his journey as they had so long ago promised had been at the forefront. Although he would never admit it aloud, especially to the old man himself, Garp had done an amazing job of hiding Ace away from the world on Dawn Island, allowing him to grow up in relative safety and freedom so that he had only lived with the threat of the Marines capturing him for the last 3 years. Whether that threat had been increased or not since he had accepted a position as a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates remained to be seen. Whichever flag he sailed under, he would always be the son of the Pirate King to the world government, and having turned down the only protection they would ever afford him with the offer of becoming one of the 7 warlords, Ace had painted a large target on his back. For all that he had known and expected Luffy to make a stir in the pirating world with his heartfelt and steadfast declarations of becoming the next pirate king, Ace hadn't really considered the very real risks that Luffy faced. If he did sail under Whitebeard's flag, or any other alliance, it would at least offer Luffy some sort of protection against the earnest marines he made enemies of. He knew Luffy could take care of himself. Ace had made DMN sure of it before he had left Dawn Island, but he also had a heart of gold, and if the marines ever discovered that fact, it wouldn't be Luffy who would be the master of his own downfall, it would be his crew. The marines would go after them, and Luffy, being the kind-hearted soul that he was, would go to hell and back to save them. Ace sighed, turning to watch Luffy, who had bounded away and was now stood next to Zoro, laughing jovially at the swordsman. Ace knew there was nothing he could do but be there for his brother if he ever needed him. Ah? He started, looking around wildly before realizing the voice had come from above where Usopp was still perched in the crow's nest. "Look over there," the sniper shouted down, pointing frantically out to sea. Ace was jostled from side to side by everyone rushing to the railing all at once to see what had caused such panic. "It's the billions!" Vivi gasped. Nami cursed and raised her own spyglass to stare at the fleet of ships slowly bearing down upon them. "That's a lot of ships," Zoro noted, and a shark-like grin spread across his face. The soft sound of steel on leather had Ace glancing down to see he had half-drawn one of his swords. Ace found, after the last several days sailing with the crew, he wasn't surprised that Zoro was one of the first willing to dive headfirst into a good fight. "You think you can keep up, Love Cook? Oi! It's gonna be you eating my dust, Marimo." "Ah! Don't fight each other!" Chopper cried out. Luffy laughed and dived towards the squabbling pair, but the fight was abruptly cut off when one of the billions ships exploded, sending debris high into the air. "What the? How'd that happen?" The crew's cries of confusion were halted when Nami gasped loudly and nearly dropped her spyglass. "What?" Luffy asked her, his head appearing quickly over her shoulder, trying to peer into the distance to see what had caught her attention, his body stretching back where he was pinned between Zoro and Sanji. "Your brother is on one of those ships," she gasped. "What the hell is he doing all the way over there?" Ace felt a grin spread across his face, and he swiftly turned from the railing and started towards the back of the Going Merry to where his striker was still lashed. "Trust Sabo to find the trouble first," he thought, quickly untying the ropes. "Ace, what are you doing?" Luffy called after him. "You don't think I'm gonna let Sabo have all the fun, do you?" he replied. "Besides, he'll need a ride back," he added, jumping into the striker. Igniting the engines with a burst of fire, Ace expertly maneuvered the raft around Sabo's small vessel and the Going Merry. As he sailed past the bow, he saw Luffy shouting and waving his arms indignantly. "Wait, Ace! You could have taken me too! You stay out of it!" Nami shouted, clocking her captain around the head. Ace laughed and waved before a second burst of firepower had him speeding swiftly towards the billions, determined not to let his other wayward brother have all the fun. Ace held on to his hat tightly, sighting the Going Merry in the distance and angling the striker away from the slowly sinking billion ships. With the small figure that was Luffy waving him back, it was easy to ignore the screams of the crews that fought to escape the burning wreckage before they went down entirely. In front of him, Sabo knelt carefully in the bow of the raft, barely moving despite the waves that rocked them so as not to let Ace's Mera Mera no Mi flames that powered them forwards touch him. Ace wanted to tell him he needn't worry. There was no way he was ever going to let his fire hurt one of his brothers, but given the scars that adorned the blond man's face, Ace rather suspected it would take some time before Sabo believed that. "Hey, I won," he said instead, voice pitched to be heard over the wind and glancing back over his shoulder at the mess they'd left behind. Sabo didn't react immediately, so Ace nudged him. The blonde started. Ace could see yellow flames reflected in his unfocused blue eyes. "You all right?" he asked. Sabo nodded briskly and gingerly turned in the bow so his back was to the burning billion ships. "Fine. What did you say?" "I said, I won." "Won what?" he asked, curiously, waving absently at Luffy as they pulled alongside the Going Merry. Ace grinned. He'd arrived at the scene just in time to witness the second billion ship's hull crack. He had no idea how Sabo had managed to literally split a ship into two, but Ace had spied him catch one of the fleeing billions and haul him in for what looked like an intense conversation, and so had decided to take out the remaining ships in one quick hike before circling around to collect Sabo. "I destroyed the most ships, therefore I won," he crowed. Sabo raised an eyebrow. "Do you turn everything into a competition?" he asked, not even waiting for an answer before he pulled himself up the rope ladder Usopp had thrown down for them. Ace stared at his retreating back, his heart sinking momentarily as he thought we both did. He stared absently down into the bowels of the striker, bobbing gently in the waves, unsure and unable to stop himself from cataloging the small but significant changes he'd noticed in his brother over the last few days of traveling together. He was still recognizably Sabo, there's no doubt about that, but now he was a completely different creature. Ace was enjoying getting to know him again, except he kept predicting reactions that just weren't forthcoming anymore. Sabo should have been arguing with him that Ace had a devil fruit to his advantage. Years ago, Ace would never have underestimated Sabo in a fight. He used to be able to read him like an open book and predict every moment as easily as he could Luffy. But Sabo had actually got one up on him. And the look Sabo had given the Marine captain in the square was nothing short of intimidating, and Ace was at a complete loss as to why Sabo had cut Smoker off so suddenly. It was a little unnerving to realize he hadn't a clue what his brother was truly capable of anymore. Luffy was still Luffy, their lovable and childlike but utterly fearless little brother. Ace could still see glimpses of what made Sabo innately Sabo, right down to his spoiling Luffy at dinner and his conversations with Vivi and Sanji, two of the more seasoned travelers of the crew, but he kept getting thrown off by the smallest, most insignificant things. Ace suspected if Sabo had his memories, he might also be telling Ace how he had changed over the years, had been separated, but he couldn't, and it was making Ace feel like he was always missing a step. Pulling himself up the rope ladder, he pointedly ignored how his stomach clenched painfully. Ace couldn't help but think Dr. Kureha was wrong. Sabo would get his memories back if it was the last thing Ace did. He didn't care if the odds were against him or how long it took. As soon as he dealt with Teach, he was going to hunt Sabo down again and force him to remember, he vowed. His brother was one of the smartest people he knew. He couldn't have clean forgotten everything from their childhood. It was in there somewhere and Ace was going to find it. Hurry up, Ace. All right already, he called back, hurrying to haul himself over the railing and bopping his impatient brother on the head. The rest of the crew were buzzing around, their excited chatter overlapping each other. That was crazy, Nami said, Usopp nodding his agreement beside her. Just how strong are your brothers? She asked Luffy, who laughed and shrugged. They've always been stronger than me. And you could have taken me along with you. That looked like fun, he pouted up at Ace, who only rolled his eyes. Pretty sure you'll get a turn to kick those guys' butts at some point. Luffy seemed to be placated by the assurance, allowing Ace to turn his attention to Sabo, who was stood quietly to one side, slowly stripping off his coat and rolling up his sleeves but leaving on his gloves and looking distinctly overdressed in comparison to the rest of the crew. Ace didn't know how he wasn't overheating in the stifling desert heat. He ambled over to him. Wasn't it a bit reckless going after those billions alone? I figured you were trying to stay discreet after what you said to Smoker. Sabo snorted, amused. No more reckless than you going against Smoker himself. Could you have dragged out that conversation any longer? I was creating a diversion. And you were riskier. Ace retorted with a huff. The blonde shook his head quickly. That depends entirely upon what you think is a risk. Ace scrunched up his face. In confusion, causing the other to grin. If any one of those billions had caught me, there's no way they'd have been able to keep me contained. He sensed that Sabo wasn't bragging, merely stating a fact. There are barely any cells outside of Impel Down that are going to be able to hold me, but there are plenty of Marines that carry seastone cuffs, Ace, and then where would you be? Ace had to suppress a shudder at the mention of the underwater prison. He had heard awful rumors about the government stronghold, and he doubted even Pops and his devil fruit would be able to launch a successful attack on the place. He was spared trying to find a counterargument to Sabo's, annoyingly, reasonable point by Luffy, who trotted over and leapt onto the railing beside them. Did you fight any strong guys over there? He asked, waving pointlessly in the direction of the now smoldering wrecks a way off. Not particularly, said Ace. He turned back to Sabo. You looked like you were having a conversation with one guy though. What was that about? Sabo smirked and moved to lean against the railing. Well, since the market was pretty much a bust, I figured it wouldn't hurt to see if they had any useful information. Vivi, who had been standing a few feet away, turned to him with interest. Did he know anything? Her question drew the attention of the rest of the crew, who all turned to listen with intent. That particular billion squadron had been tasked with finding the Alabasta Rebellion's base. He said that they had orders to, and I quote, incite them into action. Ace scowled and shook his head. Of course, they did, he muttered darkly. Luffy pulled his straw hat down low over his eyes and sat, arms crossed tight across his chest where he sat on the railing next to Sabo, unnaturally still in a way that meant he was thinking hard. Ace suppressed a smile. His little brother may not be booksmart like Sabo, but he'd caught on to exactly what the words meant. He'd seen it often enough during their escapades into Edge Town. The guards would purposely pick fights with the residents of Grey Terminal in order to get them thrown back out of the town. Ace could see from the agitated shifting and dark expressions on the rest of the crew's faces that they had also realized exactly what that would result in. I don't understand, Vivi said weakly, glancing around at them all nervously, and Ace was quickly reminded that for all she had been fighting for her country's future and may have been a skilled Baroque Works agent, she had only been doing it for a couple of years. And she was a royal, besides. Her experiences with corruption and power were vastly different than the rest of theirs. Sabo smiled gently at her. It means they were tasked with winding up the rebellion, essentially, with rumors and so on. A simple but effective trick to get them rankled enough to actually take action. Vivi nodded slowly, processing the information. The guy said the rebellion was last known to be camped out several miles outside Al Yabarna. That's the royal capital, Vivi whispered, face drawn tight with worry. It sounds like there's some discourse within the royal guards themselves and that some of them might defect to the rebellion, if they haven't already. At Sabo's words, Vivi turned chalk white and looked vaguely sick. Nami wrapped an arm around her shoulders, squeezing lightly. He have any idea who's leading this rebellion? Zoro asked. He did actually. Some guy named Koza. Koza? Vivi spluttered in surprise, cutting Sabo off sharply. Are you sure he said Koza? Sabo nodded, looking rather dumbfounded. You know who he is, said Sanji. It wasn't a question. Vivi nodded wildly. Yes, we grew up together. He was one of my closest friends, she admitted. Ace glanced around Luffy toward Sabo to see that while outwardly he didn't appear too concerned, there was a tightness around his eyes that belied his worry, and Ace understood why. If a childhood friend of the royal princess was leading the rebellion, not only would he probably know any number of inside information, he'd have a lot of sway as a dissenter and rebellion leader. He was also clearly important to Vivi if Ace was reading the mixture of relief and trepidation on her face correctly. Usopp groaned loudly and started pacing agitatedly. As if it wasn't bad enough to fight the enemy, we have to fight your friends as well. We're not going to fight Koza, exclaimed Vivi, a deep frown settling across her face. Usopp ignored her words entirely and dropped to his haunches next to Chopper. I fought my best friend once, you know. Worst experience ever. Really? No one's fighting Koza, Vivi repeated, looking around at the crew in turn before finally settling on Luffy, who had remained quiet. Like I said, we grew up together. I know him. He won't want any bloodshed if it can be avoided. If I just get close enough to talk to him, I'll be able to get him to end the rebellion. Luffy pet his head, staring down at her, his face blank. You think talking to him will be enough to end it? He finally asked. Vivi nodded. Ace admired her optimism but pointedly bit his tongue from commenting that the other Baroque Works agent, Mr. 2, had her father's face in his little repertoire. Talking to the rebel leader wouldn't stop Baroque Works from egging things on. Even if we can get you close enough to this Koza guy for him to actually hear you out, we still have a riled-up rebel army baying for blood, Zoro pointed out, hands twitching towards his swords. You think they'll accept your word and just turn around and go home? I'll stop them. I won't let my people fight between themselves like Crocodile wants. Crocodile? Sabo and Ace exclaimed in unison. I have reason to believe he's Mr. Zero, Vivi said quietly, shoulders hunched. That information might have been useful to know earlier, Ace sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't want to implicate either of you if I'm wrong. I doubt you're wrong, said Sabo. Crocodile is known to be based in Alabasta. And why else would that many billions be here if you didn't know something he wanted to remain quiet? His identity as Mr. Zero is a pretty big secret. Ace tapped his chin, thoughtfully. Are you planning on going after Crocodile first? Let's try and find Koza and see if we can at least get him to postpone taking any action. Then work out what to do about the other agents, Crocodile and my father, Vivi begged them. Luffy, who Ace noticed hadn't looked away from her once, slowly nodded. Vivi's shoulders slumped in relief. Ace held his tongue. Personally, he would be going after the biggest threat first. If they took out Mr. Zero, Baroque Works could be crippled without its mastermind. But he wasn't the captain here, Luffy was, and he needed to do things his way. Hey, Ace, you need a hand tying up your striker before we go? Usopp asked, eagerly. Ace grinned. The sniper had been trying to figure out the inner workings of his raft since he'd first laid eyes on it, in awe of the craftsmanship. Ace had seen the younger teenager leaning over a couple of blueprints for a potential land-based version a few times now. When he'd asked, Usopp had admitted if he could find a different source of propulsion that would work on land, using it would be a lot quicker than running away from danger than if he was using his own 2 legs. Ace had laughed at the Frank honestly and offered up what little knowledge he had on its creation and persuaded him to keep the little mast but transform it into a more suitable vantage point worthy of a sniper. Ace shook his head. No thanks, Usopp. I'm not going any further with you. There was a stunned silence for several seconds where only the sound of the waves against the hull and the gulls circling above were heard. What? Triple X. Sabo's temples throbbed in unison with his heartbeat. It left him with a lightheadedness that couldn't be explained away as solely the responsibility of the desert sun beating down on them. Sabo hoped the beads of sweat he could feel near his hairline would be passed off as the heat and not the pain he was currently in. He had been perfectly fine while he was interrogating the billion aboard. It was only when he'd tossed the man over the deck, giving him half a chance he probably didn't deserve to escape the pull of the sinking ship, that Sabo had heard Ace's voice in the distance. He had turned just in time to see a devastating hurricane bear down on the rest of the small fleet, sending men scrambling overboard in an effort to avoid the flames. He hadn't been able to tear his eyes away from the sight. With the stiff breeze, it had only taken a few moments for the smell of burning wood mixed with the fresh salty sea air to reach him, staining it and burning his nostrils. The scarred skin of his face still itched something fierce with phantom pains, and Sabo had to resist the urge to reach up to scratch it. He glanced discreetly towards Ace, who was standing in the center of the crew. They'd scrambled around him at his announcement, each person's voice louder than the next as they tried to understand why he was leaving them so soon. Only Luffy remained silent and still atop the railing next to him. Ace wouldn't let his flames hurt him, Sabo was certain. He had witnessed the pirate's remarkable control over his devil fruit, but Sabo had been involved in one devastating fire that Ace hadn't been in control of, and the visceral reaction was still a hard thing to control. "Why can't you stay? You're super strong. You could help us." Usopp cried dramatically, his arms waving around wildly until Sanji caught one, forcing him to come to an abrupt halt. "Guys!" Ace finally shouted over them all, forcing Sabo to hide a wince at the volume. "I'm a Whitebeard pirate, not a straw hat," he reminded them gently, smiling. "I have my own things to do, like finding Teach. Besides, you have Luffy. You don't need me too," he added. Luffy grinned and nodded. "We can do this without Ace. I can kick Mr. Zero's but without his help," he proclaimed, and his words finally seemed to offer his crew the reassurance they needed and induced a few laughs amongst them. Sanji took a final drag of his cigarette before flicking the stub overboard. "I'll pack you some supplies." "Am I packing for 1 or 2 passengers?" he asked, and Sabo was surprised to find the question was directed at him. He looked around the crew, who had all turned to stare at him expectantly. He swallowed hard. He was every bit as blindsided as the Straw Hats about Ace's sudden decision to depart right then and there. While hardly a surprising course of action considering Ace's determination to hunt down his former crewmate, the suddenness of it had taken him aback a little. He was torn. On the one hand, the situation in Alabasta right then was one of the reasons he had decided to devote his life to the Revolutionary Army. He liked helping people and giving them the tools they needed to rebuild a better foundation to their society, and he knew Vivi was up against a near insurmountable challenge. On the other hand, the idea of separating from Ace did not sit well. The thought of letting him continue on as he had been, roaming from island to island, hunting down someone who was shaping up to be a very dangerous individual who had already committed the unforgivable crime of killing one of his own crewmates, inexplicably left Sabo with a deep sense of trepidation. A heavy weight settled uncomfortably in his gut. He was spared from answering by Luffy, who hopped off the railing with a small grunt. He stared up at Sabo, unblinking, his dark eyes boring deep into Sabo's, who blinked back, confused. Sabo saw the exact moment Luffy found whatever answer he was searching for. A blinding smile broke out across his face. "Sabo's going with Ace," he said. "I am?" Sabo asked weakly. Luffy nodded again, and he tugged at his and Ace's arms, pulling them away from the crew, who politely turned away to at least give them the illusion of privacy. "Luffy, I'm pretty sure that Sabo's gonna want to stay and help you and Vivi," Ace said, as soon as they were at the far side of the ship and shaking off Luffy's rubbery grip. "Do you not want him to go with you?" Luffy asked, head tilted. Ace snorted. "I'd love to stay with Sabo, but this is literally his job." Sabo had to concede he wasn't wrong. He should have been arguing with Luffy about staying. Of course, if Luffy as captain refused him passage aboard his ship, as was his right, then Sabo at least had his own vessel he could follow them in. But he couldn't bring himself to say the words he knew he should. "Ace, I know we all vowed to set sail when we turned 17, but you two had always planned on you staying those few extra months until Sabo's birthday because you wanted to leave at the same time and have a few adventures in East Blue before going your separate ways. Remember?" said Luffy. Sabo blinked, surprised at the revelation. He turned to Ace and had to resist grinning at the way he was gaping at Luffy in shock. "How'd you even know about that?" Ace spluttered. Luffy laughed. "I wasn't always asleep when you guys had your midnight conversations. You guys had been planning to set sail together for years before you even met me. This is your chance," he exclaimed excitedly, glancing between the two of them. Little sneak, Ace huffed, shaking his head fondly. So, what do you say, Sabo? Fancy a jaunt around the Grand Line with me? For all that his words rang with confidence, Sabo easily detected the undercurrent of nervous excitement. He could understand why. Carefully, he weighed his options. The Grand Line was always a fun place to be, and he hadn't had many opportunities in recent years to spend time there. He doubted he'd be rid of the feeling of guilt at abandoning Luffy to deal with the rebellion by himself, but he knew he would feel a lot better if he stayed with Ace. He glanced over his shoulder at the rest of the crew milling around. They would take care of Luffy. And Luffy would take care of Alabasta. Ace had no one to watch his back. He turned to Ace, who looked like he was waiting with bated breath for his answer. Sure, why not, he smirked. A smile that rivaled Luffy's own broke out across Ace's face, and Sabo was again struck by how alike the two brothers were. Are you sure you're going to be okay dealing with things here by yourself? He asked, turning to Luffy. Yeah, we've got it, he declared confidently. Looks like it's just us again, then, he said to Ace. At his words, the rest of the Straw Hats who had been standing nearby, listening as unobtrusively as they could, burst into motion. Usopp, come help me load up some of our food. Luffy, you stay out of the galley. I'll know if you took something. Sanji snapped. Ah, can you make me a snack at least? Something with meat. I have some spare medicine I can give you. I managed to find a few things at the market, so we have plenty, said Chopper, rushing inside after the cook. Ace quickly disappeared from his side, heading below to collect the small number of possessions they'd brought over from Sabo's ship, leaving the blonde standing in the middle of the Going Merry, watching the hustle and bustle go on around him. Across the deck from him, Vivi was the only one of the crew not moving. The princess must have sensed his gaze on her because she caught his eye. I spoke to one of my colleagues about the situation going on here, he said, nodding a greeting when he reached her side. Vivi stared up at him curiously. She'll arrange a Revolutionary Army contact for the area so that you and your father will always have a way of reaching us if something like this were to ever occur again. Or you decide you need some help dealing with any fallout, he explained. Vivi's eyes lit up. Oh, thank you so much, Sabo. Some insider knowledge for you. I don't know how well armed this rebellion will actually be, but I think you can handle it. Vivi frowned. What do you mean? She asked, leaning forward and listening intently. Now the trouble in South Blue has started to quieten down. The Revolutionary Army has started to crack down on the illegal arms trade, as much as we're able to right now at least. From the trade routes we've managed to intercept already, it looks like most of it comes from somewhere in the New World, he admitted quietly. I doubt any of it will have filtered this far down into the Grand Line yet though, so what weapons this rebel force has will all be what they can get their hands on from local sources. Your Royal Army will probably still be the better armed of the two, even if it turns out they're outnumbered. Okay, thank you. Sabo gave a wry smile. I'm sorry we can't do more. If we'd been aware of the situation sooner, we might have been able to get a team set up here to defuse the situation that much quicker. And I'm sorry I can't stay, he started to explain, but he was cut off by Vivi raising one delicate hand and smiling warmly. Nonsense. Your place is with Ace. I think he needs you more than Luffy or I do right now, she admitted quietly, her gaze falling to where Ace had emerged from below. He was laughing at something Zoro was saying, one hand resting gently atop Chopper's pink hat where the little reindeer stood leaning against his legs. Sabo could see under the joy there was tension around his eyes that belied his true feelings, and he sensed Ace had already begun to mentally prepare for the next stage of the hunt. Sabo frowned thoughtfully. He wondered if Luffy had also sensed the darker edge to Ace's feelings, and that was another reason he had been so insistent that Sabo go with Ace. I can't expect Ace to wait until my tasks are complete when he has things to do himself, said Vivi. Besides, you and Ace have already helped a lot. Luffy, Sanji and Zoro would have dealt with those billions just as easily, he rebutted, but Vivi shook her head quickly. No, I just meant. From what Ace and Luffy have told us, you helped shape Luffy into the kind of person he is today, didn't you? Sabo paused, unsure of what to say. It certainly seemed like while their time together as children had been short, it had been during some of Luffy's most informative years. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, he supposed. He suspected Ace had had the bigger hand in it, though. By all rights Luffy doesn't have to help me. He owes me nothing. He's a pirate, after all. He shouldn't be invested in helping my people or my country. I think it was you and Ace who shaped him into the type of person who would help a stranger in need. I think that's just who Luffy is, he said gently, catching sight of the pirate in question being chased from the galley. Hey, Sabo. He turned quickly to see Ace gesturing at him. We're all set if you are. Coming, he called back. Take care, princess. And remember to let the pirates do the heavy lifting for you, he told her with a short bow. Vivi laughed. Safe travels to you both. I look forward to seeing you again someday. Sabo wasn't sure they would meet again, even under better circumstances, but he didn't contradict her. Instead, he ambled over to Ace and Luffy, who handed him his coat and lead pipe with a grin. Where the heck is it? Ace muttered, dropping to one knee and rummaging about in his bag. Sabo ignored him in favor of turning to Luffy and said, "Be careful and keep your eyes open. Those billions knew where we were already, you're being watched." "Understood. We'll be fine." "Hey, next time we meet, can you teach me some hockey?" he asked eagerly. Sabo laughed. "Of course, I will." "Yay," the younger cheered exuberantly. "It'll be just like old times when you taught me to use a pipe. You were a better teacher than Ace. He used to just hit me round the head with it." "Oh, come on. It hardly hurt you, you're made of rubber. That shouldn't automatically make me the worst teacher." Ace paused in his search long enough to throw in. Sabo snorted. "Maybe you should try and find a weapon appropriate for the desert," he suggested offhandedly, but Luffy pet his head inquisitively. "Like what?" I don't know. If you weren't a devil fruit user, I'd say use something water-based, maybe," he said, thinking of the first thing that came to mind, but Luffy seemed to be contemplating the idea more seriously than he'd anticipated. "Aha! Found it!" Ace crowed and rose to his feet beside them. Clutched in one hand, was a white piece of paper, no larger than a belly note that he promptly tore in two and handed one piece to each of Sabo and Luffy. "A Vivre card?" Sabo sought to clarify. "A what?" Luffy wondered. "A Vivre card. It's a special piece of paper that'll point and move towards me." "Look, lay it flat on your hand and watch," explained Ace. "Oh cool. Now you'll always be able to find me if you need to." Sabo pocketed his own piece carefully, noting Ace left out one rather important detail from his explanation, but deferred from mentioning the paper's other talent. If Ace wanted Luffy to know, he would mention it. Luffy tugged Sabo's arm lightly. "Do you have one too?" Sabo hesitated. Technically he did, but he never carried a piece of his on him. "No, but let me give you a number instead," he said, thinking quickly. He pulled Ace's bag unceremoniously from his shoulder, earning a huff of indignance for his trouble, and tore off the corner of Ace's map to scribble on. He threw Ace back his bag and handed the small note over to Luffy. "Never give that out to anyone. That's the Den Den Mushy number of my friend. She'll be able to get a hold of me if you ever need me until I can get you one of my Vivre cards." "I mean it though, Luffy," he said firmly, catching the younger's gaze pointedly. "Don't tell anyone you have that." Luffy nodded, and for once his face was perfectly serious. "I'll ask Nami to sew them both into my hat ribbon." "Well, that's as safe as they're ever going to be considering how much you treasure that hat," said Ace, tapping the rim of the hat in question teasingly. "Are we ready now?" he asked, and Sabo nodded. "You're all set?" Sanji affirmed from below them on the deck of Sabo's small ship. The cook cleared the small space between the two ships with one graceful leap. "I've stocked your galley. It should be enough to last you a few days if you do some fishing as you go. And I've put in all of Chopper's medicine," Usopp huffed, scrambling to follow Sanji back over the railing and landing with a soft thud. "And your strikers tied up to Sabo's boat?" "Thank you," Sabo smiled gratefully, accepting Sanji's offered handshake. It was the signal the rest of the crew were waiting for. They all jostled forward, voices once again rising over one another as they said their goodbyes in the form of handshakes, a couple of slaps on the back and hugs, one from a teary-eyed Chopper and a much more enthusiastic back-breaking hug from Luffy, who clutched at them both tightly before finally allowing them to step back. "Hey, guys, thank you," said Ace with a warm, lazy smile, turning to look at each of the crew in turn. "Having a little brother as reckless as Luffy makes a big brother worry, and I know he gives you all grief too, but take care of him for us." The words produced a couple of light-hearted chuckles from the crew, but each of them nodded in turn. "Huh?" Luffy asked, head ped. Sabo couldn't help but smile at his puzzlement. He rather suspected Luffy had no idea of the enormity of Ace's request of the crew to look after his little brother in his stead. "Luffy's still a weak crybaby, but he's our little brother, so take good care of him." Sabo paused, one foot off the railing in readiness to follow after Ace. His temples throbbed again. Ace stared at him curiously, so he quickly jumped down, trying to ignore the stab of pain in his head. He couldn't think where that thought had come from. Luffy was hardly weak, and he certainly wasn't a crybaby that Sabo had seen. He pushed the notion away, and turned to wave up at the crew, already meters away from them. "Bye. Take care. Stay out of trouble," Luffy shouted over the rest. "Hey, that should be our line," Ace shouted back. A smattering of laughter was all that returned to them. The pair waved until the Going Merry's captain and crew were only small blobs in the distance. "Think they'll be okay?" Sabo asked quietly, finally dropping his arm but still unable to tear his eyes away from the ship. With only the waves around them and Ace's quiet breathing next to him, he was suddenly struck by how very quiet his ship was. He thought he might miss the pirate crew's incessant chatter and noise. "Yeah, they'll be fine," Ace replied, knocking into Sabo's shoulder gently. "Luffy's our little brother after all. We taught him well."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.